Good afternoon to one and all in the LISACON 2020 family. A very warm welcome to the fourth day of LISACON 2020 and the fifth technical session, which focuses on the theme, role of libraries in inculcating research ethics. In this session, we have a plenary chair and 6 plenary speakers. The session theme highlights the prime role of the library professionals to nurture and preserve a culture of healthy and best practices to be followed by the academic and research fraternity to foster academic integrity and research ethics, failing which we are only betraying ourselves. This is applicable for the researchers also. Librarians can take the leadership in spreading this message in the academia by offering a host of services and practice workshops, etc. It's my pleasure to present before you the plenary chair, Dr. Parthasarathi Mukhopadhyay, Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Kalyani University, Kolkata, a teacher par excellence, a technology savvy who not only develops cutting-edge software solutions for LIS applications using open source software, but also selflessly encourages his students and the world outside with a vast treasure of knowledge and experience. I, on behalf of the LIS Academy and the LISACON 2020, extend to you a very warm welcome, Professor Parthasarathi Mukhopadhyay, for kindly accepting our invite to be the plenary chair for this session. Coming to the format of the session, the plenary chair will introduce the plenary speakers and will moderate the session and also question and answer session. I urge all the participants to make the best use of this unique and the best opportunity to update and enrich their knowledge. The best attraction of the conference is the quiz competition at the end of every session. The link of the quiz section will be shared immediately after each of these sessions during Q&A session, and the link will be active for 10 minutes. The participants will have to submit the answers within 10 minutes. The winner will be announced in the beginning of the next session and will be published in LISACON 2020 website. The quiz session will be followed by publishers' presentations. So friends, please welcome Dr. Parthasarathi Mukhopadhyay, and over to you, Professor Parthasarathi. Thank you.
Welcome to the National Virtual Conference on Reinventing Excellence in Librarianship, organized by LIS Academy. Myself, Parthasarathi Mukhopadhyay, working in University of Kolkata, Department of Library and Information Science in the capacity of a professor. I welcome you all as a plenary chair of the Theme 5. The focus of Theme 5 is the role of libraries in inculcating research ethics. And the topic of deliberation is academic integrity. Can we get serious now? Now, the first question is that why library professionals need to know about academic integrity? The answer is quite simple. If you observe the workflow of the academic libraries and special libraries in our country, in most of the cases, the libraries have been entrusted with the task of plagiarism checking and different kind of research ethics. So we need to learn the ball game of academic integrity. We need to know that plagiarism is not the only facet of academic integrity. How we are doing in our country, and what are the future possibilities and ongoing changes in the domain of academic integrity. Academic honor code is basically developed by Don McAbey, long back. He is considered as the grandfather of academic integrity. You can have a full article on Don McAbey from Wikipedia. He emphasized that academic integrity is a value system that includes avoidance of cheating or plagiarism, maintenance of academic standards, honesty and rigor in research and academic publishing. So basically it's a value system and honor code. So let us have a look before making a quantum jump in the Indian situation. Let us take a look at what other universities in developing countries are doing. So here you can see in the screen that I have given a best practice guideline developed by International Center for Academic Integrity, that is called ICAI. The website address is academicintegrity.org. It was actually established way back in 1992 with the help of a group of North American universities alongside a few universities from Europe. So what they said in this best practice guideline, they said that entire academic integrity is based on the baseline of courage. Now, on that particular baseline of courage, there are 5 pillars of academic integrity: honesty, trust, fairness, respect, and responsibility. So these are the 5 pillars of academic integrity, and they have emphasized, in their best practice guidelines, how a university, can combat the situation related to different facets of academic dishonesty. So this guidebook is completely free. You can download it for your further knowledge. Before entering into the Indian situation, we will be talking about different activities taken by different international communities related to academic integrity. Here you can see the spread of geographical spread of ICAI, International Center for Academic Integrity. It has wide presence with membership more than 200 plus universities. Many North American universities are part of this movement. A few European universities and Asian universities has also joined the movement, but till date, no universities from India is actually a member of ICAI. We need to consider this for our universities. Now, let us look that what the greatest academic institutes of the world are doing. So here you can see the Harvard College Honor Council. So they prepared an honor council, and here if you go through the particular honor code created by Harvard University, you can find they are not in the process of terrorizing students and scholars. Rather, they wish to build a value system inside the students and learners related to different facets of academic integrity. And from their guidebooks and guideline, it is quite clear that plagiarism is not the only factor related with the academic integrity. But in case of India, we are basically thinking academic integrity and plagiarisms or anti-plagiarisms are synonymous, and we basically use these two terms interchangeably. But that should not be the case. Again, another university you see, the Ivy League University, Stanford University, they have an office of the community standards, student affair office. They have prepared a detailed guideline, detailed honor code related to academic integrity, and only a few things are related with the plagiarism. And you can go through the things they have developed, the website address I have given. So this is all about Stanford University. Now let us check the situation, what is happening in India, what is the situation in India related to academic integrity. Here in this particular area also, we wake up late, very late actually. You see, ICAI was established in the year 1992, but UGC first came up with a regulation related to academic integrity only 2 years back in July 2018. Now, if we go through these 7 pages of regulation, we will find, interestingly, that no other, facets of academic integrity, have been included, only except only plagiarism. So what is the concept related to the section 5 of the regulation? In section 5, UGC is actually advising all higher educational institute that they should conduct regular sensitizing seminars, awareness programs to build the value system related to academic integrity. It should be part of the UG level courses and PG level curricula. It should be part of the research coursework. But only 2 points they have mentioned about plagiarism, point number 4 and point number 5. So of these 6 points, they have they have given advice on the basis of these 6 points. Only two actually concerned with the plagiarism. Rest are actually dealing with different kind of course structure related to academic integrity. But in universities of India, we actually overlook the first 3 points or the first three advices given by UGC, and we only are emphasizing on point number 4 and point number 5, because no universities, no undergraduate courses, no postgraduate courses in India still include research ethics in their curricula. Only 2 3 classes we allot in case of research coursework, and different kind of coursework related to PhD program. So UGC also advised that each department, each PG department should have departmental academic integrity panel DAIP, and at the institutional level we should have IAIP. Even this is not happening in Indian universities. Most of the cases in PG department, departmental research committees are actually taking the responsibility of DAIP, and IQAC at the institutional level taking the responsibility of IAIP. But UGC specially mentioned that these two, organ or these two committees must be different from each other, and they have also given the composition of these, particular committees and boards. Now, if we go to the section 12 of this particular, regulation given by UGC, you see all about penalties. There is no attempt to inculcate the values related to academic integrity inside this particular regulation. They are only talking about the plagiarism, and both related with the dissertation, PhD dissertation, master's level dissertation, and research publication. And they have created 4 levels. Up to 10% there is no penalty, but beyond 10% you will be having penalties from 10 to 14%, some kind of punishment 40 to 60%, and beyond 60%. But you see, again, there is no research base that why cutoff point is 10%. Nobody knows. If 11% you are punishable, if 9% or 10% you are free from any kind of penalty. So this kind of cutoff marks, what is the basis, what are the research data associated with this kind of cutoff? Nobody knows simply. These are the things happening in the name of academic integrity in India. But we failed to understand largely that academic integrity is not all about plagiarism. There are many facets. So I'm trying to prove my points that there are many facets beyond plagiarism in the domain of academic integrity. Now, if we go to in the next slide, in the slide number 11, if we go to the Retraction Watch database, it's a global service which are basically collecting data related to papers and different other research products which have been retracted for different reasons, different academic reasons. So if you go through this particular website, retractionwatch.com, you can find they have created user guidelines, and in the user guidelines appendix B, they have consolidated 90 plus reasons that can lead to retraction of a research paper. And all these 90 plus reasons they have arranged alphabetically with proper description and other things. Now, in this next slide number 12, you can see that these are the alphabetical listing of all 90 plus reasons that are related to retractions of papers all over the world. That only 4 factors are actually related to the plagiarism. Plagiarisms of article, plagiarism of data, plagiarism of image, and plagiarism of text. Race 84, 85 reasons are not actually related to plagiarism. So what is happening as a whole, our Indian researcher and students think that plagiarism is only a factor related to academic integrity, and all other factors we simply do not know, we are not aware of it, and simply we do not follow, and that is giving a bad kind of results. I am going to show you that what is happening because of this lack of awareness related to different facets of academic integrity. Now, that Retraction was created a database also, retractiondatabase.org. It is freely available. Anyone can utilize it. And here you see, we have given here a very simple kind of search criteria. We have selected country as India. All are, earmarked with red circle. Then we have selected last 10 years 1st January 2010 to 31st December 2019, and we performed a search query there. So it retrieved all the retracted paper. Those are originated from India, and you can see another red mark in the bottom part of the slide that 106 number of papers have so far been retracted, which are actually originated from India during the last 10 years. You can see that apart from all the search criteria we have taken earlier, we have added another search criteria, that reasons for retraction related to only 4 factors of plagiarism. That is plagiarism of article, plagiarism of data, plagiarism of image, and plagiarism of text. Now here you see the result. Only 310 number of papers actually have been retracted due to plagiarism, out of 106 number of retracted paper. So only around 1/3 of the papers that have been published in India are retracted due to plagiarism, and 2/3, that is the majority of the papers produced in India, have been retracted for different other reasons. And our scholars simply do not know what are the other reasons that may lead to retraction of their research output. So this is a sorry state of affair as far as academic integrity in India is concerned. And as a library professional, this is our role to tell our user, to make our users aware, our learners, researchers aware about the availability of this kind of resources, this kind of databases where they can check different possible errors and they can rectify themselves. Inside our research ethics program, inside our coursework related to PhD program, we simply do not teach this kind of availability of this kind of tools for the helpful for the which can help our researcher to a great extent. Now, how these syntactic similarity based anti-plagiarism tools are doing, whether they are performing their job properly or not, that is actually our concern. Now, here you can see that the all plagiarism software are basically take the file, break the text into semantically related sentences and phrases, then check pattern and similarity by following an algorithm which is called single algorithm, and this algorithm is actually meant to uniquely identify a string of text. Now here lies the problem. Because of this syntactic similarity based anti-plagiarism tools are not performing their job properly. Now you can see here I have gathered the top 10 anti-plagiarism software in the world, and from this top 10 we can again reclassify or regroup the 4 mostly used anti-plagiarism software, turn it in with the highest user base 30 million, and followed by Urkun, Blackscan, and Unicheck. So I am taking here Turnitin as a representative, as it is the topmost anti-plagiarism software. I am taking Turnitin as a representative of the array of anti-plagiarism software. Okay, so let us check what research says and how they are doing. In the slide number 18, you can see that how financially well off these companies are. These are Turnitin established in the year 1998, and basically they have reached up to a level in so that in 2019 they procured a company advanced publication at the cost of 1.75 billion. Mostly the Turnitin makes annual review, average annual review 127 millions. But you see here in the bottom part of the slide number 19 that Joseph Thomas once said that there is a serious problem, and it is too much to expect a commercial company like Turnitin is actually quite serious in adhering the values related to academic honesty, academic integrity. So it is too much to expect from a commercial company like Turnitin, because plagiarism is their bread and butter, and they are actually living on the top of plagiarism. So they are not quite serious to reduce the level of plagiarism in different academic activities. So if you go to the insidehighered.com, it's a beautiful websites produce different kind of reports related to the performance of different anti-plagiarism software. Here you see one particular experiment I am citing here. One experiment took 23 plagiarized school essays and compared the relative performance of 3 tools, Turnitin, Safe Assigned, and Google. So here you see in 9 cases Turnitin failed out of 23. In 13 cases, safe assign failed out of 23, but Google search actually came with the flying color, and it failed only in 2 cases out of 23. So Google search is performing better than the $1 million tool like Turnitin. Now, another research work from the same website, insidehighered.com, it shows it took a large sample, 37 school essays, plagiarized school essays, and it checked on it in that it found only 40% of the plagiarism, partially found plagiarism in 16% of the document, and failed or not found any plagiarism, although these are heavily plagiarized in case of 4% cases. So 44% cases Turnitin failed to detect plagiarism, for which we pay millions of dollars every year to the company. We conducted a very simple, experiment. We took a particular, research, 2 paragraphs from a research article available from ALA Tech Source, chapter 1 on web scale discovery, written by John Vagan. So these 2 paragraphs we now came to Google Translate and translated that particular English text into Bengali. So in the next slide, in the slide number 23, you can see we have taken the input of the translated Bengali text and retranslated that one into English, and finally utilized Grammarly apps to correct the different kind of grammatical error produced in the Google translation and sent it to Urkun for checking similarity. Urkun finds similarity but only 5%, but and failed to detect the source article. So we first take the English text, converted into Bengali, then took the Bengali, converted Bengali text, retranslated into English, and Urkun failed to find the sources. And this may happen with different other, anti-plagiarism tools. So that's why I called Storm CM one site that we are paying instructor list, but we find money to pay these policing tools that actually does not work. And another article published in Nature by Deborah Weber Wolf. In the bottom part of the slide number 24, you can see that plagiarism detectors are a catch and a problem. So these are not actually working as expected against our huge payment also, and this is the situation. But the question is why they are failing, because most of the anti-plagiarism tools solely depend on the syntactic similarity. They do not take into consideration the semantic similarity. So if you considerably rephrase a particular paragraph or a sentence, so it fails to find out. So there lies the scope of the semantic similarity. Semantic similarity are actually based on the two vector. One is called the order vector based on the syntactic similarity. Another is called semantics vector, which is based on the semantic similarity. And you see here there is a free tool called dandelion.eu. So if you use this particular tool, you can check. Here you see we did another experiment here. We took a phrase related to international cooperation. In the slide number 26, you can see that we refreshed in a completely in a different way, but the meaning is the same actually, and syntactical similarity reduced to 0%, you can see, and still semantic similarity shows it is 66% plagiarism. So this kind of semantic similarity they don't take into consideration. That is one of the problem. So another example I have given for the similarity checking from the library science domain. So the first, in the upper part of the slide number 27, you can see the original text that is actually rewritten and refreshed in the next sentences. And these two sentences we matched for the similarity. And here you see, although I refresh this particular sentences, but the meaning is the same. Syntactic similarity I managed to keep within the permissible limit, that is 9% only, less than 10%, but semantic similarity is still significantly higher. So these are the point of consideration. They don't take into purview. Another important issues related with the semantic similarity, you can see from the slide number 28, they can raise different kind of false alarm. So what is the false alarm? So here I am giving you one example. I have taken one sentence. James Cameron, who is basically the director of the very popular movie Titan, wins the Oscar in Best Director category. And in the same year, David Cameron, another completely different person who was ex-PM of UK, wins general election in UK. Now here you see, here falsely or misappropriately, syntactic similarity goes up to 42%, but still you see semantic similarity is less than 10% or non-significant. It means that this syntactic similarity based anti-plagiarism tools may raise false alarm in different cases. Two sentences are completely different from each other, still they show they are actually related with each other. So this kind of problems are associated with syntactic similarity based anti-plagiarism tools. So one research work I would like to refer here, this research work performed by Kevin Walchuk from the University of Ontario. So he raised a very interesting question, three research question. I would like to give you the emphasis on the third research question in slide number 30, that is Turnitin able to detect plagiarized ideas and content in written submission? And you see what he answered actually at the end of his research. He said categorically that all this kind of anti-plagiarism tools based on syntactic similarity actually fails for the older materials. So if I plagiarize some documents from document published in 1970 and beyond, then Turnitin or other related software will fail to recognize it. And if you come to the bottom part of this particular slide, what he answered against the research question number 3, that Turnitin or any other anti-plagiarism software was unable to indicate whether textual submission was similar from a semantic perspective or not. Identifying more advanced and difficult forms of plagiarism were beyond the software's capability and scope of the design. That means they are not in a position to check semantic similarity or idea plagiarism. They only go for the text plagiarism. Now, apart from semantic similarity, another new kind of development is ongoing in our the domain of academic integrity. So the 2019, this is actually called the AI for text generation. In 2019, this is considered as the best year of AI text generation. Different companies came up with different language models. Google came with BRT model. OpenAI came with the GPT-2 model. NLP came with Elmo, and J. Howard came with ULM FIT. So amongst these four models, actually GPT-2 or GPT-3 developed by OpenAI won the battle of AI text generation. In 2020, 2 months back, in June 2020, actually GPT-3 came up, actually developed by OpenAI, and it's a gigantic language model in compare with the GPT-2, and you see what it can do. But before that, you need to have an idea that what is this AI text generation. So these are there here in the slide number 33. I have given a screenshot of mobile text prediction. You are all habituated with it. Then the text prediction or a few word prediction performed by word processing software. And finally, you see in the bottom part of the slide how Gmail actually implemented BERT model and now can predict a few words when you are writing your email. So GPT-2 or GPT-3 is actually working in the same fashion, but much more advanced level. It can predict a sentence if you give a paragraph, or GPT-3, if you give a sentence, it can predict a paragraph. So this is called AI text generation, and you can see in your own eyes. GPT-3 came, as I said, in 2020, June 2020. Actually, it is different from the GPT-2 in the sense GPT-2 came up with only 1.5 billion parameters, but GPT-3 includes 175 billion parameters and is considered as a giant in comparison with GPT-2, as revealed in slide number 36. Here you see what GPT-3 can do. It can write a software code, it can write SQL parameter, and it can go for different kind of creative writing, short stories, poem, including scientific writing. So let us go for an experiment. What GPT-3 and GPT-2 can do, so that you can have an idea that where this academic plagiarism, AI text generation can affect the plagiarism business of different kind of anti-plagiarism tool. So here in the slide number 37, you see I have written myself a sample paragraph related to library discovery and a sample head a clue or a line. First one meant for GPT-2 and the next one meant for GPT-3. Now let us go for some kind of experiment with GPT-2 based tools. So here you see I have taken a tool, GPT tool, 2 tool, and here you see the paragraph I have pasted there and simply pressed at, or triggered the auto generation of text through the tab command, and it can generate a full grammatically correct contextualized sentence. I have given a paragraph, it can generate a sentence. Now at the end of the AI written paragraph, if I again press a tab, it will give me a few suggestions that what should be the next sentence. I can pick up the value and I can go on writing my paragraph in this particular fashion. So what are the anti-plagiarism tools? And this is another experiment with GPT tool. Another tool is there. I have given a paragraph, it produced a paragraph. So this kind of advancement is happening, but the question is that what are the different kind of anti-plagiarism tools are doing to combat this this kind of AI text generation. So Turnitin came up recently with a program called authorship checking. It can automatically check whether a particular piece of writing is from a particular author or not. And Unicheck came with an intelligent program called Emma, which basically can detect whether a piece of writing is from a particular author or not. But this two model has got serious problem and serious limitation in one aspect, that we need to fit lot many writings to to the computer system to indicate the writing style of that particular person, and then only it can detect against a newly given paragraph whether this paragraph is written by that person or not. So with AI detection, that may not be practical and it is failing. This is actually related to GPT-3. As I said you that it is a much more improvement in compare with the GPT-2. So here you see in the lead part I have given in the slide number 43, in the upper part I have given a clue, a sentence, library discovery system, and so on. It can generate a related contextually paragraph on the basis of that lead sentence. So that is the advancement, and what syntactic anti-plagiarism can deal with, because these are not detectable by any anti-plagiarism software. Every time they will produce newly contextualized text. Those are not part of any of the databases and any of the system, and so fairly the anti-plagiarism tools including Google search will fail to detect the origin of the source. This is called the AI generation of textual materials. Some of the some persons came up with a very intelligent approach. They are using AI to stop AI writing. So one of the person, and Giulio Steras, came up with a new approach to detect AI from by utilizing AI based programming. So it's amazingly it's a very simple and available free of cost as a Google Chrome plugin. You can download from the Chrome web store, you can install in your Google Chrome, and you can check whether a given text is AI generated, machine generated, or human generated. So let us go for another sets of experiment. So here you see, you can remember we created one particular paragraph. First part is written by me, human generated, and the second part is written by the machine generated or AI generated text, which is basically in slide number 46. You can see the machine generated part of this particular paragraph with light blue background. Now, what I three experiment I did so far for this particular deliberation. First, I selected the entire paragraph. So it's a mixture of human generated text and AI generated text. Then I call GP2 or false from my Chrome plugin extension. Then if I click the evaluate button here, you see it gives me a caution that according to the detector, there is a 1.45% chance that the selected text written by a human. So it is, correctly speaking, that this is not actually wholly human generated. It's a mix up of AI generated and human generated text, and it gave me a red border related to that. Now, let us select only the human generated part, that is the part written by me, and check whether GPT-2 can check point it out correctly or not. So another type, I have selected only that part produced by me. I call GPT-2, and here you can see in the slide number 50, it says that 88.68% chances that this particular selected is written by a human. Now in the next experiment, I have selected only that part which generated by AI, and here you see GPT-2 says that there is only 0.02% chance that this selected text is written by a human. So it is working very finely and free of cost, and this way we can detect AI with the help of AI. So the ball game is quite changing from syntactic similarity based anti-plagiarism tools. We have entered into the era of AI generation text, where AI is actually detecting AI generated text. Now, do you think that now that syntactic similarity based anti-plagiarism tools are outdated model? Yes, these have already been outdated, and sooner we know it, it is better. But don't think that it's a disaster. Rather, I think it's an opportunity. Why I am thinking so? Because instead of penalizing students for using AI tools like GPT-2 and GPT-3, experts suggest that we should use them as teachable moments. And here lies the great role of teachers and library professionals. We can teach them how to use this particular, research support system intelligently. Because using GPT-2 or GPT-3 requires a students or researcher to know enough about the material to determine whether the output is appropriate or applicable. If I put a starter statement in GPT-2, as you have seen, that it again takes several attempts to get back the proper contextualized sentence which is actually fitting with my objective of writing. So the key learning opportunity related to GPT-2 and GPT-3 is that it triggers the skill that researcher need to be focusing on, and library professional needs to promote information acquisition and assessment. So thank you very much. That's all about my delivery.
Good afternoon. At the very outset, let me congratulate the organizers of this important event, LISA conference. I thank the organizers of this conference, that is Elias Academy, Asian Library, University of Hyderabad, and PSLA. I also thank the director of the conference, Dr. Sri Kumar, and the session chair, Dr. Mukhopadhyay. The topic I'm going to talk is on publication ethics, authors, editors, and reviewers' responsibilities, and the concerned guidelines. If anybody does any sort of research, ultimately he does it to come out with some product which is useful for the society, initially to start with a research publication. That's the sort of an thing. The peer review systems serves important role of publishing with science. Publication of any of the research is not just meant for the concerned professionals, also meant for the society at large. In what way our research is effective for the societal views on the socio-economic conditions, or health things, etc. In order to reach this goal, all players involved in the research and the publication should be fair and maintain the quality. I'm not going to describe the entire research process, the steps involved in the research, but I will concentrate on publishing process and the concern of the time. The publication process has got a three-layered process. I have taken this particular slide from British Medical Journal. There's authors with the perspective. You can see there are clearly three layers in the process. Clearly, that is author of doing all the research, following the research procedures, selecting the topic, then collecting the research, collecting the data, getting the conclusions and the findings, etc. We come up with a publication. It may not be a journal publication, it could be even a thesis or a conference paper or book or something of that kind. But let's concentrate on journal publication. Many of the publication issues which I will be discussing, they are also concerned with the other kind of research outputs. The authors submit the manuscripts to the editorial team, that is a journal publisher. Then usually the journal publisher has selected the editorial team. The editorial team at the very outset, they may have a broad look the manuscript and say that it is good that it go ahead. Otherwise, in the initial stage itself, they can actually send it back to the authors for rejection. Then from the editor, it comes to the reviewer. The reviewer also looks at it and the initial look itself, you may reject or you say that okay, this is okay for the purpose, that is a concern to the journal, its scope and quality, etc. Then detailed review process goes done by the reviewers. And after doing the review, he returns back to the press. There also he could suggest that there are some problems with this particular manuscript. And based on it, or independently on its own editorial, the field can reject and send it back to the author, or they may send it for revision to the author with some modifications required, giving some suggestions. It could be if somebody has referred an article that you have not cited it, or something else is there for improvement of the manuscript. They will be sending to the authors. Then author will do some corrections and then send it back to the editors again. And editor again may send it to the reviewer, or at his level or her level can decide to accept it or reject. The acceptance and the rejections can take place in every step of the peer review process. Let us, I'm not going to in detail to discuss about the research misconduct or the publication ethics. The publication, academic integrity, scientific integrity, scientific misconduct, research ethics, publication ethics, more or less they deal almost the same. However, there have been a number of definitions of scientific misconduct. Here I have chosen one from Public Health Service. It was defined in the year 1950. Misconduct in science means publication, falsification, plagiarism, and other practices that seriously deviate from the usual norms. And it could be at the proposing level, or it could be at the experimental level, that is actually conducting the research at that level, or writing the paper. It could be any. Yeah. So here I have also given a picture here. You can see for the lighter side, you can read. So you are completely free to carry out whatever research you want, so long as you come to these conclusions. Many times research funders may come out and say, no, you should have any purpose like that. Anyway, an easy way, to remember scientific moral code is: do not lie, that is publication; do not cheat, that is falsification; do not steal, that is plagiarism. By and large, the research and publication ethics, all these issues I have listed here, starting from legal submissions, along with KYC, no permission for copyright infringement, image manipulation, data publication, plagiarism, data falsification, authorship issues, conflicts of interest, non-disclosure of safety procedures, simultaneous submission, and no intent. It could be any or there are many more. There are a number of studies on research misconduct. I will quoting only 4 important ones which I have come across. In one of the studies, in the last 10 years, the number of retractions increased by 10, where the literature has only expanded by 44. And tenfold increase in the retraction, but out of this, there are percentages for 1.3%. Misconduct is a majority, 67 times. 24% of accepted manuscripts have at least one figure that must be remade. The reason is the pictures have been manipulated. NIS conducted one of the surveys covering more than 2,200 cases, indicated that a suspected misconduct occurred at all levels, starting from the senior investigators to the students and postdocs. The distribution of ethical issues in one of the journals, study shows different kinds of misconducts. For example, majority is rental publication, 24%, animal welfare concerns, author disputes, the publication. A number of studies of this kind have been done by covering the different journals. By and large, this is the one usually we find. Scientific publishing process is very complex, which makes it susceptible to various mistakes. Ethical issues are a shared problem for all involved in research and publishing, including funders, institutions, research supervisors, researcher, other author, publisher, editors, and reviewers. I'm going to concentrate on research to reviewers. Now let me concentrate on what are the responsibilities of it. Publications are honest, clear, accurate, complete, and balanced, and should avoid misleading, selective, or ambiguous. Personality is very, very important. No scope for plagiarism or other kind of thing. And again, we should avoid multiple submissions. Sometimes authors what do is they simultaneously send it to 2 to 3 times, and they'll be waiting for a different. Luckily, if one journal rejects, another journal accepts, fine. Both the journals accept it. Both the journals start publishing that particular journal that author is. So one has to be very careful. Again, the authorship issues, for example, we have the tendency of giving authorship to my boss or say the director of the HOD, etc. That's why it's clear that we should not have guest authors, honorary gift authors, ghost authors, anonymous authors, and private authors. Ghost author, I can able to understand. And there, somebody writes for somebody. That sort of situations are also. Sincere and accurate acknowledgement is very important. Many times we consult so many references to never back. Or we cite only research, not all. And many times we also list many sources without even consulting, without even referring it, without even making use of their findings in our website. Disclosure and conflict of interest, that's very, very good. If suppose somebody is doing some research, author level, let's say about, he has got some interest in the sponsoring body or the institution where he is, or the funding agents. Funding agents expect the result to be like this if you are not supposed. That's where the conflict of interest. Prompt error correction in the published paper. So you have submitted and already published it. Later you find that there is some correction, erratum. You can send the erratum. One should do it. The responsibility of us continues like this. Not suggesting the rules. Another thing is some journals they even say can suggest some potential reviewers. Whenever you get such a query, you think that is a very bad and the other way suggesting. Interestingly, today I was seeing something about one of the professional bodies that is clinical side. In their website, they have clearly mentioned the under the reviewers, they have given the list of say clinical doctors, pharmacologists, physiologists. Under each of those categories, they have listed the names. Suppose somebody is publishing an article in the area of physiology. If there are 6 or 7 physiology reviewers, easily one can make out in which area the concerned reviewer is expert. Easily one can make out. This is also bad from the point. And the journal should give sufficient details. The author should give sufficient details for repeating the experiment. If suppose somebody does the same experiment using the same criteria, one should get the same unambiguous description and declaring the standards and the permissions. So whenever you have done research using humans and this is very, very, if somebody doesn't declare that will be a very, very bad. Complete report of research findings. Some people put research. They take that research findings to 2, 3, 4, and they produce a salon. Respond to reviewers' comments in a professional and timely manner. If suppose the reviewers give some comment, it comes through the editor, and you are supposed to make the corrections and respond to it. Should inform the editor if they withdrew their paper from other submission or suppose you got some submitted it has been written. Whenever you are sending it to other journal, you are supposed to say that I have sent this paper particularly in so and so journal. It is not suitable for their journal scope like that. You can tell that. Disclose relevant financial. This is very important. Earlier, people never used to bother about this, but you are supposed to mention the funding agency. You are supposed to acknowledge that, and so that they will mention the paper. Now let's move on to the responsible here. Journal publishing policies, they are responsible for that. Determine the editorial content of the journal, the integrity of the to be followed. That's when they have to decide about all the features of the checking the suitability of the submitted master copy journal. The very initial stage when it goes to the editor, you can decide whether it is suitable for that particular journal or not. Editor should do it. And always, it is only the editor communicates with the author, not the authorship checking and verification for ghost and guest. Editors can easily make out whether suppose if there are four authors, you can easily verify that whether the other two authors of them, out of them, are they really contributors or are they simply their HODs or some their director or something. Choice of expert reviewers, it is left up to the editors. You will identify the experts for us. Keeping an eye on the research interest conduct, ensuring the quality of the journal is good. Quality of the journal is mainly responsibility of the balance the interests of many constituents. They have got one side, they have got journal readers, authors, the staff, journal staff, owners, editorial board members, advertisers, and then everybody has got their own goal. They have to satisfy out there. Then ethical standards they are required to develop, and the same can be communicated to the follow the principles of a good publishing practice and thus influence research. Let us see the editor's action points. Suppose if there is an allegation of publication misconduct, what one should do? Here, step by step. Initiate the discussion with the authors and reviewers individually. No mixing up. You can communicate with the author based on the reviewers input. Withdraw manuscript from the review if fraud is evident during the review process and return to the author. Initiate the action of the journals in case if the article is already published and later it's found that there is a misconduct. They can as well take it. One should remember that retraction is one of the worst sort of very big function because the article is not removed from that. The article, whenever we search that subject, the article gets popping up, and clearly with the title they will say that retracted for so and so reason. So throughout the years service, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, I don't know how many years, it will continue to be there. It is a black spot on the part of the author. Notification of authors, university institute. Even editors are supposed to notify to the university or institute that many times you want to be communicated. If such a thing happens, then inquiry starts and a lot of problems for the support the institutional level investigation and suppose the institution starts investigation of the fraud. Editors are supposed to support. Complain to the government agencies like ORI, Office of Research Integrity, say US. India also there are number of agencies. It could get institutional level at the government level, but still India such kind of offices are to come up at institutional level at the government. But BGC is already doing something like that. That I discussed later. Ban the author from submitting to the journal again, or even they can even go to the extent of informing the editors of other journals that so and so has done something. Right? In editorial, in general, without mentioning the name, you can write an editorial as a personal step to educate the authors in that respect. Responsibilities of reviewers. Being investigator in the area, reviewer is expert in the area of the paper submitted. So he should understand the author's effort in intellectual output. So he is supposed to be author friendly. It doesn't mean that we should accept whatever the author submits. There are a number of ways of making out, even if it is a double-blinded review process. One can make out who could be the author. And the comments and the suggestions providing that the criticism be fair, constructive, and proper. It's a very responsible. If suppose the reviewer feels that he is not competent to do that job, or it is a little bit different from the area of his specialization, he can as well return the manuscript to the editor, so that editor will assign that job to the. He can also do one thing. He can also suggest the suitable reviewer for that competency. If not suitable, return transfer as already mentioned. Maintain the confidentiality. This is very important. Confidentiality is most important criteria for reviewers. Anonymity is also not know who has done the particular literature. Even after publication of that particular article, you are not supposed to say that, oh, I did your you are not supposed to do that. Statements. Not misappropriate the idea. Some people even reverse may make use of somebody's findings to help somebody else in their research and delay it so that the other fellow gets into that. That's very, very bad on the part of the reviewers. Complete the job in time so that the journal gets benefit as well as the authors benefit. Declare the conflicts of interest. This is one of the very important things. Usually conflicts of interest could be at the editor level or the reviewer level, concern the author or something else. Maintain high standards on both as professional and ethical ones. In this connection, there's a quote by some publisher, Lincoln. Distinction between the terms does in a beautiful way. Between editor and publisher. An editor selects the manuscripts, whereas the publisher selects the editors. There has to be a harmony between the works of publishers, editors, and reviewers. And of course, after the author process is over, only this harmony can yield a quality publication. Support the quality ethics of the review process, ensure the correctness of the published literature, development of community standards for ethics, and educate through editorials and talks and workshops. You can educate not only the reviewers, the authors, in general, those who are involved in the research and publication process, including the research. Define clearly author and the reviewer guidelines for appropriate ethical conduct. Have systems and procedures for investigating and addressing situations of misconduct. There are a number of initiatives for dealing with the research matters. For the last some 25 to 30 years, so many international agencies have put together, and at the institution level, at the say in India, UGC level, for example, or at the international level, or the journals themselves would have developed the ethics guidelines. Even there also reviewers guidelines and authors guidelines as well, and a number of associations, the professional associations. I have listed some of them here. Very important ones I have tick mark. One is the Court Committee and Ethics. Then in India, UGCPS initiative is very, very important. For the last 2 years, it has come out very well. They have UGCPS journalists for avoiding useless journals and related. They also put up the guidelines, plagiarism guidelines, and a lot more things. They also started 2 credit course for the PhD people when they undergo 6 months course. There they are required to learn a lot of things about plagiarism and many other things. Okay. Then there is a Singapore statement on research integrity. It's one of the very well known, which was evolved out of the involvement of many agencies. Where that is World Association of Medical Experts. Usually, most of the medical journals follow this, apart from code. Then European Code of Conduct for Research Integrity, Canadian High Council Code of Conduct, and the INSA in India, Indian National Science Academy, has brought out a book for describing the ethical issues from the point of view of repair or color, etc. Likewise, the Indian Academy of Sciences also has come out with its own guidelines. The agencies like Office of Research Integrity, say US, and the same type of ORIs, even at the university level, they have started. UGC is suggesting to have Office of Research Integrity. Likewise, many publishers have come out with their own ethics guidelines. Elsewhere, the one is very well known one, and the same the case with India. There is, I also quoted the Harvard University guidelines. Likewise, a number of universities also have them. Now, let me describe a little bit about the Committee on Publication, which is a very well known one, and it is being followed by publishers. Well, for example, this was started in the 1987. Basically, a gynecologist lady did some mistake, and that came, it became a big news, and the government was also worried about that. As a result of that, some like-minded editors came together and they started court. It aims to help editors and the publishers of scholarly journals to handle ethical issues. Its code of conduct states that editors should maintain the integrity of academic record and should take all reasonable steps to ensure the quality of the material they publish. Code also issues guidelines useful for authors, editors, editorial board, readers, publishers of journals. Promote research into publication. It has issued a number of guidelines which have been listed in this slide. I am not going to read those things. Like preventive publication, authorship, and so on and so on. Almost every kind of research. COPE also has issued code practices list, basically. The allegations of misconduct or the authorship and contributorship, complaints and the appeals, conflicts of interest, data and reproducibility issues. They have issued guidelines for the journals, separately for the journals. I don't have to discuss some of these things which I already discussed in the earlier slides. The core guidelines for reviewers, specifically. It says that journals have an obligation to provide transparent policies for peer review. Peer reviewers play a role in ensuring the integrity of scholarly work. Peer reviewers play a central and critical part, and like that, there are a number of guidelines which co-publishing issued for the benefit of reviewers. Very, very interesting and very, very useful product of COPE is flowcharts. The flowcharts are designed to help editors to follow COPE's code practices and implement practice advice when faced with cases of suspected mistake. It contains 36 PDF flowcharts designed as a practical step-by-step guide for journal editors. Likewise, they have different flowcharts for different purposes, which I will be mentioning one or two of them. Cover most of the common features of publication methods. Authors can apply the flowcharts. Suppose there is an authorship-related flowchart, they can just apply their own research process, whatever they have been following, whether they satisfy this flowchart flow or not. If it is done, fine. Otherwise, if there is something you have to change. It includes the links to the paper titled Promoting Integrity in Scientific Journal. Let me show one of the flowchart, which is, of course, is not completed. It is one single flowchart runs for 2 to 3 pages. So what to do if you suspect peer review manipulation? Step by step, the flowchart is there. You go on applying for that particular manuscript, or you can arrive whether it is manipulated paper or not. In that, what it does is, apart from this flowchart, it mentions about the recognized features are the patterns of reviewers' activity, which have been shown here. You can see here all those features are there, and it also says best practices to minimize this particular menace. step by step, 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. For some, there is 5-step procedure. For some, 3-step procedure. It also gives simultaneously some instructions for a concerned with this one, processing process, and then relevant court with cases. There have been already some cases which the court has already handled, a similar case. For example, in this particular case, there are 3 cases. You can see these 3 cases. And also it gives reference to the concerned items, case studies, etc. This is another one for authorship problems. I will not describe. Here are the features and here are the steps to minimize that one, and references and relevant flow charts and relevant code cases. COPE also has come out very heavily on affiliate profession, but still it has not come out with the guidelines. But it has listed the ways and means to identify whether particular learner is affiliated or not. That the one, and it still is in the process of finalizing this particular development. When I went through who are the members or the geographical diversity of trustees and the council members, I found that all North American and European countries, even Australia and African countries are members of that. Unfortunately, none of the Indian professionals are members of the COPE. COPE, along with DOAJ and OASPA and the World Association of Medical, they came together and they have set the guidelines for the principles of transparency covering all these things have been recommended. Well, we are rolling in the COVID period. Like any other activity, could be economic activity, social activity, anything of that kind. And in fact, publishing is not an exception. And so is the case with the reviewing process, etc. So, research integrating COVID-19 period, very fast results are clearly required in this critical situation. There is no excuse for that. Many scientists and many researchers, just to make the quick bucks out of that, they went on submitting the papers. Many times they don't even submit to the journal, they submit it to some preprint server. And interestingly, even the preprint servers have returned the manuscript. So they also take qualitative steps. Here is there are 2 graphs you can see. Definitely there is a impact on review. Review usual period before pandemic you can see here. Which was maybe suppose it were to be 3 months. Now review period has come down to 1.5 months. And the other side of this particular this one shows a frequent surge. Say for example, med archive got 1.5 months, more than 2,355 papers. Archive 801, more than 3,000. You can see this is as on 14th May. To conclude, I will say that all participants of the publishing process have the same goal to publish a high quality science. Each step of the publication process is prone to misuse, and therefore honest behavior of everyone in the process is a concerted effort guided by best practices issued by various agencies to ensure quality research. And very interesting study, which I thought I included in the conclusion because what there was some study, and it says its findings are like this. Most editors of science journals appear not to be very concerned about the publication ethics issues, and behave that there is no misconduct at all in their whatever they publish, which the author says may not be practical. Anyway, for everything you may find some percentage, if not a big percentage, a small percentage of the with that, I would like to conclude my talk, and I thank you all for your patient listening. I once again thank the organizers, that's LIS Academy, particularly Dr. Ponur and Dr. Siva and other organizers who were shared years ago. And the Corporate Director, Sri Kumar, and Session Chair, Dr. Siva. Thank you once again.
Hello and namaskar. To begin with, let me thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity in making this presentation on the theme research ethics. Actually, research ethics encompasses several issues. Information ethics is one among those wherein the libraries have a role to play. Pirate sites are one that are questioned for their ethics and their legality. I'm going to speak on and review views expressed by the individuals about one of such pirate site that is under discussion and heavy use. Slide 2. The libraries played a very significant role at the beginning and end of research process, especially during literature review and the publishing research outcome. That's something up on the above side of the slide over here. Of course, during the other stages also in the research process, libraries keep the participants updated of developments. I'm going to review the views on the use of published information and ethical issues that have cropped up early this decade. With the availability of search engines like Yahoo and Google in late 20th century, users did consider those as an alternative to the libraries. That made libraries to relocate themselves with the changing times. While that was the case for the information search, full text retrieval process changed with the availability of a pirate site by name Sci-Hub. Obtaining information from Sci-Hub was and is being largely discussed on the grounds of ethical issues vis-a-vis utility. The creator of Sci-Hub, Alexandra Albakian from Kazakhstan, was particularly concerned with the availability of documents behind paywalls to all those who need them. Besides the dominance of publishers in keeping profits as well as copyrights with themselves, were also other aspects of her concern. So, she tried to create a repository of publications. It is said that she uses credentials of all those researchers who support her concerns to download articles behind paywalls. Once the article is downloaded, it is archived in the Sci-Hub repository for attending subsequent requests and provided to every requester without any fee. This was a boon to all those having difficulty in obtaining needed articles. Today, the repository of Sci-Hub has over 74 million articles and almost 200,000 are downloaded every day. This is all from all over the world. Alexandra indicates that there are about 3 million unique IP addresses from where such requests were received by Sci-Hub. Note that if the request is sent from an organizational IP, then the individual user behind the IP does not get identified. So, actual number of users are much more than the 3 million. Here is a graph. It shows the population on the x-axis and the number of downloads on y-axis for each country. Of course, China and India outnumber all countries. However, a point to note that the use of Sci-Hub from developed countries such as US, UK, Germany, France, Canada, etc. is much above the average line, indicating the users from such resource-rich countries also largely use Sci-Hub. In short, Sci-Hub has changed information-seeking behavior of the researchers. Many argue that the pirate site is an illegal activity, which is of course proved in the court of law and therefore unethical. Some foresee significant damage to the research information industry with all players in it. Some do not believe Alexandra's argument that she was provided with the IDs and passwords, but believe that she obtained those by phishing, hacking, and theft, and therefore a matter of privacy issue. While others believe that this has even damaged open access movement in getting literature out of paywalls, and hence this unethical activity should never be encouraged. In spite of all such counter arguments, the site is being increasingly used. A couple of doctors expressed their happiness with easy and free availability of research literature and consider as a life-saving device. Some feel no commercial ambition behind this service, and therefore it makes it ethical. Others believe that this, in fact, will make publishers think to bring a change in their pricing models, as Napster successfully did it for the music content. Some second Alexandra, indicating it is unfair to reap profits of public-funded research only by publishers when author public grants are also part in the process. Users from resource-rich organizations consider using this largely for the convenience. See this data. The users of Georgetown University find it convenient to download the article from Sahib just in 2 clicks and 5 seconds. If they had to use official university access for the same article, they would require clicking at least 6 times and 24 seconds. A long wait for the document delivery makes users impatient, especially when the article is available for free at just 2 clicks. There is an evolution in the process. It is not only the access to the full text alone, but experiments are also being made to mine the data from archive of publications using computers at prestigious Indian organization, that is Jawaharlal Nehru University. Slide 11. It is for sure that the site has reduced the importance of libraries in a process, but its continued use will help bringing a revision in the pricing models. Whatever be the case, this could be showcased to the information users to discuss and demonstrate ethical issues, intellectual property, and equitable access to the information. Some highlight no change of publisher or journal and therefore question what's unethical then, except access without cost. Others point benefits to the journals, publishers, by way of increased citations, ranks, etc. According to one view, this is a civil disobedience. It is a natural phenomena when the public is kept at the bay. Nothing unethical in it. Gandhiji had a Dandi Yatra to showcase civil disobedience against the then government's policies. Downloading articles from available resource is also a civil disobedience that is already happening, and libraries can't bring a change to it. Thank you.
Respected Director of the Conference, Dr. M.G. Shrikumar, Plenary Chair, Dr. Parthasarathy Mukhopadhyay, all the office bearers of the LIS Academy, Dr. Pratibha Gokhale, today I am delighted to be part of the LISACON 2020, the third LIS Academy National Virtual Conference on the theme, Reinventing Excellence in Librarianship. I am profoundly thankful to Professor Konur and his team for their untiring efforts which they have been taking all throughout these days to make this event as a role model in the virtual environment at the COVID-19 background. I congratulate them from the bottom of my heart. My presentation today is under the sub-theme of role of libraries in inculcating research ethics. So I have tried to make a combination of new avenues of research for LIS profession and the ethical practices, which in fact are the guidelines to be followed by all of us, by all the LIS professionals. So the title of my topic is Exploring Avenues of Research and Ethical Practices in Library and Information Science in India. I have already sent a full-length paper on this topic. So in order to adhere to the timeline and to maintain the time schedule, I shall skip through some of the details, and I may be slightly fast in running through the slides. I shall quickly go through and take an overview of research in library and information science and international scenario, wherein I have mentioned that Melville Dewey, the then director of the New York State Library School of Albany in 1991, moved the idea of conferring an honorary PhD degree, and the Graduate Library School at the University of Chicago in 1926 first time made provision for granting an earned PhD degree in library science. At the international scenario, Eleanor Upton from the University of Chicago is the first PhD in library science in 1930, and in UK the first school of librarianship was established in 1919 at the University College in London, but the credit of conferring the first formal doctoral research activity goes to University of Sheffield. In India, as all of us know, Dr. D.B. Krishna Rao is the first awardee in 1958 from University of Delhi under the guidance of Dr. S.R. Ranganathan, followed by Dr. Pandey S.K. Sharma. However, there is a long gap of nearly 19 years between the first PhD degree and the second PhD degree awarded in India. Well, after that, I am going very fast and I will directly enter into the research output in Indian universities. I may mention here, as per the records available about the award of PhD degree in library and information science, decade-wise analysis I have given here, but I may say here that I had to run through and go through several reference sources, and I could not get at one place a consolidated list, rather a consolidated information about this PhD research. So I have gone through several authentic sources, and that is how produce this data. And the data starts from the decade starting from 1950 to 59 till the time in 2019, and I got approximately, I say approximately because as I've said that I had to depend on the sources which were available. They were all authentic sources. So according to the data that I got, up to 2019, 1,864 PhDs have been granted in library and information science in India. Then I have made an attempt to make some subject-wide analysis on the broader subject area. So broad subject analysis of the PhD research topics in LIC as reported in the literature that is being given. I'm not reading all of them. One can go through these in my paper. So this is general, I have done the percentage-wise analysis also, and also the broad subject headings under which so far PhD degree under the topics under which the PhD degree has been so far conferred upon by different universities. I may mention here that library science has taken from time to time help, or rather picked up some philosophies and some good theories from different disciplines such as management, psychology, computer science, IT related areas, research methods from social science, statistical techniques from statistics, behavioral science from psychology, and so on. And that is how library science, we can, if we say that it is an applied technology taking best of from all the other disciplines, it will not be an exaggeration. So we try to make it as a complete holistic approach to the world of information. Now here I'll go back directly to exploring research in LIS in India. Broadly speaking, research in library and information science in India can be undertaken as minor research project, major research project, PhD level research, postdoctoral research, individual team research, and the sponsored research by Department of Science and Technology, ICSSR, NISCARE, and so on. And the same can be done under the broad group of subjects such as traditional, historical, theoretical subjects, semi-technical subjects, technology and IT-driven subjects, form-based subject. This is one area which is so far neglected in my opinion in our country, and some of the integrated areas of study. So one by one we will quickly go through. These are what are the topics which one can think of for exploring new avenues of research in LISC. This is a list which I thought, after undergoing through several research topics at national as well as an international level, after going through these, I have come through these some of the topics which in my opinion so far have not been touched upon for research in LIC in India at a large scale, or rather only some, however much work needs to be done in life cycle of subject related knowledge, physical virtual collection, costing and pricing, and then balance score record, or finance rules are there, then financial management, there are some few research has been done, but library insurance I have not found anything, which in fact is a much needed area in library and information science. And organization of information on form based literature is hardly being attempted so far. Computer developing expert systems, developing ontology is an upcoming area for narrowly studied micro subjects, which is in fact the order of the day. Web-based thesauri on different subjects, for example, something like food science and technology, digital preservation, data warehousing, subject-based content management that one can explore avenues of research, work study analysis. Although a lot of work has been done on human resource development, I doubt whether a detailed, minute work study analysis for manpower development has been done so far or no. Security systems, social intelligence is something which definitely can be thought of. Research in semi-technical subjects, which we can think of. And now we are on slide number 11. So topics such as classification, cataloging, citation analysis, subject-based thesaurus construction, referencing, information services, library management. Since the theme is reinventing library and information science, I thought, although classification and cataloging are the traditional subjects, we can reinvent these subjects in the background of IT-related environment and so on. And especially COVID-19 has opened up several new topics, which I'll cover in the next subsequent slides. Technology and IT-based topics. The large number of topics can be explored for further research, such as webometrics, content management, digital data management, data mining, data warehousing, expert systems in library and information science. I'm sure for attempting such topics, we will have to take help of computer science people, IT-related people, but well, library science is an adaptive science. We have been always adapting and adjusting with this new environment, with the new topics, and likewise, we are incorporating this for the younger generation. This should not be very difficult to attempt, instead of again and again trying to do the research on the same topics. Form-based topics for research, which in my opinion, as I've said earlier, these have been neglected. We still have not given a clear idea to the fact that what exactly is the difference. In fact, clear understanding is needed to identify the difference between ephemeral material, archival material, non-book, non-print material, audio-visual. We have been mixing up these two things, digital and virtual and audio-visual and so on, but we need a clear-cut differentiation with these two. And e-learning, for e-learning purpose, it is very interesting, and in fact, it is very much needed. Lot of work needs to be done for organizing the standards, patents, maps, engineering drawings, non-confidential consultancy reports, which are in abundance. I may quote here that the British Library is having a separate section on this type of non-conventional literature, wherein they have more than 5 lakh records which have been very, very systematically arranged, and a lot of research is being done on these form-based topics. Why? Because a lot of primary information, research-based information is embedded in such type of material, and more than 70% of the primary information, which is potentially extremely useful for applied research, one can find in these form-based or different forms of literature. Next, integrated areas of research. Much research needs to be done in interdisciplinary areas to develop thesauri in subjects in Indian philosophy. Here, I would like to insist that internationally, great importance is being given to Indian philosophy, such as Vedic literature, Shad Darshans, Upanishads, Ayurveda, and so on. Before the foreigners take up and they encroach upon these studies, for librarians, it is possible to find out a wealth of knowledge which is embedded in this classical Indian literature, and these classical sources of indigenous origin are nowadays studied in depth by Western philosophers. I am aware of the fact that in the subjects of philosophy, in religion, and such subjects of Indic origin, research has been done. Yes, I agree. But in library science also, we can use our advanced techniques of information retrieval and can find out the wealth of information from these Indian classical literature. Integrated areas of research, I will further continue, and now we are on the contents, commentaries and interpretations from Indian philosophical literature if explored through core library techniques like indexing, thesaurus, classification will certainly unfold the treasure house for the global information world. These are the strong subject domains for research for library science professionals in India. I will insist here to do research on these topics. You know why? Because it will establish a unique identity for librarians if systematic research using library science techniques are applied for retrieval of vast knowledge from Indian philosophy. COVID-19, which is a topic of current discussion. So COVID-19 has worldwide really made significant impact on educational system. This pandemic has thrown light on the entire education system and has transformed completely the very face of chalk-talk teaching model to technology-driven model. This disruption in the delivery of education is entailing policymakers to figure out plans on massive scale to introduce e-learning solutions. However, it's a matter of debate whether we are really geared up, whether we are really ready to take up this challenge, and what can we do best to tackle the digital divide problem, which is a challenge and opportunity as well. UNESCO data says that over 1.5 billion students worldwide and more than 87% of the enrolled learners have been affected due to COVID-19 environment. But as we have been talking always about SWOT analysis, I would say that the very threats or very challenges we can take up or pick up as opportunities as well. So I've just highlighted few of the threats and challenges. Readers turn out in our libraries will be less possibly, and readers will hesitate to come physically to library, in which case librarians will have to rearrange, reschedule the entire, the working model for running of the libraries. Infrastructural changes will have to be made, shifting ergonomics, rearranging the reading material will be a mandatory in the changed circumstances. Open access facility perhaps will have to be withdrawn, which will put a very high pressure on the administrators, academicians, librarians as well, because they will have to take quick action to restructure the layout of the available space, which will be experimental and which may have to be subjected to frequent changes, because this will be a trial and error kind of a thing, and we will have to keep our readers not only just happy but well informed, and especially when there is a lot of misinformation which goes around through WhatsApp or through media. I'm sorry to mention that, but it is a fact. We will have to keep our readers away from misinformation, and we'll have to give authentic information under the circumstances in the virtual environment. So provision of remote learning will have to be made. We can support our research by accepting these challenges because they are offering us new opportunities to build up our image to an enhanced level. Libraries can initiate new model of user-oriented services, such as I have listed them, given them a complete list given here. I will not read it through. One can go through these through my full-length paper, and this may be followed by continuous assessment and feedback from users. We can make it user-centric. We can incorporate our own readers into preparing a model in this COVID-19 background. Now coming to ethical issues. Now these ethical issues are actually the guidelines which all of us will have to follow. Now these guidelines or ethical issues are for those who are doing or who will be doing research under different topics, under different guides and so on. These are the guidelines and ethics for both the researchers as well as for those who are the guiding teachers. So again, I am not going through the details. All of us know and most of us follow all these things, but since our theme is on ethical issues, I thought I will just quickly highlight them. So research ethics are the guidelines. So honesty in collecting the data, following the methods and procedures, objectivity, objective analysis, detachment, a sort of a detachment is needed when we objectively do the research, because whatever is the research problem is in hand has to be analyzed objectively. It should be done with full sincerity, no matter even if one fails to get the desired results or it is not coming up as per the hypothesis which is laid down. Let us accept it and then let's move ahead and then redo the research again. And if possible, preferably, I would suggest that the research should preferably be endorsed by expert testimony. So in the sense, in other words, we can always get it examined through the senior scholars, the senior experts in the field. Integrity in research, we are continuing with the ethical issues, carefulness, respect to intellectual property, which in fact we have been doing it. I will not stress upon this because these are the ethical practices which most of us have been following. But I would like to highlight this because in the virtual environment, one may not know, one may not actually be able to see one another, each other, or we may not discuss it in the group. There may not be, may or may not be, I am not very sure, colloquiums as we have been arranging, seminars as we have been arranging, or it may be a long way through. Again, one doesn't know at present, the situation is very blurred. So under the virtual environment, it becomes our mandatory duty to follow all these ethical practices. Confidentiality must be maintained. Responsible publication, pre-publications, if it is a part of the mandatory requirement, must be carefully structured so as not to reveal the final results before the degree is awarded. Then we must respect our colleagues, their views, our mentor, and so on. Now, in order to make this as a successful thing, in order to make the research successful, not only research successful content-wise, but by following ethical practice, some plan of action will have to be done. And we are on slide number 22. What we can do. Now, these are some of the guidelines which are again common, may not be necessarily only limited or confined to research alone, but otherwise also while offering the services in the library. So providing pages with useful link to reliable information, this is very important, authentic information, and we must refrain ourselves and from giving any misinformation, so-called WhatsApp University related information. So we should be able to identify the potential danger in it, and this potentially wrong information should not be passed on. Then if needed, full closure of reading space may also be required. That may be the demand from the institutions, because that space will have to be used for some other purpose, issue, return, book drop, etc. will have to be changed completely. So that may bring out infrastructural changes wherein we must follow all the social distancing, not only just COVID related guidelines and manners, but otherwise also all the other ethical practices. Some countries are experimenting with drive-through pickup and return of the books, which I am not repeating here, implementing quarantine policy, implementing plans to offer remote services, e-lending, e-learning. And here, what is equally important will be training the trainers to take up this additional responsibility. Well, as I've said earlier, this is the best opportunity for the librarians for image building. So as I said, the threats and challenges should be turned into an opportunity by following proper ethical practices. So librarians now must begin to market their services and publicize about the value of their work, which contributes to the society, especially in this pandemic. Stakeholders need to know that libraries have been continuing to provide essential services from home like any other major industries. These days we hear this word work from home, but librarians are also equally important. They are also serving the society, and they are also doing equally important and a good job. So as librarians, when they extend services to support the community, if possible, we should try to reach out to the press for promoting the use of libraries, the remote education, write about the efforts on their blogs, in social media, through emails and so on, so that a brand equity can be created to make the sincere efforts of the librarians visible. Next slide, please. Image building continues. We can do SWOT analysis. Generally, the librarians community is always very humble about own work about their own work, and we are not of the marketing type of people, we are not giving publicity, but now this is the high time that we also try to come in the spotlight and in order to know the value to the community. So libraries also must prepare and constantly update themselves, the database for all time and virtual subscribers, because these are the very same readers. They will talk about us and they will spread the message of importance of libraries. These are the people who will remember the library as a trusted place to find authentic information, value-added services, and they will be encouraged to do research with their comfort zone. And with that, I come to end of my presentation. It may be concluded that libraries and librarians are adaptive and flexible. They are dedicated to make the world a better place, to help the researchers by following all the ethical practices. COVID-19 is an issue. It is not just limited to libraries or academic institutions, but there are several stakeholders like teachers, academicians, publishers, legal repositories, government organizations, policymakers, administrators, and every other segment of the society. So as a good ethical practice, it is a right time that all of us come together to develop a shared agenda for a long-term solution for any epidemic or a corona-like situation by looking at this as a challenge, as an opportunity to build a safe, hygienic, nature-friendly environment. This very issue will open up and explore new avenues for research by following ethical practices. Thank you very much.
This is Dr. Satish Munoli speaking from Actrek, Kharghar, Navi Mumbai. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Professor P.V. Konno, President of LIS Academy, for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on this conference with a difference, the third LIS Academic Conference with the theme, Reinventing Excellence in Librarianship. I also would like to thank the chair of the panel, Dr. Professor Parthasarathi Mukhopadhyay, Professor and Head of the Department of Library and Information Science, University of Kalyani. I'm just going to share my presentation on this role of librarians in changing dimensions of publications and research ethics. My presentation outline goes the cycle of academic research, publication ethics, and the various changing dimensions of information and publications, and the role the librarian can play in various publication activities and ethics, and what are the various challenges they face, and how best the librarians can just leverage or improve upon their competencies in facing the challenges as well as resolving those issues. And finally, I'll just sum up with a brief presentation of my this topic. Coming to this life cycle of academic researcher, research of any individual researcher, he will have a various processes like generation of ideas, survey of the literature and project proposals, raising the funds from the various funding agencies, meetings in various committees, and having the collaborators along there in the project, as well as doing the research and generating the research data, and again interpreting as well as manuscript writing and identifying the journal wherein the research can be published, and the publishing the research in the national and international journals. And finally, the showcasing of research also is one of the core activity of any researcher. In the entire process of this research activity of any scientist, honesty is one of the front and foremost fact one should really just go by. This committee on this publication ethics, it has identified some of the elements like honesty, trust, fairness, respect, responsibility, and courage. So these are the some qualities one has to imbibe while just going for the any kind of research, in irrespective of the discipline or domain they are just going to work on. And if you just go in the publication activity of any researcher, these are the key players in the research, like contributor, supervisor, editor, and reviewer, and finally the publisher. The role of the contributor, in line with the guidance of the supervisor, the entire research activity is carried out by this contributor under the supervision of this guide or supervisor, wherein the credibility of the entire research work will be by these contributors and supervisors. And editor will carry the responsibility of assessing the quality and currency of the research, whether it is fitting in the scope of the journal. And reviewers are the experts, wherein they reasonably evaluate the work of a research to accept the research for the publication. And finally, the publisher is the responsible person for publishing the research work in wide formats for wider circulation. When you just come to this publications or information, what you can say, domain, in the last 2 decades, the information has gone in multi dimensions as well as the multi formats. If you look at the publication formats, in the 2 decades before, only the print versions were there, and along with that, I would say that the pre-print version or publisher's print version or reprint versions, these were the versions which were prevailing before 2 decades. But in the internet era or digital era, the scenario is totally changed. The same information is available in multi formats in the open access model, and or if it is available in the publisher's platform, if it is available as a kind of a article in the institutional repository, or whether it is a kind of a small clip of the research. So the information is the same information is distributed and also is available in different files and formats. So it is very difficult for any researchers to identify which is the right information and actual and factual what you can say source for identifying the article and to cite or refer for the research activity. What is the role of a librarian in this kind of environment? So if you look at the previous slide, the researcher is very much occupied in various research endeavors, and simultaneously he has to look for the some other projects in the domain. And the role of librarian, one can just contribute in a sense like the research projects by the various government and national and international government agencies also advertised or published in the news media. So the librarian can just very much capture and communicate all these research projects to the concerned project principal investigator or scientific officers, so that they can take up these projects also for their research activities. And coming to the online sources, there are plenty of online resources which are coming out in the public domain. So even the subscribed resources are available, and many of the end users are not really aware about the fair use of the resources. So it is a responsibility of the librarian to just educate and orient the users for the judicious use of or fair use of the subscribed resources without even what you can say violating the copyright laws. And librarian can just play a kind of a proactive role by supporting getting the required articles for the researcher by searching various databases. And of course, remote access facility is one of the common phenomena in the present COVID scenario. One has to really just look upon establishing the remote access facility for the end users from the institute. And some of the other bibliographical management tools like EndNote or even Zotero kind of online tools, bibliographical management tools, one can just reasonably just, one should make a kind of provisions and facilitate all these tools also to the users or researchers community for the enhancement of the research. And plagiarism check services also are one of the major kind of online services in the present scenario, wherein the librarian has to take a lead in educating the users how best the end user or researcher can use these online tools, and librarian should definitely help the user to how best the reports are to be interpreted, and also they should also give a broad overview on the various policies of the governing bodies, whether it is a UGC or any other institute or university bodies. What are the policies? One has to reasonably abreast on all these aspects to the researcher while just carrying out the research, or even the researcher is very much occupied in various research endeavors, and simultaneously he has to look for the various some other projects in the domain. And the role of librarian, one can just contribute in a sense like the research projects by the various government and national and international government agencies also advertised or published in the news media. So the librarian can just very much capture and communicate all these research projects to the concerned project principal investigator or scientific officers, so that they can take up these projects also for their research activities. And coming to the online sources, there are plenty of online resources which are coming out in the public domain. The researcher is very much occupied in various research endeavors, and simultaneously he has to look for the various some other projects in the domain. And the role of librarian, one can just contribute in a sense like the research projects by the various government and national and international government agencies also advertised or published in the news media. So the librarian can just very much capture and communicate all these research projects to the concerned project principal investigator or scientific officers, so that they can take up these projects also for their research activities. And coming to the online sources, there are plenty of online resources which are coming out in the public domain. So even the subscribed resources are available, and many of the end users are not really aware about the fair use of the resources. So it is a responsibility of the librarian to just educate and orient the users for the judicious use of or fair use of the subscribed resources without even what you can say violating the copyright laws. And librarian can just play a kind of a proactive role by supporting getting the required articles for the researcher by searching various databases. And of course, remote access facility is one of the common phenomena in the present COVID scenario. One has to really just look upon establishing the remote access facility for the end users from the institute. And some of the other bibliographical management tools like EndNote or even Zotero kind of online tools, bibliographical management tools, one can just reasonably just, the researcher is very much occupied in various research endeavors, and simultaneously he has to look for the various some other projects in the domain. And the role of librarian, one can just contribute in a sense like the research projects by the various government and national and international government agencies also advertised or published in the news media. So the librarian can just very much capture and communicate all these research projects to the concerned project principal investigator or scientific officers, so that they can take up these projects also for their research activities. And coming to the online sources, there are plenty of online resources which are coming out in the public domain. So even the subscribed resources are available, and many of the end users are not really aware about the fair use of the resources. So it is a responsibility of the librarian to just educate and orient the users for the judicious use of or fair use of the subscribed resources without even what you can say violating the copyright laws. The researcher is very much occupied in various research endeavors, and simultaneously he has to look for the various some other projects in the domain. And the role of librarian, one can just contribute in a sense like the research projects by the various government and national and international government agencies also advertised or published in the news media. So the librarian can just very much capture and communicate all these research projects to the concerned project principal investigator or scientific officers, so that they can take up these projects also for their research activities. And coming to the online sources, there are plenty of online resources which are coming out in the public domain. So even the subscribed resources are available, and many of the end users are not really aware about the fair use of the resources. So it is a responsibility of the librarian to just educate and orient the users for the judicious use of or fair use of the subscribed resources without even what you can say violating the copyright laws. And librarian can just play a kind of a proactive role by supporting getting the required articles for the researcher by searching various databases. And of course, remote access facility is one of the common phenomena in the present COVID scenario. One has to really just look upon establishing the remote access facility for the end users from the institute. And some of the other bibliographical management tools like EndNote or even Zotero kind of online tools, bibliographical management tools, one can just reasonably just, one should make a kind of provisions and facilitate all these tools also to the users or researchers community for the enhancement of the research. And plagiarism check services also are one of the major kind of online services in the present scenario, wherein the librarian has to take a lead in educating the users how best the end user or researcher can use these online tools, and librarian should definitely help the user to how best the reports are to be interpreted, and also they should also give a broad overview on the various policies of the bodies, whether it is a UGC or any other institute or university bodies. What are the policies one has to reasonably abreast on all these aspects to the researcher while just carrying out the research, or even after generating the research report on the plagiarism check online. And evaluating the authenticity and impact of a journals is also one of the core areas wherein many of the times health science professionals or clinicians, as per my observation goes, what are the policies one has to reasonably identify. Many times the similar titles are there or same titles are there, and they find it difficult to just where to publish the draft, their article. So that time the librarians can very much come out with the kind of online journal ranking tools like SciMago journal ranking, or even otherwise various other online tools which are available in the web. They can just reasonably evaluate the quality of the journal or authenticity of the journal, or even they can assess the impact of the journals by just providing the impact factor or site score, or even the publisher, who is the publisher in that. And also what are the policies one has to reasonably librarian to just abreast on the predatory journals, and how these predatory publications are just really just damaging the entire research community people by publishing the articles on the by asking for the what are the policies one has to reasonably the form of article processing fees, but without having any quality or any kind of a review process at the back. So librarians can very much educate the users on the predatory journals also, so that the scientific community is not really going to publish their articles in such kind of a journals. And coming to this, evaluating publishers' emails for the credibility. Many times the publishers or editors are communicating to the individual senior scientists, which are experts in their domain, by sending a mail to submit the article or to be a part of a kind of a team member in the editorial team. So even one can reasonably, librarian can just reasonably just identify such kind of emails, whether they are the real authentic, coming from the authentic sources or from the authentic publishers. So they can assist in evaluating the kind of communication, what the mail is conveying. And also they can just check various email is coming from a genuine publisher or editor, or it is a kind of a fake email. Another aspect is like transformative agreements and the article processing charges. A new concept has come into the scenario in the present era. Like if a library is subscribing a kind of a journal, the article processing charges of submitting an article in that particular journal is reasonably waived off, or even one can just negotiate in the agreement to waive off that particular charge, or even considerably just minimize the charges on these APCs. So these things also can be just brought to the notice of the scientific community, so that they can just look and select the best of the best journals of their choice. And also publishing in the association publications also is one of the, what I can say, best options, wherein being a member, taking a membership in the associations, the association editors will just waive off the publication charges if the member of that association is contributing an article to that particular journal. And some of the standard practices, whether it is in the social sciences or humanities or pure sciences or health sciences, of course it's a set norm. Everyone has to follow some standard practice while doing the research. So these are some of the very core activities the librarian can just very much contribute in the research endeavors of a researcher, whether it is discovering or locating and accessing the important journal or article of the choice researcher. What are the policies one has to reasonably patient resources, whether the article selected by the end user or a researcher is kind of coming from an authentic source, and even the quality of the journal or article also can be reasonably assessed by just using various tools available on the online platform. And also while citing also, what are the policies one has to reasonably, when citation styles or citation managers will very much come in handy ways, so that the users can just very much use these tools for drafting or writing their research reports. And finally, as I just mentioned, communicating or publishing the research articles, as well as the new trend trend is like in health sciences or clinical sciences, the supporting or supplementary material also is just attached along with the article. So many of the science articles in science domains or even in the health science domains, apart from the actual article, there are so many supplementary materials are also uploaded on the publisher platform. Sometimes, or even as per my experience, many of the times users are very much what are the policies one has to reasonably having the supplementary data also for their research. So these are some of the very new versions which have come in. What are the policies one has to reasonably decade, otherwise all these concepts are not really there a couple of decades before. So what are the challenges? Since the information is just changing, as I just said, the preprint version and publisher's version or even post-print version or something of that kind. Now the same information is available in various formats like abstract or whether it's a digest or in the news magazines or newspapers. If it is coming as a digest, wherein the same research is just brought in a kind of a easy digestible format. So that is also kind of authentic information, but one has to be fair enough and while just using any kind of information which is just available in so many. And the librarian, the main challenge for the librarian is to understand these all various versions which are available in the online platform and how best he or she can just integrate all these products onto the library systems. And then technology know-how behind the entire online versions that are available, and whether it is the OpenX platform or even if the task is a bit too much a technical, whether with this activity can be just outsourced. And also what is the cost behind the annual maintenance of outsourcing, as well as some of the copyright agreement models also reasonably one has to really go through and understand before implementing into the library system. And in the present scenario, the user expectations are very much technology driven, and also they expect some value additions to the services what we just provide. So the delivery of information to the end user should be a customized version. In most of the cases, even whenever we are just getting information about the new, what you can say, articles published by our researchers, we are just communicating the same to all the users committee in the center by circulating a kind of a weekly newsletter from the library as a kind of an e-alert. Apart from the regular articles that are published from the institute, we also just communicate some of the new technologies or new inventions or new discoveries in various subdomains of the institute for the information of the end users. And many times we receive a kind of mails or calls, requests on providing the information on those versions also. So, by looking at the entire scenario, the librarian has to very much well equip with all these ongoing trends, and he has to definitely enhance his competencies to serve the user community. So the professional need to adapt these constantly changing and challenging situations, and they have to understand the new trends and implement the new services in the library systems. So apart from introducing the new services, a librarian can also market the core services of the library also, so that the end users are very much receiving the required and desired information at their end. So to sum up the entire presentation, as I mentioned, the information is growing in many folds and going in the multi dimensions. So expectations from the librarian is increasing considerably, so the responsibility. It is a time for the professionals to develop their skills to address the growing demands of researchers in the scientific publishing endeavors. With this, I just conclude my presentation. Thank you. I am ready to take any questions if there are any.
Respected Director, the conference, Dr. M.G. Sri Kumar, Plenary Chair, Dr. Parthasarathy Mukhopadhyay, and all the office bearers of Library Information Science Academy. I am Sri R.S. Jaya Somu, Chief Scientist and Editor, Indian Journal of Experimental Biology, CSIR NISCAD, New Delhi. So I'll be presenting my experience, with the kind of predatory journals that we face in the academics, and my talk is on that only. So I've been in science publishing for the last 3 decades. I joined CSIR NISCAR in 1989. That time it was PID, Publication Information Directorate. And I still feel proud that I joined one of the, Himalayan, valuable projects that time, Wealth of India, raw materials. So for first 15 years, the road. Wealth of India was like a full setup. Okay. So we were very obedient, and my seniors behaved like headmasters. And the kind of teaching that the training that we received for a decade or so helped us in shaping ourselves, and getting into the kind of writing that we want. So that gave us enormous experience and strength. And then later I joined bi-monthly Indian Journal of Biochemistry and Biophysics. Served there almost about 7 to 8 years. Then after a small stint with the Director Secretariat when Dr. Gangan Pratap was director here, then I came back to the journals. That time I thought, okay, having stepped into seniority, I should take more responsibilities. So I took the monthly journal, Indian Journal of Experimental Biology. Okay, this chance is an opportunity for me, thanks to my colleague, Dr. Mahesh, who introduced me. In fact, whatever opportunity, these days in webinar, we get a lot of opportunities, and I hardly miss anything because there is a self-interest also. As an editor, who would not like to have a manuscript, almost, error-free kind of thing. So that is the intention. And then one more aspect, what I see in Indian contribution to science publishing is, in fact, it is increasing. In fact, the latest SciMaga journal records shows that we have, for the last 5 years, we are stagnant at 5th position. And then one of my slides explains that. And now we have moved to 4th position in number of records. Okay, and in that way, it's not that alone counts. Only when we publish quality material, okay, and such a platform that our papers matter. That is where we actually lag behind. And we received in last 3-4 years ago, India received very good, quite a sensible. In a way, it is attack, I should say, academic publishing, that global attention we got because of the kind of, publishing the Indian researchers in predatory publications, and India have become the spot, that is the thing. So quickly, of course, UGC came into action, and then removed as much as 4,030 journals immediately. That was a very good move. And then what next? Still, actually, when I see, even today, when I edit papers, I find a lot of papers cited from predatory journals. Not only that, actually my concern is, look out, for example, suppose if you were looking for a researcher, okay, and then if you look into their profile, and to my shock, I have noticed many people who have kept profile publications, there are indeed predatory publications. In fact, in some cases, it is worse. Out of 10 publications they display in that, 8 are from predatory publishing, and they hold positions. Whereas researchers publish in, genuine journals, they don't get. So somewhere there is some problem, and we need to take this issue a little seriousness. And then what I feel is that I have spoken to many research scholars and academicians in that line. I don't know, it doesn't get into that kind of seriousness that they should. Okay, that is why actually you people, librarians, I think now you need to play a eminent role here to contain that and give directions to research scholars to not to lose their data by publishing in predatory journals. Okay, so quickly I will browse this one. So of course, any platform, it becomes it's mandatory for us to say 1 or 2 words about our organization. I represent CSIR NISCAR, National Institute of Science, Communication and Information Resources. We are in this field since last 7 decades. The mission is to disseminate quality science, okay, in various modes, in academic journals, popular science magazines, and then multimedia, skill development programs, and more and more. And few journals, few slides will briefly tell about this. We have research journals, abstracting periodicals, popular science magazine, training programs, and many services, including SKRC, ISSN, and design and printing we were giving, and now printing has been closed by government policy. So we stop with the designing the print issues. Research journals, we have as on today 19 journals, of which 12 are ranked by JCR. When I say impact factor, I only mean impact factor by Clarivate analysis, no other synonyms for this. Okay. So we rank, 12 journals are indexed in that. And 2 are close to, 8 are above 5. So that is the rate that we have. And genuinity, of course, we don't compromise on procedures, and that is why we stay in the race till today. In the UGC list, all our journals are covered in UGC list. But that's a thing. These are the recognitions that we have. As I said, Science Citation Index, Scopus, UGC CARE, and then of course SJR site score, NAS, okay, Indian rating, then H index, of course. If you see H index, all the NISCAR journals have been progressively doing well, and you'll be surprised to see experimental biology, which is equivalent to any Western journal. It is 72. I'm very proud about that. Having started in 63, this journal, we maintain this, and among bi-monthly, Indian Journal of Biochemistry Biology is doing well. That index, I think it is 41, and it's going well now as well. And I have another 4 years to go, and my only dream is to make this journal to at least near impact 2 or so. Of course, I've been working on that, and what we find is that actually in NISCAR journals we need DOI. Yes, somehow we have not gone into that. If it is there, I'm quite sure the kind of delay in publishing would be taken care. Actually, what researchers need is DOI. Okay, not in actual publication. So because DOI is a citation you get. So if you get into that, I think most of our problems will be solved, and it will be good for all our journals. This is the latest scorecard of the journals. I said metric agencies, reputed agencies. You see this score, and I've tried to locate. Where in India we stand. Okay, in India and global as of JCR scores. Okay. And these are the 3 wonderful magazines that we have with circulations, and it's I think in India it's ranked one of the top magazines, rated magazines. And these are some books that we bring out in the issue, series on how, what, when, why, and all. It's a great demand in every exhibition that we observe. And these are the information resources type that would be served in services from our this one NISCAR. And we have a museum, raw material museum, in the NCR region. We are one of the authentication center. I have my colleague, emeritus colleague, Dr. Sunita Garg, taxonomist. Morphologically, we observe because we have standard specimens in our collections. Okay? We observe and we issue authentication. For example, any plant pot, any animal, any living thing, if you're working on, you need to get this authentication done. We do here. And this is the clamps. And I told that I joined in this Wealth of India, which gave me a lot of experience, learning. So communication, if you put words into a sentence, give a structure, that becomes communication. What do you need for that? So you need, if I put it in C, alphabet, now, of course, now C is known for COVID. Other than that, we have, these are the 7 C's that we require for effective communication as agreed upon. This is, I thought actually one more C is missing. Perhaps the first one. Actually, one should have confidence in each and every one of us should have. Otherwise, we will not be able to move on. And I'm fond of quotes, and this is my own self-quote. Research is rational reasoning. Research is rational reasoning. Reason strengthens the finding. Reason strengthens the finding, and sharing makes a meaning. That is why we say that don't stop at the research data, let it not sleep. Okay, take it to its logical end, publish it, because publish to flourish, else you perish. The one who convinces the world, he gets the name, not the one with the idea that comes to, first comes to. Experimental data, researchers, actually they should be clear. Okay, they should, when and where they can publish. Okay, and now I see even in the guides also, they make the work into piecemeal, in very, the problem is they think number of publications would add to their career, value. Not so. Actually, comprehensive papers give you enough academic strength. Citations, after all, citations matter. It should be worthable. It should be worth citing. I've seen the kind of you say genuinity. If you have to be, it should be in you. But if it should come from within. So all researchers, I expect that they should not practice anything that is unethical. What counts for a research paper is this: content and context, urge and commitment for the research scholars and sincerity and patience, honesty and ethics, access and network. This last part, actually, librarians can come in there to play. Because as a researchers, they may not be aware, but as you as a librarian, actually the source, originality and all. So in fact, I would say that if at all there is an institute and they have a committee to screen, pre-screening for any publications to go out from the institute, it's better the committee has a librarian in that. Apart from all other scientists groups, working groups and PIs, I think there should be a librarian who would suggest, all kind of, precautions to not to lose data to predatory journals. See, look at that attention that we got. Indian academics lead the world in fake publishing. So these were actually in 2017. It came to very big issue, and many researchers, even papers came out on that. Well, all of you must be aware of Jeffrey Bell, Denver librarian, and his worth contribution by collecting the list of predatory journals, and who is the next now. So I would like to see many such people should come forward, because that will clear this kind of, help researchers in publishing in genuine sources. Why? This will give you the kind of blows that we got, the Indian publishing, Indian publications. See, a study says that 62% of standalone fake journals are published in India, and Indian researchers contributed, of course, 600 about articles, constituting about 10.4%. But then it is a huge thing, matters. And this is what actually the journals post, that we are indexed like this. Nothing, it doesn't matter at all. These are all not at all criteria to be given, weightage. And I have given some examples that how I in my webinar train the researchers in this way. Give a practical demo of how to select journals. This kind of the listing was done by Jeffrey Bell. Look at the growth. Actually, 2011 it was 18, and it was almost 1,000 by another 5 years. I don't know now actually what is the rate, and I've seen many. I've tried to list out also in my slides. See, that's what when I sit for revision of the journals, I said I will thoroughly check the references, and wherever I get some doubt, moment the journal starts with international, this one I get precaution. I check, and then check through the resources, the Web of Science and UGC. Then I tell the author that please find an alternative one or avoid this. So these are the things. So UGC came out, it's very clear. Actually, they have clearly given in their website that don't get yourself linked, associated with any of these journals, not an author, not a reviewer, and not an expert in this editorial board. It is actually academicians have to be careful, and in this librarians can help them in identifying the players. Not just journals, actually misleading metrics also there. You have to be careful. So I point researchers only, because we need quick publications. Actually, we don't communicate in time, and we don't have time. That is where it leads to this kind of players. Because they take money and then publish in no time, within 5 days. publicly I've seen in advertisements within 10 days. How can you get a publication within 10 days by following procedures? So you have to be careful. So we as librarians, I wanted to say that you have a lot many roles here. This is how what I teach here is this, okay? That Web of Science, these are the ways and means how you can check. So genuine sources, these are all available, of course. Publicly you can download easily and then keep it in your computer, in your source, and then you can always check, cross-check. These are the main sources, and these are additional Web of Science sources, but indexed by these alone may not ensure genuineness. So you have to be careful. In fact, UGC doesn't agree all the Scopus index journals are genuine. Okay, they have another list, and I'll be in the list. I think it has now almost 77 times that though indexed in Scopus, we don't agree. And moreover, UGC also has separate list for other genuine journals which are not indexed by Web of Science. It's very difficult to get indexed as of today for a new journal, Web of Science and Scopus. So UGC gives, attend to all those. This one, if researchers feel that it's a genuine journal, they can write to them. Then such thing is allowed in another list. Now this list search is very easy. UGC, okay. The few slides I've shown you how to check this. Okay, you need to register UGC and then take use of all. Okay, I told some publishers that I found. You have to be careful. These are the new list that I feel one should be careful with this. So 2 days ago I checked this. These are actually from African this one group, academic journals, because they tried their recognition with by writing to Bell and all, but they say that at least in that sense they are very clear. It is there in their home page that we have attempted, but somehow still we are not in that. Still, it is listed in predatory journals, whereas we follow all the ethical practices. Still, they are in the pendency. Okay, but as of now, for Indian researchers. But they have so many journals, hundreds in all the fields. Okay, so you have to be careful. Then you check with the UGC list and methods, and whether the particular journal is indexed. Only then you can go ahead. What as editor I do, I told you that apart from the expert comments, referee comments that we receive, we edit all those comments. We make as a report. Then that report is always attached with the editor's observation. This is our editor's. I read the paper line by line, and then these are my examples that I give. Actually, people have the habit of publishing, communicating in two, simultaneous duplicate submissions as well, because that very easily we come out with the moment we type in Google, we'll get to know. In fact, UGC doesn't agree all the Scopus index journals are genuine. Okay, they have another list, then I'll be in the list. I think it has now almost 77 times. Is that though indexed in Scopus, we don't agree. And moreover, UGC also has separate list of other genuine journals which are not indexed by Web of Science. It's very difficult to get indexed as of today for a new journal, Web of Science and Scopus. So UGC gives attend to all those. This one, if researchers feel that it's a genuine journal, they can write to them. Then such thing is allowed in another list. Now this list search is very easy. UGC, okay. The few slides I've shown you how to check this. You need to register UGC and then take use of all this. I told some publishers that I found. You have to be careful. These are the new list that I feel one should be careful with this. 2 days ago I checked this. These are actually from African this one group, academic journals, because they tried their recognition with by writing to Bell and all, but they say that at least in that sense they are very clear. It is there in their home page that we have attempted, but somehow still it is listed in predatory journals, whereas we follow all the ethical practices. Still they are in the pendency. Okay, but as of now, for Indian researchers, but they have so many journals, hundreds in all the fields. So you have to be careful. Then you check with the UGC list and methods, and whether the particular journal is indexed. Only then you can go ahead. What as editor I do, I told you that apart from the expert comments, referee comments that we receive, we edit all those comments, we make as a report. Then that report is always attached with the editor's observation. This is our editor's. I read the paper line by line, and then these are my examples that I give. Actually, people have the habit of publishing, communicating in two, simultaneous duplicate submissions as well, because that very easily we come out with the moment we type in Google, we'll get to know. First thing is I say that even at this declaration also they say, but then I find 30 to 40% actually they publish at least in a part of that work. But before taking up for final editing, I may take another declaration from them that it is not in consideration elsewhere or published, and then I give little bit of experience that how you can make it better. These are few points, and then see here, to avoid, one statement is avoid citing references from fake journals. Okay, I'm also telling how to check all this. Each and every journal when I go through, I add that I have doubt in reference number this. I add as a tail end to this point. That is how we take precaution in Indian Journal of Experimental Biology and NISCAD journals as well. All that helps us in containing this one. And these are my few observations that if any journal claims that we have impact factor of this much, so it's available publicly. So in all my webinars I share that as of now only 103 journals are from India come under this list. Okay, and you have to be careful. If somebody claims that I have 3 impact, 2 impact and all, okay, you see very well there are hardly any journal from India that is true about. I share with the area-wise available publications also. This I had taken from SciMago, but the problem with SciMago is not all the journals that are listed can be genuine, but it broadly gives available journals in that. Once you get those lists, and then you can go ahead with the checking with the other genuine sources. This is what I was talking about, that we moved ahead one step, pushed, and now we have only China, US and UK in front of us. And by practicing more and more and with the help of library staff, actually we can go ahead, and I see a good future for us in this. This gives a kind of based on the records available, published records, the areas where we stand. Okay, in chemistry we are doing well actually. That I found when I was speaking in the beginning of this year, January, in University of Madras, a physical chemistry department conducted an international conference, and 10 themes were given. So I studied 5 years of data of all those subjects, sections of physical chemistry. Found in few areas India top, artificial intelligence and green synthesis, I think. So India, in fact, top in this one. That is all. I checked only Web of Science. So that way we are a little proud of this. And this is IJEB, how we, how's our score in Google Scholars. If at all medium citations that we get and more numbers, it's well and good. The wonderful opportunity given. Okay. This gives little clue, and what we researchers and scholars can get, and then avoid at least losing their data to predatory journals. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Rajendra Babu, who is working as a faculty member in the Department of Studies and Research in Library and Information Science, Tumkur University, Tumkur. I'm here to speak to you on the topic which is very close to my heart, research ethics, because not many will be speaking about this, and whoever speaks probably, we have a lot of things to get oriented from. Before I could start my presentation, I would like to extend my thanks to Director of the conference, Dr. Srikumar sir, and Chair of this session is Parthasarathi Mukhopadhyay sir, who has been chairing this session. A special thanks to Professor P.V. Konnur, who has been relentlessly working to organize this conference as a chair of the organizing team, as well as is also president of LIS Academy, the academy which is striving very hard to bring together all the professionals, both teaching side as well as professional sides, to give back something to the society. So for giving me this opportunity to come and share my thoughts, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. So starting now, research ethics is something which is very close to my heart, and whatever I am speaking here is what has been said already and what has been understood worldwide about research ethics, Indian scenario in specific, and how much research ethics actually being implemented in reality. We are living in a world where what is said and what is implemented is completely different. So in this direction, organizers have given me this opportunity to come and talk on this topic which is very close to my heart. And the examples which I will be giving here would be more towards or more oriented towards social sciences and sociological aspects and librarianship aspects, because I'm coming from that background. And whatever examples I would be quoting, this is more of a sociological orientation in nature. Moving forward, I just wanted to introduce you to research ethics. I'm sure you all know this, but I'm trying to do this out of my interest. The major goal of any research to find the solutions which are very simple in nature, simple solutions to the complex problems around us. So that is what the major goal of any research is, should be, and must be. So we are all doing research or finding a solutions for a common man. So those solutions should be very simple to be implemented. So that's the major goal of any research. Anywhere, however we go with a research problem, it should have a simple solution. How much ever the complex the problem is, the solution should be very simple. That's a baseline for any research as per se. And moving forward, ethics. All of us know ethics or values or principles or morals. All these things are governed by someone's behavior. For example, somebody is very honest. That means if he is honest, normally the traits are straightforward and courageous. This kind of a behavior he would portray. And whether ethics are something, the principles which he believes are principles which are governed a person's belief, or how he conducts himself, how he talks to people, how he behaves with people, or how he does a job. Each and every individual in the world has their own styles of doing the job. So the person may do the job according to his morals, according to his principles, according to his innate qualities, which is always different from others. We have 7.59 billion people in the world. I can say we have 7.59 worlds in the universe today. So that's how each person is his own world. And ethics or ethical way of doing things or conducting research is the most important aspect, and it plays a very important significant role in the whole research process is something identifying a problem to the solution. So the whole aspect is how it is taken up, and ethics or ethos play a very important role in all the stages of research process. Let's see what are all the stages, and I'm just mentioning few here. I'm sure there are many. With my limited knowledge and my whatever best I know, I'm trying to portray here. But please consider this is not complete. This is just a piece of the whole gamut of research and research ethics. So the major ethical considerations or major ethics involved in a research process is to start with ethical lapses. Like for example, from all corners, like from individuals to the system to the organization to everything, environment, everything is lapses. Whatever lapses is, for example, identifying the topic. For example, I'm doing a full-time research in some organization or some university. I'm always trying to find a simple topic so that I can my aim is only to get the degree, not contributing something to the society or contributing something to the corpus of knowledge. That may not be the reason. So when I am selecting the simple topic to finish within the stipulated time, or getting help from already published content and doing these things, this also a ethical lapse. Or the way we conduct, the way we lack of honesty, lack of discipline, lack of seriousness, or lack of depth in the knowledge of the particular subject. We are seeing a lot of things. I'm not complaining anybody, but we are seeing a lot of things. There are many people who are doctorates, but on the particular area of research, they should be masters. They should be having the complete control. They should be mastering the subject. So, but which is not really case today. That's why we are lagging behind in many areas. We have seen, for example, Aryabhatta has invented many mathematical things, but how much progress we have done in the mathematics field itself compared to the West and compared to the world. We are the ones who have given the basics of mathematics. It's zero, but we are not able to grow upon that. As far as I'm concerned, it's a personal comment which I'm making. We live in past glory. We don't live in present, or we don't live in future. We live in past glory. So that also is the reason, or getting the things done in a whatever way it is, wrong way, right way, or data malpractice. Sometimes I'm getting 100 responses, I'm maximizing it to 1,000 responses, cooking up the data. That's also one kind of ethical lapse. Or there is a lot of, this is very famous in our part of the country, where third party writing or somebody else will be writing even if you don't know anything, they'll be doing some assistance, they'll be doing writing for the exchange of money. So that is also leading to ethical decline. One thing. Second thing is the quality of the research is not so good that others can emulate, others can get inspired out of. There is a organization called Gallup's organization. They are famous for conducting worldwide research on the problems faced by the world. So one of the recent reports said, out of 10 burning problems now world has facing today, like terrorism, like COVID, or education, all that. So two major things are first and number two. First problem faced by the world is education. Second problem faced by the world is decline in moral ethics. So we are going down, and this is the topic which we should be dwelling more and more to increase the ethical values, so that we can start producing good research, good publications, good projects, good things. So continue India from developing to developed nation. We all need to contribute. Then review of literature assistance. I've seen many of my own fraternity are doing that. We are taking the assistance of some tool where if I load a full text of the article, it will give me the gist of the article. It may not have the insight, it may not have the context, but it has a content, because system is not able to understand you. So this is very dangerous attitude, because unless you read the article, unless you read the content, you will not be able to find the gaps for you to do the research, which is not happening. Outright content lifting, special copy pasting, or India is number 3 in the predatory publishing world. We publish whatever comes for the money, whether it is quality or whether it is indexed in some index databases. No, we'll not be worried about that. That's why Indian research, though we produce highest number of articles, highest number of research, but the value of that, or the projection, or the importance of that is not happening. So plagiarism software, it is one of the best things could happen for the literature world or scholarly world, but we are very good at finding the loopholes of the software and blocking up or marking up or skipping up the content which needs to be really checked into. Then what are the importance of research ethics? It promotes aims of research and expanding knowledge. The main importance of research is to add up to the corpus of the knowledge which is already being existed. So if you find out new things, we can add up, but not normally the case is getting reversed. We are producing a lot of content, but it is over pollution, over population. Support the values required for living and work. So whatever we are, for living and for working, we have to have a values. So some values are like mutual respect. If I have produced a good article, good research, somebody else, all my readers will respect me. If somebody has produced a good article or good work or good research or good product, I should be respecting them. So that kind of a value system we should be developing. And whatever we do, we should be doing in a lot of fairness. What our deed should be transparent, or deed should be fair enough. So that means researchers can be held accountable for whatever actions they do. The actions can be research, involving humans, animal, anything, but it has to be respected and should be done in a fair value. Otherwise, we will be entering into a concept called misconduct. So these ethics will ensure that public can trust us. Whatever research we do, it is for a public good. They should be trusting us for the work we do. And so it is also important for those who are funding us, sometimes government or government agencies or private agencies. They should be doing funding. They should be funding us for the research we do for a public good. And we should be publishing more on open access platforms, because we are using public funds. So non-cooperated platforms like Creative Commons approach. So this is all needs to be reaching those who are unreached, reaching those maximized users without any cost barrier. So just a comparison of research ethics and research integrity. Research ethics, hardworking. You should be hardworking. Once you start, continue to hard work, smart work will automatically evolve. So you should be, this is one ethic which I feel personally, not many speak about this, but we all believe in smart working. But unless you have a backing of hard working, you'll not be able to do a smart working here. And application of ethical principles or values to various fields of research. It is very important. We are very good at preaching, but when it comes to application and practicing, we are not that good. So we have to be inculcating that first in us, then we should be able to tell others. And the major research ethic is we have to respect the privacy of those who are involved in the research or who are part of the research or volunteering the research, and we have to maintain anonymity. We should not be going out and telling whom we have been conducting researching. And also, whatever work you do, you should have to maintain confidentiality in your work. And whenever you are doing research, you have to clearly inform your stakeholders that what kind of a research you are doing, and you have to obtain a consensus or consent from them. So integrity is something, it is more of an internal in nature. So it is inside. So we should be behaving, or our attitude or our habit should be ethical. It should be legal. Means nobody should be getting harm to the persons or things involved. And we have to work on an unbiased manner. And we have to work on a clearly objective manner. And we all should work. Research integrity should be working or thinking towards common good for everybody. And within the professional frameworks, obligations, standards, we have to be abiding to all that and working towards doing research. So I just wanted to talk on associated risks and harm for those ethics. One is, we have to always look at beneficial aspect by not harming anybody, anything, anyway, however. And psychologically means by doing good research, by following good ethics, your worthlessness will be increased, guilt will be reduced, and humiliation will be reduced. So you'll be happy doing more with a lot of guts and integrity. Socially is something we should not be damaging network. If you ethical follow consideration, your relationship, service, employment, everything will be improved, and you'll be good person socially. And economics, so if you don't follow, you'll have to be facing a lot of penalty. Loss may be due to lapses, infringement, many other things if you copy. Legal, moral, all these things need to be considered. And these are all the ethical aspects researchers should be following. Honesty, integrity, avoiding bias, objectivity is the main goal. Confidentiality, we should be careful enough when you are doing research. We should be open enough, transparent enough doing research. And we have to actually follow appropriate methodology. For a right research, if you use a wrong methodology, or if a right methodology applied to a wrong research, it's always, and proper reporting of the results. You should not be biased enough, you should not be scared enough, and with a lot of social responsibility, appropriate acknowledgement, especially for individuals, those who help us, and also properly referencing. If it doesn't refer properly, it might end up in ethical lapses and plagiarism checking. I just wanted to not discuss on this because of the interest of time. In our own self, creative, and our work should be original, respect for others' work and others, maintain utmost confidentiality, and our research should be application oriented. Don't seize, we should not be fabricating, we should not be indulging to plagiarism, paraphrasing. This is the most dangerous aspect. And falsification of data. You get one AI data and you project it as S data, and self-citation is also not allowed, and you should not be publishing in literary journals. But duplicate publication is the biggest worry for the biggest scientists. So, and research for mere degree or error mistakes. Of course, when you are doing a research, errors and mistakes are bound to happen, but you should not be repeating them again. Once mistake happens, learn from that. Mistake is very good in research, but if you continue to do the same mistake, it's not good. So we have to, while doing research, we have to maintain avoid the kind of a conflict. I'm not getting into details. Potential conflict of interest, or intellectual conflict of interest, or financial conflict of interest. These three conflicts we should be managing. And conducting low quality or poor quality research may also lead or constitute to misconduct of research. So to conclude, if you are being ethical, no one will be rewarding you, but it will give you a lot of self-esteem inside, a lot of confidence, a lot of joy inside. And we should be very clear of the aspects of like ethics and integrity, because they go hand in hand. Sometimes we'll not be able to differentiate between them. And a lot of strategies have been evolved or came up to prevent ethical violations. By the use of these strategies, we have to grow our good quality publication and research process. We need to maintain high standards in our work, and scholarly work must be conducted responsibly and ethically. So we have to keep Fulgum's thoughts. We all grow up using this. Don't take things that aren't yours. If it is not yours, don't take it. Play anything fairly and share with others. Whatever you create knowledge, you have to be sharing with others. So final word. Now, as I said, India was a developing country, is a developing country, and will be a developing country. And if you want to make India as a developed country, we all have to be, whatever we understood, we have to be actually imparting that in the truest sense in our research. It is very difficult, but once you do that, it's very, very easy. And crossing or confining to the Lakshman Rekha is the choice. If you don't cross Lakshman Rekha when it comes to copy paste or ethical lapses, all that, you will be good enough. And you have to make a choice between developing India and developed India. All of us, if you make a conscious choice, yes, in our lifetime itself, India can be a developed country. And this choice leads to a real superpower like India. So we are good at saying that we are a superpower, we are that, yoga is good, India is super, all that. But when it comes to implementation, we are living still in the past glory. We have to work towards really making India a developed country by being very ethical. So I thank the organizers.
I'm Akshay Prasanna from Turnitin. Welcome to third LIS conference on academic integrity and revamping excellence in libraryship. Thanks to LIS Academy for bringing up this conference and giving us this opportunity to present Turnitin for the entire conference. Basically, what is plagiarism? When plagiarism comes in picture, we speak about Turnitin. Plagiarism occurs deliberately or unintentionally using someone's language, idea, without acknowledging the source. You tend to get into plagiarism. There are a lot of disadvantages for an individual and as well for an institution. An institution always procures such kind of tools because the environment is broken. So this leads to some kind of lower standards. It also helps the institution to upbring the, if you are able to find out what is plagiarism, how the similarity is there. So for this, Turnitin has been building academic integrity tools, which has been evolving in complexity scale. It's all started from 1998 till 2018. We are able to find out different types of plagiarism. The first and foremost thing that occurred was copy and paste plagiarism. So this Control-C and Control-V, find and replacing the articles, find and replacing the text, was the initial way of plagiarism. Then came student collision, where students used to share among their community, and this lead to kind of a plagiarism. It kept evolving in 2005 to 2015, where the self-plagiarism is one more introduction to that. What happens is, whenever we publish an article, we tend to copy from our publications and we try to write a new article or a new thesis. This led to another kind of misconduct, which is called as self-plagiarism. And also recycle used to happen. We used to borrow generously from other citation without citing them. This is a big disadvantage for everything. So when it comes slowly to in the year 2015 to 2018, there is a lot of other new changes in the form of plagiarism. The first and foremost that comes in picture is contract cheating and ghostwriting. What do you mean by ghostwriting? Hiring someone writing for you who might be a subject matter expert. This led to a kind of a collision there. So this was one of the biggest challenge to overcome. We have helped you in that aspect also. We will tell you how Turnitin is going to help you in that aspect. The next came as code similarity. When it comes to code similarity, a lot of engineering departments are working on coding and other things. So this led to kind of a plagiarism as well, and was along with it, there was one more source called as open source. Open source, lot of articles started publishing, and this led to a big wider range of plagiarism. Plagiarism became increasingly sophisticated these days. So we need to find out what is getting plagiarized, what is not getting plagiarized. So Turnitin history, how we started working on this area when Control-C and Control-F and Control-V were in a lot of place for the student. So we started by 1998 from students of University of Berkeley, and today we have direct operations in South Asian market for the Indian and Sri Lankan and Bangladesh, Maldives, and these customers across South Asia also. So we operate from Delhi and Noida office. The client base of 140 countries is there globally, and we are present in 18 using our tools. 30 million end users have been using our tools. So that is the background of Turnitin. We are one of the most effective solution for plagiarism detection. What happens, everyone feels, is there are a lot of tools in Google. If I find a lot of similarity index tools, we find out another thing. But what you try to find out is only this 32% of internet pages, which are openly available and accessible for everyone, and including a student, faculty, scientist, or whoever it is. But whereas the remaining 89% of the research, which is the core research area, lies under. So this is the primary research area which we concentrate on. So this is very important, and this needs to be identified whenever we are trying to identify what is the similarity. That's what Turnitin is concentrating on. So there are about 21 million unoriginal papers that was detected by Turnitin. 11% of the submission was in higher education globally last year. So this was the biggest achievement for Turnitin, which was identified, and 40 to 70% unoriginal content from the customers were also identified. This helps the institution to maintain their academic integrity also, and it helps the student to avoid plagiarism consequences as well. So these are the biggest plus point that Turnitin achieved last year. It is one of the largest and fastest growing databases across the globe. We have student papers, published research, and web content. When we talk about databases, we have 1 billion student papers. There are 178 million journals, which is archived, and current journals that are covered. Along with that, the biggest plus point is Crossref. The exclusivity with Crossref is with Turnitin, and Turnitin crawls under all the Crossref databases. This is one of the biggest achievement of Turnitin as well. When it comes to web pages, we cover about 70 billion web pages. This is related to core research area, nothing else. Altogether, it is 8 petabyte of content that we crawl under. There are Turnitin integrity applications. A lot of you might have heard about various publications, various applications where you do publications, where you try to find out similarity and all. These are the tools that are helping you across. First and foremost is you might have heard about Turnitin Feedback Studio in various universities. Next comes Originality Check. Also, you might have heard. And Similarity is a new product that is getting launched. When it comes to Authenticate, this is what the publisher-friendly tool that has been used. Publishers, most of the publishers for their journals, conferences, they use Authenticate to run a report and check the documents. These are the products that is there in the market globally, and it is available for all the end users as well. The new product that Turnitin has procured right now and is available for the global market is Turnitin assessment application called as GradeScope, where you can run examinations, quizzes, homework, problem set, multiple choice questions called as bubble sheet. Here, there is academic integrity for programming assignments where code similarity can be found out between 2 students, 3 students, or the whole class also. You can run an online assignment. This is a test that is happening where you can set a time limit and you can do it. Here, this is not a form of a Word file or a PDF has to be uploaded. You can take a student can take any pen and paper, piece of paper, write an answer and upload that document. It gets checked by the faculty. So it's a great tool. It is available for the complete market across South Asia as well. What does our integrity applications do? That is academic integrity applications. We do document to document comparison. Any document that you upload is compared with all the other databases of Turnitin. All the 72 billion web pages are covered, including archived and current journals and everything. So that will be comparing literature to literature, the literature that you have written and the literature that is available. This will lead to code generation, which you see here, and it will tell you what is the similarity percentage. You will be able to identify the percentage and see from where the match is happening. This match can be identified. This match will tell you where exactly the similarity source is there, and you can recorrect it and paraphrase and rewrite the document. You can also download this document to view it offline. This helps you to view it whenever there is no internet or any services. That will also help you. You can share this document with anyone offline also via email or Dropbox or Google Drive. ETS E-Rater will help you to check grammatic checks. Any grammatic mistakes in your document will be able to check through ETS E-Rater. Feedback mechanism is also available in our products and Authorship Investigate. This is a new intervention to the Turnitin host. So it will help you to identify what mistakes are there between the 2 students. What is the collision between 2 students or between 10 students? You can identify what is the mismatch also. You can do grading also to the entire class. You can pull out the reports, what grading is happening, that also can be identified. Ultimately, you can avoid plagiarism. This plagiarism, if you're able to avoid, you will be more confident to do more publications as well. LMS integration is a available feature. It's been there from long time. We have few in-house LMSs which we support, and there are few third-party LMSs that we are integrating also. So these are the few examples. The top known are like Moodle, Blackboard, Microsoft Teams, Sakai, Canvas, etc. Support how library can impact on this, or the research scholars can impact on it, or an institution can impact on academic integrity is we should define a policy, tell the institution on the student what is the defined norms. For example, in India, if you speak about, there is UGC norms. How much is the similarity acceptance rate? What gets excluded? What gets included? So these are the defined policy and norms. This awareness has to be created among the student community. This will help the student to understand what exactly my researcher is going to check in that, and what exactly I have to exclude it. We need to educate the student also as a faculty. We need to tell the student what citation has to be given, what is the academic integrity practices, what are the proper skills that student has to know. This education has to be there. And protecting your policy, I said these policies will be helping the standards of the institution to be upgraded, and it will be a plagiarized free institution. So this is the plus point of having policies and norms. So this is what Turnitin is supporting. We have a lot of reaching points. You can reach the organizers also, and you can reach us on our website also. It's www.turnitin.com. Thank you so much for your opportunity. To stay safe, take care. Thank you so much. I would extend my thanks on behalf of my organization to all the organizers of LIS Academy and the end users who have participated in the conference as well. Thank you so much.
A very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Marut. I am representing Indica Publishers and Distributors Private Limited, as well as, of course, we have another company which takes care of e-resources, which is Indica Technologies and Services Private Limited. All the members who have joined LISACON 2020, I'm so much delighted that I'm being a part of this, and I'll try my level best to take less time of yours and finish this presentation of my company within 10 minutes. To start with, right? So, Indica Publishers and Distributors Private Limited, we are one of the among leading library suppliers of Indian as well as foreign text reference books in general books with various subject areas. So we are doing this from past, you can say, 22 years. We have been supplying to different state and central universities, IITs, NITs, among pan-India. To give a brief, a little bit, what exactly is our management. So we started this way back in 1962, where there was a very small shop named as Giant Book Depot in Hathras, right? So starting from there, the chairman of the company, he moved on to a big city named as Delhi, of course. And currently, Prashant sir and Mohit sir are taking care of this company. So this company is somewhere around, we have experience of more than around 50 years, but in Delhi, we are working from past 22 years, and we have been supplying print books, as well as we have also started working in e-resources from past 3 years, where we have been supplying e-resources to different state and central universities. To move ahead, this was a very big opportunity for us, that we have been honored and awarded with the Best Library Supplier Award by FBVI, which is one of the best bookseller association in India. Of course, our core strength is print books as well as e-resources. So we deal in reference books in all major international and Indian publishers. So we are among, you say, authorized agent for all major international publishers. And we do have also started working with few good Indian e-books publishers. I'll, in my presentation, show you going ahead that which all other company which are also working in India also for ebooks. So as I said earlier, since our inception, which was of course 1997, as I was saying, 22 years, we have been working. And of course, we are among a recognized name in the university from last 2 decades. To go ahead, I'll tell you a few of our salient features, which is, of course, we are one of the leading library suppliers in the country. We have a very rare titles with us, which we have been supplying to India. There are some times where we get calls from librarians that we need certain books in a very short span of time. So we do have also a stock of good print books with us, which we can supply to you in whatever less time we take. We do have a very good qualified sales team with us, which keep on getting in touch with the librarians, taking their requirement, and then we do the supplies. As I said, we have a very good, spacious, well-occupied office premises with a very high stock room. As you can see that we have 50,000 plus print books available all time with us, which is of course reference in Indian books as well as international publishers. So we keep we keep stock with us, where if you need certain books, we can give you on prompt reply. These are the subject areas basically where we are working to supply print books and e-resources. So majorly we cover all the subjects. Now I'll go ahead with the publisher's name in international and Indian for print books. So it's a huge list. I'll not take much time. You will find all major international publishers in this list. Now for Indian reference book publishers, again a huge list. Now, for Indian textbook publishers, you will find all the big names who are working into this. For international publishers in e-resources. Now, for this, we started 3 years back, right? And we have been doing pretty well in terms of supplying our resources to the list will be seen by you going ahead in this presentation. To big universities, again, state and central universities. So Bibliotex Canada, Bloomsbury, London, Brill, Elsevier SignDirect, Gates Engage, John Wiley, Pearson Education, ProQuest, Springer Nature, TNF, Tritech Digital Media, World Technologies, Oxford University Press, Cambridge University Press, and as I said, 2 more Indian publishers where we are working, which is CBS Publishers. They have their ebooks, and Bhasha Prakashan. Now, Bhasha Prakashan is also one of the very unique thing in why they are the only publisher as of now, as I know, who are basically publishing books in Hindi, right? So now, if any university need books in Hindi, ebooks in Hindi, sorry, so they can get to us. So this will take a good number of time. So I'll quickly move ahead with the list of institutions Indica is serving, starting from Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, Chandigarh, Chhattisgarh, Delhi, Gujarat, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir. Sorry, I forgot to say Jharkhand, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Manipur, Odisha, Punjab, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and West Bengal. So thank you very much. Sorry that you must have seen good number of names, but I did it in a very fast forward method just to ensure that you are not bored. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Success is a journey, not a destination. Greetings to all of you. I'm Paul, proprietor of ALCE, Academy for Learning Communicative English. Usually, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but today, I would love to share my teaching and training experience with all of you, which would definitely will help you to choose this course. I carry a 15 years of vast experience in teaching. I worked in multiple MNC companies where I have personally interacted with the native speakers. I have worked as an English lecturer and spoken English trainer in different institutions. I had the privilege of conducting teachers training, personality development, and communication skills programs to different sects of professionals. One of the landmarks of achievement would be that I was part of Edutel, collaborated with IBM and Government of Karnataka for a satellite program wherein more than 1 lakh students were getting benefited by the program. Now, I'm super excited to collaborate with LIS Academy to help library professionals to develop your communication skills and to change your attitude towards life and your profession. There is an inspiring quote which goes, "Human beings can alter their life by altering their minds. You become what you think." So let us be optimistic by choosing this course and get the best of it. Today, I'm here to discuss with you some of the important topics that I would cover during the training program. Now, about the course. The course duration will be for 40 hours. Every day, we will have 2 hours of training program. We shall approach the course with the 2 main topics. The first one, communication skills, and the second one, personality development. Now, what are the subtopics that we would explore under communication skills are the first one, 3 super daily activities to get fluency in English. Second, 25 practical tips that you can practice to continue your journey in English. 3, 500 common expressions, commonly used idioms and proverbs in English. Now, for example, have you heard the idioms like, he let the cat out of the bag, it's raining cats and dogs, the ball is in your court, there is no fire in the belly, I don't want to blow the trumpet. So like this, we shall discuss the meaning and usage of different idioms and phrases in our daily life. Number 4, helping verbs, models, and tenses. My dear friends, there are 25 helping verbs in English. I coined them as a golden words to learn English. All the 25, I can say it in just 20 seconds. Isma was were, have us had, do does did, will shall should, can could, may might must may, dare ought used to will be. Let me repeat that. Isma was were, have us had, do does did, will shall should, can could, may might must may, dare ought used to will be. Now, if you would like to say just like the way I told, I want you to join to the course. Having all these golden words will help us to speak English fluently. How is that? Just join and I would be there to help you with that. Number 5, parts of speech in spoken English form. Usually they say parts of speech, but let me call the other way. Speech has 8 parts. We shall go through all of them to gain fluency in the language. Don't worry, I will not bother you with the definition, but rather we shall focus on the functional aspects. Number 6, 1 minute 60 questions. Now, it's a time for you to take up a challenge from ALCE. You can pause the video and you can try that. Is that possible for you to make 60 questions in a minute? If you can, my big round of applause to all of you who are trying, who's going to try now. If you couldn't, then don't worry, we are going to make it during the course for you. Did you try that? You can pause the video and you can try that. 7th one, silent letters. Most of us find very difficult to pronounce the words correctly. Especially when we go to interviews, we are always pointed that we have MTI in our language. Now, what is MTI? Mother tongue influence or mother tongue interference. How to come out of it? Why that we find challenging in pronouncing and articulating the words in English? It is because of the silent letters. So, I will help you to learn commonly mispronounced words in English. Number 8, group discussions and debate, presentation skills, non-verbal communication skills. When we attend any interviews, one of the rounds that you have to go through would be GD round or self-introduction round, where if we don't know the difference between argument and discussion, it would be very hard for us to crack the interview. Now, what is argument and what is discussion? Argument means who's right, discussion means what is right. So, we shall help you to participate in the live debate and group discussion with hot topics and help you to understand the employer's point of view. Along with that, we will help you to focus on the body language as well. Number 9, interview skills, intonation, fun activities. Number 10, IELTS, International English Language Testing System. I think you might have heard about them. We are going to choose some of the questions and we shall practice as a mock interview in our course. LSRW skills will be taken into consideration: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. All these 4 skills would be given utmost importance to develop the language. EduWrite software will be used in order to go through the examples for grammar. Now, we shall quickly move to the second part of the course, personality development. Under the personality development, the subtopics are discipline, tips to overcome stress and anxiety. Have you heard the word NLP? What is the abbreviation for that? Neuro-linguistic program. Neuro-linguistic program is a pseudo-scientific approach to communication, personal development, and psychotherapy created by Richard Bandler and John Grinder in California, United States in the 1970s. We will be using NLP techniques in order to come out of our fear, anxiety, hesitation, whatever. Number 4, attitude. We shall discuss how altering the mind can change our destiny. Wheel of life to build positive lifestyle, concept of detachment, meditation, and yoga technique for better life. So all these topics would be done in 40 hours professionally for you. For more details, please log into www.lisacademy.org. Under that, you could see Lisa YouTube. You can go and view my demo session there. And also you can log into www.alce.in. Now, where you can go and come to know more about ALC Academy. Those who would like to visualize your future with better prospects and positive lifestyle, you can log in and register quickly to start your sessions. Don't procrastinate your decision. Finally, please remember these words: no problem, no success. I mean to say NO, no problem, no success. Know your problem, know your success. Now I said KNOW, know your problem, know your success. Thank you so much for your time. God bless. I will catch you soon once you register yourself to the course. Have a good day.
A very good afternoon to one and all in the LISACON 2020 family. A warm welcome to the fourth day of the LISACON 2020 and the sixth technical session, which focuses on the theme Library Diplomacy. The session comprised a special address by the plenary chair and 6 plenary speakers. The session theme calls for the library and information professions imperatives for the essential set of skills, tools, procedures, methods, norms, and rules as professional practices in order to orchestrate and moderate the dialogue between the stakeholders and thus to optimize the quality of our services and thereby the overall image of the profession. Friends, it is my pleasure to present before you the plenary chair, Dr. K. Rema Patnaik, librarian, Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, an accomplished professional and entrepreneurial and dedicated, a role model librarian who always strives for perfection-oriented performance. I, on behalf of the LIS Academy and LISACON 2020, extend to you a very warm welcome, Dr. Rema Patnaik, for kindly and readily accepting our invite to the plenary's chair, to be the plenary chair for this session. Coming to the format of the session, the plenary chair will introduce the plenary speakers and will moderate the session and also the question and answer session. I urge all the participants to make use of this unique and best opportunity to update and enrich their knowledge. The best attraction of the conference, as we have already mentioned, is the quiz competition at the end of every session. Friends, please welcome Dr. Rema Patnaik, and over to you, Dr. Rema. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. It is indeed a pleasure and privilege to be associated with the conference, the first of its kind, the first virtual seminar on reinventing excellence in librarianship. I'm grateful to Professor Konnu and the organizing committee, University of Hyderabad, for extending this invitation and the theme. Though initially I thought the theme has to do more with the public libraries, but nevertheless, this is a topic which embraces all kinds of libraries. In this plenary session, we have speakers, plenary speakers. First, let me introduce them. Dr. S.K. Savanur, he is former faculty, Department of Library and Information Science from Joshi Bedekar College, Thane. He will be speaking about library diplomacy, past, present, and the future. We also have Dr. G. Mahesh, who is a principal scientist and editor, CSIR NISCARE from Delhi. He will be highlighting on what we can learn from science diplomacy. It's a good perspective from sciences. And we have Dr. N.C. Ghosh, librarian, IIM Kolkata. He will be speaking on collaboration, networking, outreach, and diplomacy in libraries. So to correct, he is from IIM Calcutta. We have Dr. Dilara Begum, Associate Professor from Department of Library, Information Studies and Library Management, East West University, Aftab Nagar, Dhaka from Bangladesh. She will be speaking on the essential library diplomacy essential for 21st century. And last but not least, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Sinha, librarian of Southeastern Railways. He will be speaking on library diplomacy. So I extend a warm welcome to all the plenary speakers. We hope that this will be a very good session. At the end of the session, we will take up question answers from questions from the audience. So to introduce to the topic and as a theme of library diplomacy, I'll just share my screen. The theme of this session is library diplomacy. It's about the tools, library being used as tools of diplomacy, curating cultural heritage, and past and future of library diplomacy. The term library diplomacy attained significance, or rather, we had its origin during the Cold War era, where the USA and UK used it as conduits to further their belief, ideologies, way of life, culture, and they thought it's the right perspective of life rather than others. So diplomacy, as defined by the Palgrave Macmillan Dictionary of Diplomacy, it is the conduct of relations between sovereign states through medium of officials based in home and or abroad, the latter being either members of the state's diplomatic service or temporary diplomats. So thus it includes actually stationing of representatives at the international nations, and in a very generic term, it is defined as negotiation between two people, often the representatives of their countries, with tact to promote their territorial integrity, economy, and trade interest. So it is very specifically used in the context of world peace and international relations. So there are variants and objectives, of adjectives added to the term to describe the diplomacy, which is often associated with an event or a tool that is used as a potent force for negotiating between nations. You can see the appeasement, or you see the dollar diplomacy, the famous ping pong diplomacy, the panda diplomacy, and the public diplomacy. I think the public diplomacy has attained significance in US to involve citizens in improving relations between nations. That means improving relations among people. If there is a deadlock between nations, I think what was included in the charter by the Congress is involvement of public or citizens to build cultural diplomacy, or rather improve the relations between the nations. So cultural diplomacy is an offshoot of public diplomacy, and it is the use of libraries, especially for extending diplomacy, is considered as a cultural diplomacy. The public diplomacy as a process by which an international actor pursues the end of foreign policy by engaging the foreign public. So the keywords that you often see is associated as international relations, or the public relations, or involvement of public. If you look at the definition given by Palgrave Macmillan Dictionary of Diplomacy, it says the exploitation of professional diplomats and foreign ministries of the rich opportunities of modern communication technology to engage a dialogue with foreign publics, albeit with a view of persuading them more effectively to the point of view. So actually the term public diplomacy is an euphemism, which is considered as an euphemism for propaganda, which if you use the word propaganda, of course, it will have some negative connotations. So the cultural diplomacy or the public diplomacy is a synonym, or a euphemism is more acceptable term, which is used to practice the public diplomacy. So if you look at the mind map of public diplomacy, you see the various actors. The monitoring of the peace process involves both hard and soft power, but public diplomacy is considered mostly a soft power, and it is often used when all your military interventions are are exhausted, or may not be considered as an alternate to improve relations between nations. So the public diplomacy has its actors both as diplomats, in that rank, and there is a diplomatic machine, and it is often monitored how often, how the peace process is evolving with the involvement of the public. Cultural diplomacy is an offshoot of public diplomacy. So the origins of library being used as as a tool for public diplomacy may be rooted during the period between the wars. But then when we are using the word culture, it is a broad sociological term, and more often it is just more than the heritage sites or the art museums that we the art that we find in museums. It is also a way of life, a way of living, a vibrant expression of people's way of life, we must say. The habits, the traditions, the patterns and even the quirks and idiosyncrasies that define people who are completely different. The ultimate aim of such diversity or contrasting way of life is convergence of obviously the peace. The internationalization of libraries, the international of libraries or attempted globalization, especially the spread of information and how it should be used, is rooted in the history of library diplomacy. So the period between the Second World War and the way the libraries were seen as a key for distributing information and culture across the globe during the Cold War era is definitely motivated by the foreign policy concerns and probably the agenda in the foreign affairs. The post-war period is also critical to the development, has been critical to the development of libraries, with the areas of globe moving out from colonial old imperialism to becoming a new states. And the Western and the capitalist democracy often promoted libraries as essential for education and cultural institutions. So libraries, those days, I mean, before they were actively used as a diplomatic tool, were pushed to periphery and often relegated to the margins of historical scholarship. But the establishment of British and American libraries actually changed the library discourse by shaping their activities and the way they've been spread across the globe is immense until the 90s. So the British Council libraries, I think they were all inspired by the Frankers. I mean, the libraries that were established by France or Spain for promotion of their language and culture in the colonies where they were ruling at once upon a time. And it is fairly understood as British Council libraries were inspired by that, the establishment of those libraries. So it was created in 1943 and maybe formally, established by Royal Charter in 1940. So most of the institutions which were created in the British Council has created had had a library or a reading room which were not only aimed at promoting the British way of life but also encourage the interest in reading, which often the colonial powers thought of being missing in the local population. So the book stock would always highlight the British literature, sciences and arts, and by the time of 1964 there were about 124 British Council libraries, 11 in India, 8 in Pakistan, 33 in Africa, 15 in China. So from what they had in 1950, about 95 libraries. So basically these were aimed at promoting the British interest, and majority of the collection you could see that they were clearly British published and serving the interest of British foreign policy. The same is with the statecraft of USA. I think the president of USA at that time, Ralph Waldo, was actively supporting the US State Department for using the libraries as, promoting the establishment of libraries in the countries where they had strongly supported during the Second World War. He often, used the term as, libraries as buttresses of foreign friendly diplomacy. So the same is the case. There were about 176 USIS libraries in 80 countries, and only 20% of them had the local collection among the 30 lakh collection that were published. So as I think, unlike the British libraries, the USIS libraries became a symbol of power and often became a target of anti-American protests. There were about 68 attacks on USIS libraries between 1945 to 65, from partial damage to complete destruction. I think the libraries, especially established by USA and UK in Africa, had resistance because they were often seen as subtle agencies of imperialism still prevalent, or the legacy of imperialism is carrying forward because of the promotion of the British or US literature, completely ignoring the local, culture which is in an unwritten form, is often in oral form. So on the other side of Cold War, this had to happen, and the growing collection of Russian language literature in establishment of Peking University Library and National Library of China is a testimony to this China's clear political alignment, and it consistently blocked the equal access to English and other foreign language material. Over a period of time, I think some developing countries were in this region of South Asia were resisting the establishment of libraries and also the absence of the local literature, especially in colonies where Great Britain had ruled. Given all that, I think the contribution of British and American libraries cannot be disregarded in promoting the reading habits or the creating the modern information infrastructure that was necessary for imparting education and promotion of and promoting libraries as cultural institutions, given the background that they were pushed to periphery and were seen only as a historical scholarship. So the American and British libraries were instrumental in changing the library discourse by shaping their activities, and this was specifically used. I think they were meant to use for promoting world peace and the international relations. So after I think along the side, parallelly, apart from USA and British libraries, there were organizations, associations, maybe at individual levels, which have also initiated similar programs for exchange of library professionals across nations. The UNESCO's public library manifesto, which was promulgated in 1949, with an assertion that public library is a living force for popular education and for the growth of international understanding and promotion of peace. In the post-war era, it was an important entity that actually shaped the post-war library discourse. The IFLA, during its foundation year, also tied up with UNESCO and signed an agreement of mutual recognition to focus on promoting libraries in the developing world. I think the Delhi Public Library is one of the libraries which was established based on the UNESCO's Public Library Manifesto. The role of ALA also was very significant, not only for its alignment with the Department of State in establishing the USIS libraries, but also during the 50s, during the late 60s, when the Sino-US relations were not that good, and ALA was instrumental in selecting the books for Chinese kids under the campaign Books for Kids of China. British Library Association also promoted the work of UNESCO, and it also encouraged the librarians to join its projects. So the role of these organizations and association cannot be negated, though in this part of the world, the establishment of USIS libraries and British libraries were more prominent than the efforts of in organizations such as IFLA and UNESCO. There were also exchange programs, I think, which were initiated by universities, like the Illinois Library Association initiated an exchange of library professionals, and more state library associations joined the effort. And we have seen many of the Indian librarians visiting US those days, like Sam Sundarlal from Punjab University, Shiv Narayan Mathur of Rajasthan University, Desraj Kalra, Swarna Kumari, and Professor P.N. Kaula. They were all actually part of that exchange process, who traveled to US and UK to gather information about how libraries are run and what collection they have, including sharing of the procedures. And the most important aspect that is still on record is a study tour undertaken by Professor Ranganathan in British Library. So he gave, it seems, 50 hours of lecture and 20 hours of discussion with British libraries, which were published in paper Library Association record. Professor, I think R.S. Goel also visited the rural libraries in UK and submitted a report. So Ranganathan, during his interaction, as clearly, though it was mostly aimed at global librarians, but at that time he saw that Indian libraries were on par with UK libraries. There was also initiative of libraries' involvement in the Peace of Corps, but the idea was actually to involve young people in assisting in the development of infrastructure for these institutions. The contemporary scenario is much more barrier-free, and the advent of internet and communication technologies, the fellowships that are extended at the Fulbright, though it's ceased for the library professionals, the Common Man Fellows or the IFLA Young Librarians programs, a number of opportunities are facilitated by the national agencies such as UGC, MHRD, and Department of Science and Technology, where still the exchange of libraries in the contemporary world going on. And research has no geographical barriers. I think it has opened up the technology, and the much peaceful world has opened up more avenues for accelerating the much needed cross-border collaborations to understand the users, the demography, the best practices in professions. And we also witnessing conferences that are co-hosted and providing a platform for interaction between librarians of different nations. And there are universities in, of course, UK, Europe and USA. There has been efforts to build rare and special collections, curating the culture and inviting scholars of repute to do research. I think that this is somewhere the academic libraries in US are already doing it, and it is time for us that we should not relegate the curation of culture or creating of special collections confined to public libraries or museum libraries, but they could be still a part of the academic libraries. I think I also got an opportunity to collaborate with California University to understand research ethics, whether culture plays a role, since a lot of students from this part of the world seek admissions in top US schools, and how whether the culture has any influence on their understanding or the way they conduct research, or what barriers they face being influenced by culture. And this will actually help a lot to understand and develop more outreach programs to those students who are sometimes are constrained by not only the curriculum or the new curriculum that they the new curriculum or the pedagogy that they embrace, but also on the research ethics, which is very crucial, which is taken very seriously in universities abroad. So I think that I am not part of any program, but still the connectivity, the way you do research or the expertise are clearly visible in form of social media or any other platform, or the LinkedIn profiles, where you get to collaborate much easily among your peers, especially across the borders. So some thoughts to conclude this session is, though the libraries in the Cold War era were seen as promoting the, it's often called promoting the cultural Cold War, or a legacy of subtle cultural imperialism, but they it must be acknowledged that they played a key role in the development of education and information infrastructure in many nations. So the library diplomacy, actually the objective of library diplomacy is to achieve globalization, which is seen as necessary to achieve networking of people and knowledge. So building libraries, training libraries, and creating collections continue to be the ways of to achieve the globalization of the libraries. I think times have changed, and the way we collaborate with each other, the way we are known to each other, the way we frequently visit each other libraries have definitely transformed the libraries from the so-called cultural imperialistic or promoting imperialism rather than to diplomacy and The ultimate aim is, of course, congruence and world peace. Thank you very much for listening to me, and we'll now invite the first speaker to speak on his topic. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Dilara Begum from Bangladesh. I feel very honored and happy to be a part of this webinar. So my topic will be library diplomacy essentials for 21st century. So before starting my topics, I would like to thank you, the conference director, Dr. Sri Kumar, and the conference chair, today's program chair, Dr. K. Rama Patnak. So thank you for inviting me for this, very important webinar. Before starting, and we'll talk about little bit my outline of my presentation. It will be diplomacy and its importance. Basically, it's a very new things, and being an information specialist, we have to know what is diplomacy and how we, our LIS profession, can be involved with this diplomacy. How we can provide the information from our resource center. And I'll talk about diplomacy and the role of libraries. Of course, there is a big role for the libraries and as well as the LIS professionals. What are the opportunities that are available, and what are the challenges actually we're facing to providing library diplomacy? So what is diplomacy? So when you talk about the diplomacy is the management of international relations by means of negotiations, and the method by which these relations are adjusted and managed by the ambassadors and involve the business or art of the diplomacy. This is defined by the Harold Nicholson. Historically, you can see the libraries have been playing an important role in existing in, especially the sphere of influence of various countries across the globe. Book donation, translation, publishing programs, and other creation of cultural centers, libraries are all considered as tools for cultural diplomacy. So they are a part of, we're providing the information services, and the library is a tools for cultural diplomacy. Cultural diplomacy basically is defined as an aspect of diplomacy that involves a government's efforts to transmit its natural and national culture to foreign politics, publics, with the goal of beginning, and it's together we are standing for the national ideal, an institution as a part of a large attempt to build support for political and economic goals. There are many definitions, so I put some definitions over there. It's according to Merriam-Webster dictionary. Diplomacy means the art and practice of conducting negotiation between nations. And Darwin defines diplomacy as a communication between strangers, and it facilitates international society. So diplomacy has existed since basically the art of mankind. It is most importantly used to complete a specific agenda. So therefore, our diplomacy, much of the world's relations would be abolished, and international organization would not exist, and the world would not be at a continuous state of war above all. So we can say that it is the instrument of mutual collaboration, dialogue, negotiation, unity, and international harmony. It facilitates information, communication, and knowledge exchange or knowledge sharing between and among nations. Diplomacy is a governmental channels for economic, trade, social, cultural, political, and technological knowledge anchored or on a mutual relationship between among nations. So what is cultural literacy or diplomacy? Cultural diplomacy as a type of public diplomacy and the soft power that includes basically the exchange of ideas, information, art, and other aspects of culture among nations and their peoples in order to foster mutual understanding. Petro Gutierrez mentioned that cultural action are one of the best tools for ministries of foreign affairs worldwide. Establishing and opening culture centers are considered actually one of these cultural actions. And of course, libraries is a real tool for public diplomacy that can exceed its responsibility of social assistance, social services, and education. And cultural diplomacy seeks to harness the elements of culture to introduce the foreigners, that is, have a positive view of the country's people, culture, and the policies. Introduce greater cooperation between two nations, is aid in changing the policies or political environment of the target nation. Actually, cultural diplomacy actually prevent, manage, and mitigate the conflict with the target nation. So as we all know, governments and the people need information at all times. And when they are informed, they know how to act and what to do in times of especially the crisis moment. As for the forms of cultural diplomacy, it is diversified. Normally, it includes arts. Art means like any kind of films, dance, music, painting, sculpture, etc. Cultural exhibitions, educational programs, etc. Like university can do a program, cultural programs or educational programs. Exchanges like scientific research, it can be, artistic performance, educational study, etc. Literature, that is Nobel Prize, the establishment of libraries abroad, and transition of popular and national works, etc. Broadcasting of news and cultural programs, like gift to a nation, religious diplomacy, that is actually part of the cultural diplomacy. Why are libraries differentiated from all other institutions? Because libraries are the place where the information seeker can access information without any restrictions. Library is a place people are going over there to try to find the information, to get their desired information. Access has been libraries worldwide initiated to preserve and provide continuous access to information and world cultural heritage for the long-term access. And the library is actually the work has a forefront for the citizen and social responsibility. So in that case, only the information can foster peace, unity, progress, social harmony, and maintain a positive relations between all communities, which must be available in the libraries. Because libraries work as a change agent. Libraries is a place for social hub, and the social, educational, and cultural benefits accessible by a library are disputable. Libraries for the 21st century are well known for a social engagement, place for collaboration, place for civic engagement, a place for research, creativity, and a place to integrate physical and virtual information environments. So now the role of the library day by day is changing. We are not a resource center only. We are not in a place people will go over there. They will read only. They will get access the informations. But now it's a place for collaboration. It's a place for engagement, especially the social engagement. It's a place for civic engagement. So there are diversified role are now library are playing. So LI professionals are working as a change agent to create new ideas, to build relationships, strong relationships, and deliver a sustained community engagement. Because the LIS professionals, they are acting as a facilitator, they are acting as a educator, advocate, and they are also consultant. So they are not only the people, they are providing the information. Basically, they work as a facilitator. So if you think about the libraries is basically and the culture centers abroad are among the most visited and popular noticeable places, because from the library they are providing the informations for the people those who are needed for their desired information. Offer a full range of service for foreign speaking students. Also provide services to the citizens interested in the culture of the country, as well as those with a broad range of interests ranging from the digital literacy to general knowledge on cooperation programs. So library diplomacy as far reaching impacts, what are the impacts? If you think about 21st century, the impact and influence of the libraries is far reaching and deep rooted. In the 21st century, all countries try to influence others through knowledge because knowledge is a power. Libraries are a dominant force of cultural diplomacy because they're spreading culture, influencing people across the globe. Now with the books online materials and other resources have become crucial instrument for helping people know about people and culture of their nations in a positive way. So through the library, we can help the people to know about the people, to know about the other culture. So I have given some of the examples, the library diplomacy practices, especially in Bangladesh. So I have mentioned Alliance Francis, the oldest and the best known society for the diffusions of French language and culture is the Alliance Francis, a private association founded in Paris in 1883 with the goal of promoting the propagations of the French language in the colonies and abroad. And as of 2014, Alliance has had 850 centers in 137 countries. This is another example. I'm talking about the diplomacy, especially library diplomacy. The British Council. British Council is an organization specializing in the international cultural and educational opportunities. It's working over 100 countries. They're basically promoting a wider range of knowledge of United Kingdom and the English language. Basically, they are encouraging culture, scientific, technological, and educational cooperation with the United Kingdom. This is the picture of British Council Library, Dhaka, Bangladesh. British Council Library is a very rich resource center. Collection, they have a collection of books, series, online resources, including e-journals and e-books. They provide some film shows, activities like they have a readers group and study skills workshop they do organize for English learners and IELTS test takers. They have a professional connect networking. They did networking basically talk for professionals. The Cervantes Institute. This is basically very well known, institutes. They also work with, the library diplomacy, and they are playing a very vital role in this sector. This worldwide Spanish Culture Institute basically is founded in 1991, and this is basically created by the Spanish government in 1991, and it is a non-profit organization, and it has a robust library network. And through that, this network, basically, they are working a lot in library diplomacy. The Goethe Institute. The Goethe Institute basically promotes German language and culture across the globe. There are 96 Goethe libraries, which is primarily aimed at giving a comprehensive image of German by providing information basically on the cultures, social and political life through its documents and services. And this is a picture of the Goethe Institute in Bangladesh. RKK Blood American Central Library, it's in Dhaka, Bangladesh. You can see in the picture. RKK Blood American Central Library is an essential part of the public affairs sections of the US Embassy. And this center basically promotes better understanding of American culture, history, values, and institutions for the people of Bangladesh. And this is a picture of the Alliance Francis Library in Dhaka, Bangladesh. And the resources they have around 7,500 books. They have the subscribing magazine journals from the France because they're promoting the French culture, multimedia collection for feature film and documentaries and animation films. And they have also series, especially on classical, pop, jazz, traditional, etc., etc. When you talk about the library diplomacy, I have given one of the examples over there. This is a pioneer examples. Chi Wang, former head of Asian division at the US Library of Congress, played a pioneer role in cultural diplomacy. And he actually contributing to the normalizations and the standing of US-China relationship. And he is the first who have actually built a relationship between China and US. Actually, he take an initiative, a book exchange program between USA and the China, and Wang helped arrange a dozen Chinese librarians to visit the United States and meet with then US President Richard Nixon at the White House. And Wang then helped to organize a return tour for the American librarians to China in December 1979. And due to this enhanced exchange between libraries between China and the USA, And during his tenure at the Library Congress, Wang has able to build up a library's Chinese collection from 3 lakhs to 1.1 million volumes by the time he retired in 2004. So he's a huge contribution, huge contribution. So what are the opportunities for the libraries, especially in diplomacy? The opportunities is basically for the patrons, and because for patrons get help from the resources which is available in the library. They can know about the culture of other countries. They can access the resources from different region, and library can provide services, and they can build a library diplomacy among some other countries, and that will help to build up a effective partnerships, because through the partnerships you can do a lot. You can you can be enrich yourself. And research, of course, it can, I have given some examples, so we can do some research programs through the library diplomacy. When you talk about the library diplomacy, and I have given some examples, and I have mentioned that what are the benefits, but what are the challenges? The challenges for library diplomacy, because being LIS professionals, we are facing a lot of problems because everything is changing, especially the information seeking behavior of the patrons or the user are changing, and we are in the ocean of information. We're surrounded by informations, so it's very difficult to give the to the information to the right people efficiently. In that case, the one thing we have to remember, become a information specialist, become a LIS professionals, we have to cope with 21st century skills, because this is a big challenge for us. Being an information specialist, we have to be cope with 21st century skills. So in that case, we can be set examples to providing the right information for the right people at the right time. And when you talk about the 21st century skills, I have given some of the definitions over there. It's 21st century skills according to the glossary of education for reform. It's in 2016. They define that the 21st century skills is a concept of encompass a wide ranging of knowledge and the skills that is not easy to define and that has not been officially categorized. So it's very difficult to define, and it's not officially till categorized. And another Savidra and Opera, they have posed that there is no single set of 21st century skills, and there are 100 had been suggested. So many people, they have suggested many things. So, but being LIS professionals, we know what to do. What are the core things we have to know, and we have to develop ourselves. So when you talk about the 21st century skills, so these are basically, we can say, as I mentioned, there is no set skills for 21st century skills for anybody, but these are the practices of 21st century skills. What are the practices? I have given some of the skills over there. I have put the life skills, workforce skill, applied skills, and interpersonal skills. These are the skills is basically 21st century skills. And being an information specialist, being a librarian, being a LIS professionals, we have to cope with these skills. So what are the life skills? Life skills basically it's like a flexibility, agility, adaptability. So we have to be flexible to adapt, and we have to gain these adaptability skills, because new things are coming up and new technologies are coming, and we have to adapt with this new things, new technologies, so that we can be skillful. And another one is workforce skills. What are the workforce skills? Workforce skills basically means just collaborations, leadership, we can say leadership initiatives, and responsibility. So when you do work with in a collaborative way, or when you take any leadership initiative, then you can work a lot, because we need some leader who actually lead this profession, who will lead this maybe your organization, maybe in your sector. So in that case, we can work a lot. And if it is like if we are flexible, if we have the capability to adapt new things, new technologies, new ideas, new knowledge, and if you work through the collaboration, then what are the applied skills? Applied skills, like we have to be accessing and analyzing the information And we have to do the effective communications and determining the alternative solutions to the problems. Maybe we have many problems, but we have to find out what are the alternative solutions. And accessing and analyzing information is a big thing. We have to be very careful. And in that case, basically, everything is depend on I think is interpersonal skills. Interpersonal skills basically it's defined a cooperation and the teamwork. You cannot say that I can do all the things. You need some cooperation. You need some teamwork, and this teamwork and the cooperation will help a lot to do work, efficiently. So, lastly, I would like to conclude my presentations to say a few words over here. This is libraries are a very crucial tools for cultural diplomacy. So, itself, library, I can say it's a tool to providing the cultural diplomacy because libraries offer an opportunity to have a solid understanding of diversified cultures. Libraries organize information focused programs and encourage knowledge and idea sharing. Libraries help to promote multicultural values. It's help young people become global citizens through knowledge gathering, skill development, and language proficiency. So these are the things actually library are doing. So we can say that library are a very crucial tools for cultural diplomacy, and we are the people we can promote this cultural diplomacy through our libraries. So this is end of my presentation. I believe that everything that is done in the world is done by hope. So this is the quote from Martin Luther. So this is my end of my presentation. Thank you for listening me. If you have any questions regarding my presentation, I'll be happy to answer your queries. Again, I would like to thank the webinar organizer, especially the conference director, Dr. Sri Kumar, and the session chair, Dr. K. Roma Patanaik. And I'm very grateful to you people to invite me in these sessions. So if you have any question, I'll be happy to answer you any queries. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sri Kumar. And I also wish to thank the LIS Academy and especially Professor Konnur for inviting me to give this talk at this conference. So Dr. Rama Patnaik, the chair of session, my fellow panelists and dear delegates. Now, in the early 1990s, many of you may recall that India embarked on a policy called the Look East policy. Now, this policy was an effort to cultivate extensive economic and strategic relations with the nations of Southeast Asia. And the Look East policy strengthened India's political, economic, and cultural relations with countries of Southeast Asia and the Pacific. And this policy ensured that India becomes an important part of the emerging economic and security architecture in the Southeast Asian region. So this Look East policy that began in the early 90s, it was very aggressively pursued by the government then and by later governments, by the successive governments, till the year 2013, when this policy, the Look East policy, was rechristened as the Act East policy. The Look East policy was very successful, and in 2014, India announced or rechristened this Look East policy as the Act East policy. So a successor of the Act East policy was a successor of the Look East policy. Now, why I say, or why I took this example is that this is one of the several examples of diplomatic initiatives taken by our government to enhance what we call soft power. I'm sure that many of you would have heard about soft. To contrast soft power, hard power is the military might of a nation. We know that countries build huge armies to influence nations, and also for strategic interest and gains. The countries have the military might, which is the hard power. Soft power, in contrast, is now being increasingly used to enhance international relations, and soft power is a persuasive approach in international relations, where typically, cultural influence, economics, education, these kind of things are used to influence nations. Bollywood, for example, to be an example of India's soft power. We are able to influence, people across the world with in Bollywood movies. So it's an example of soft power. And as I said, there are many fellowship programs, economics, education. These are all examples of soft power. Now, in the recent years in international relations, there is also something called smart power. Smart power is apparently the combination of hard power as well as the soft power strategies. Now, diplomacy, which is what we are talking about today or in this session, is an example of soft power. And my colleagues, my fellow panelists, some of them have already discussed about library diplomacy. And the panelists after me will also be discussing about library diplomacy. I would also be talking about library diplomacy, but before that, I would like to talk a bit about science diplomacy. Now, we talked about diplomacy being an example of science diplomacy is what I would dwell on. We know that today, more than ever in the past, science has transcended boundaries and barriers. And those of us who have done scientometric studies would know that science is increasingly collaborative. And in fact, consortium authorship and mega authorships are common in science. For example, a research paper in the area of, say, particle physics is authored by thousands of authors from hundreds of institutions. It's a massive collaboration that we see in science. And more such type of collaborations are happening. And it will continue to increase in the years and decades to come. But the term science diplomacy itself began to emerge in the early 2000s. People started talking about science diplomacy. And in January 2010, the Royal Society, which all of us know, and so also the American Association for the Advancement of Science, they noted 3 aspects of science diplomacy. So we will just dwell on those 3 aspects of science diplomacy. But before that, we also need to understand that science diplomacy is a description of the need for strategic partnerships at the country level. Like other diplomacy or diplomatic efforts, science diplomacy is also dealt with at country level. And such partnerships aim to promote activities of international cooperation issues that require heavy scientific input. We talked about the particle physics, areas like particle physics, which these are it's a global scientific initiatives and experiments that are carried out. And then there are scientific issues that are of global concern. And one of the finest examples is the ongoing pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, where we see, even how countries have been collaborating. And even India, if you recall, India had sent dispatches of few medicines like chloroquine as gifts to our neighboring countries to help them to fight the coronavirus pandemic. We sent this to countries like Bhutan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Myanmar, Seychelles, Mauritius, and some African countries. So these are all the diplomatic efforts that involve science. So coming back to the 3 activities that were noted by the Royal Society and the American Association for the Advancement of Science with respect to science diplomacy, they are the following. One is the science in diplomacy. The other is the science for diplomacy. And of course, in between you have the diplomacy for science. So when we talk about science in diplomacy, as is given there, as you can see, is how science can provide advice to inform and support foreign policy objectives. Every country has got their foreign policy objectives, and how science can add on and can help in supporting the foreign policy objective. The second one, diplomacy for science, talks about how diplomacy can facilitate international scientific cooperation, something the opposite. So there is science happening and there is diplomacy, and how that diplomacy can actually facilitate scientific cooperation. And thirdly, the science for diplomacy, where we are talking about scientific cooperation improving international relations. So these are three distinct activities that come under the framework of or fall under science diplomacy. So science diplomacy is the use of scientific collaborations among nations to address common problems and build constructive international partnerships. So, and as I mentioned, although the terminology science diplomacy emerged in the early 2000s, in the last couple of decades, it has gained a lot of currency the world over, and there are lots happening in the area of science diplomacy in the form of courses on science diplomacy, and there's a lot of focus. Nevertheless, science diplomacy, although the terminology is new, scientific cooperation itself is not a very new phenomenon. It's been growing, and the earliest ventures go back to 1931 with the creation of the International Council of Scientific Unions, or the ICSU, if many of us would know, and which is now called the International Council of Science. So these initiatives existed earlier, and I'm sure there would be parallels to draw from science, from library diplomacy also. As for the library diplomacy, coming to library diplomacy, my fellow speakers and myself, we had discussed some of this with, not all of us, but I had discussed this with a few of the panelists here. And, we found that there is not much talk of library diplomacy in the literature. It is being practiced, but it is not being talked about. And, and libraries have been indeed promoting soft power. And I'm sure, by the speaker after me, Dr. Ghosh, would be dwelling on examples from the area of library diplomacy. But what I would do here is, in the process of drawing lessons from science diplomacy for library diplomacy, let me appropriate the explanation or the three activities of science diplomacy that the Royal Society and the American Association for Advancement of Science did in January 2010. Let me appropriate that for library diplomacy as follows. So we can talk about library in diplomacy, where we can ask, can libraries provide advice to inform and support foreign policy objectives, like how science diplomacy has been successful in doing that? So can libraries provide advice and to support and inform foreign policy objectives? Then diplomacy for library, can diplomacy facilitate international library cooperation? Yes, library cooperation is happening a lot within countries and a bit less across countries. But can diplomacy enhance international cooperation? And thirdly, can library cooperation improve international relations? Now, this is very important. The international cooperations, international library cooperations, how it can improve international relations between countries. At a larger level, institutions are doing that. But what can libraries do? So I think, or I believe that library cooperation has been happening, as is exemplified by library networks, consortia, and other things which will be talked about. But these corporations need to transcend national boundaries to improve international relations. So there is, libraries have been involved in diplomacy and have been centers of soft power. But I think that we have been doing that without the library diplomacy nomenclature and without the library diplomacy narrative. And I think drawing on lessons from science diplomacy and the experiences that we have had in the past, we need to initiate more narratives on library diplomacy, and who knows, we might be able to contribute to much needed international relations. And before I conclude, let me go back to the Look East policy that I mentioned in the beginning of the talk. I did have my 2-bit involvement in the Look East policy of India then, a couple of decades ago. And under this policy program, I embarked on my first ever foreign visit in 2001. And I got to travel to Hanoi in Vietnam to organize a book exhibition, an exhibition of Indian science and technology books, and deliver lectures at the National Center for Science, Technological Information and Documentation, NASISTID. It's the parallel organization like INSDOC then. But at that point in time, I did not fully realize or understand my involvement in diplomacy terms of that short mission embarked by me at that point in time. Now, 20 years later, I realized that maybe I was part of an undesigned science and library diplomacy program. But in the coming times, as libraries are turning digital and network, we need to really ask, discuss, and build a narrative, or if there is a space for library diplomacy to evolve into a new into an area of its own, like science diplomacy. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Very good evening to all the participants and the delegates. At the outset, let me thank the program director, Dr. M.G. Srikumar, the session chair, Dr. Rama Patnaik. Of course, I'm grateful to Professor P.V. Kannur, the president, LIS Academy, and the organizing chair for inviting me and giving me this opportunity today to interact with you all, sharing my views among everybody. Just sometimes back, one of my fellow panelists, Dr. G. Mahesh, he talked about the library diplomacy, how the library is playing any important role in diplomatic activity or not. And he mentioned in 3 dimensions how library could be involved in diplomatic activity, like library in diplomacy, diplomacy for library, or library for diplomacy. Well, if you think in all the directions, then of course we'll come to a conclusion that what is the important activity or the role played by the library in diplomatic activity. So my today's discussion is the collaboration, networking, outreach, and diplomacy. Libraries in the digital era. So friends, as we have been discussing the library diplomacy, and if you go in detail, then of course all these issues are coming up in diplomatic activity for library, like collaboration, networking, outreach. And if we club together, if we sum up, then of course we'll get some conclusion, some findings where the libraries are playing a role in diplomatic activity. That's not very new. This is age-old practices. The libraries played the role in this activity. So as I mentioned that in collaboration, if I talk about today's time, that is the digital era where we are being, then why we need collaboration? So let us understand. The collaboration among the libraries, especially the academic libraries, where I feel this is a necessity in this digital era, where libraries are rapidly getting changed, the technological changes are coming up, the attitude of the competent authority towards the library is changing very rapidly. The users' information-seeking behaviors are changing. Apart from that, we are getting a lot of threats like financial cutbacks, pressure for accountability, changes in pedagogy, virtual learning environment, because due to the lockdown in our country, even in other countries also, globally we are facing the COVID-19 pandemic situation, and almost PG to KG, all the academic institutions are closed, so the libraries also no exception to that. So they all are trying to reach to the students to their respective places through virtual learning environment, to the libraries too. They are trying to reach out and getting their resources of their need for their study. So we, the librarians or the libraries, need to change ourselves. And in this situation, the collaboration is of course a necessity, which will help us to provide better means of services. The resources and support provided by the libraries are nowadays invisible because we are virtually providing the services. Now the physical existence of the libraries are no existence rather sometimes, or very less importance are given. Because now if you think the situation, if the students can get all the literatures for their teaching, for their research, for their learning from their home only,
then what's the need of physical existence of the library? And apart from that, so library basically providing the facilities of subscribing the resources, putting those resources in a searchable format or a similar research solutions. They are providing through discovery services and providing the better access facilities, retrieval facilities to the users. So apart from this substrate content, there is another threat. I should not say threat, but it's a challenge. When there are a number of avenues are available to the users for getting those resources from different other sources like open access platforms. So how it helps? Why we are talking about the collaboration among the libraries? Though it's age-old practices, we have been practicing. It's not the concept of today. If you go back to our library history, then you will find that we had those sort of practices among the libraries in regional wise. I mean, regionally, nationally, sometimes in international collaboration also we had also having that. So what can we do? Even in, as I mentioned, that today's rapid changes, technology and all those things are compelling us to change ourselves, according to the pace of time. So we can avoid the duplication of efforts. Of course, we can, enhance our efficiency, streamline the work process, which is globally accepted or maybe nationally accepted. More innovative services. Sometimes we are in question, just we are the facilitator. We are not the content creator. We are not the innovative service provider. We are not giving any value-added services most of the times. So this is the time where we need to justify, we need to prove ourselves, and we have to have those innovative ideas to implement and provide services to our users. The professional skill development among the staff members of different libraries, maybe nationally, maybe internationally, and this collaborative effort, which ultimately insist wider range of services to the users, which is our ultimate goal. Now, as I mentioned, that the another approach is the networking. Why? What's the need of networking? Needless to mention here what is networking and all about, because you are aware. But why we are discussing today was the need of network. So as you know that exponential growth of information, lack of sufficient funds, uncontrolled growth in demand, because users, when they are in need, they're always in search of all the relevant information of their field or area of interest to get from the library only, from one place. And finally, in our older days, we had only option to go through the Indian catalogs and to find out, the relevant resources which is not available in our library or the relevant library, and they demand it through interlibrary loan. But unfortunately, the delivery mode was not that efficient on those days, and most of the occasions it takes long time, to reach to the user. So now the revolution came up due to the telecommunication technology opened up a new avenue. The library cooperation, library networking again boosted like anything. Many more new initiatives were taken to bring the libraries together at regional level, national level, sometimes, as I mentioned, international level too, sharing their collections. And the variety of new services was introduced. Email services, central repository of data storage, OPAC services, and so on. So the library networks in international level also, existed, and maybe the pioneer to force the libraries to build up those networking regionally, national level, or sometimes in international level. In India also, late 80s, we started off developing those library networks. Only goal to provide better services to users always, as we had, and we are having right now too. So these are the different library networks. Some of them are very active, providing a lot of value-added services to the countrymen, sometimes to the globe, because there is no restrictions, such as some of the services of internet. And some cases, some of the library networks are not that active, not performing up to that level, but still those ideas were implemented much before. So only intention, only goal was to nurture, was to develop an international collaboration which ultimately moves towards the diplomacy, building the relationship, achieving the diplomatic goal of a country only, then gradually move to library consortium. So if you think about India, then of course the need only forced us to build up those consortium to establish those consortium that the like-minded institutes, the libraries, they came closer and build up those consortium since 1980s. Even today, we are having a lot of consortium. They are performing very efficiently, very actively, and their collaboration, their networking efforts, bringing together all the libraries only with one goal, that is sharing the information resources among themselves. So some of the library consortium in India, you may cite examples like Zendesk, Corsa, UC Infonet, CSR Regional Consortium, presently National Knowledge Resource Consortium, Helinet, IAM Consortium, Delcon, SERA, and many more. And international consortium also, we know nothing much to discuss about it. Now the outreach program, as I mentioned, that is a part of diplomatic activity, or this, the activity like the collaboration, the networking, the outreach program, which ultimately moves towards the diplomacy. And the outreach program, if you have a look, the outreach program not necessarily in specified to a larger group of people. Sometimes the outreach program may start with a need from a single user, which sometimes proved that it's successful, and that may then try to serve to a larger group of people and become a regular practice, regular service. So outreach as a whole, what do you believe that, or what do you know, is basically reaching out to others, learning from others, sharing information from others, and to enrich ourselves, develop ourselves. And library is the best place for doing that. That may be at regional level, national level, or international level. So then, as an outreach program, you can have number of activities. We already practiced. We have been practicing. So what I believe that as a collection development policy, as we are having in our libraries, we should have the outreach activity policy too, so that we can promote ourselves effectively, deliver better services to the user communities at large. So library outreach program, let me give some of the examples. Say for example, since the beginning, or since the beginning of the society, when the library came up, library was chained, the documents were chained. That was used by the royal families, the people from elite class, or the monks. They were the person who were authorized to use the libraries. But gradually, the library reached to the common people, and even there were deprived people, who were never got that opportunity to make use of good libraries, good documents for their education, for their study. So the mobile libraries concept, today we are thinking of libraries in mobile device. But those days technology were not available, but we never stopped ourselves giving services to the unprivileged classes, and we tried to reach out to the larger community through mobile library services. Even in India, throughout the world, there are number of examples, number of active participations of libraries to reach out to the common people happened. But in our country also, probably this was the first mobile library in India, was inaugurated by Dr. S.R. Ranganathan, the father of library science, on 21st October 1931 at Thiruvarur district in Tamil Nadu. Even the recent times also, in just few years back, if you can remember, then the Delhi Public Library, with the slogan, they started one mobile library service, that is Ghar Ghar Dastak, Ghar Ghar Pustak. The ultimate goal was to reach out to the greater masses, to the larger community of the society for their development. Now let me talk about the diplomacy, what is all about. So I'm not the person, to talk about the diplomacy in detail. But what I understand, that the activity or the skill of managing international relations, typically by countries' representatives abroad, this is basically diplomatic activity. Even now, let us see how the library or the books or the magazines or the publications, they took that active part, to achieve the foreign policy goals of various countries. Like if I give some examples of diplomacy, then there may be gunboat diplomacy, dollar diplomacy, public diplomacy, people's diplomacy, intermediary diplomacy, digital diplomacy, and sometimes back Dr. G. Mahasi once mentioned that the science diplomacy. But we should also remember that library had played a tremendous role. Library had played as an instrument, in diplomacy, diplomatic activity. So let me give some example. You can remember the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union official literature from the Soviet Union, including propaganda writing, had begun to travel to East India since 1930s. And Moscow set up the Agency for Publication in Foreign Languages in 1931. In India, it's really surprising and very interesting that Russian literature began to be translated into Bengal, especially in Kolkata in 1950s. And more than 56 languages they started publishing the Russian literature, and that played a very important role in diplomacy as a whole. Another example, we can cite the American libraries and information centers. Even in our country, there were a number of American libraries existed, and they are providing the services to the country people. And as you said, of course, we can claim that the library or the books or the publications played a very important role in this diplomatic activity. US-China ties, there was a very interesting story behind it. There was a librarian, in US-China, the US Library of Congress, the Chinese Collection Division, Professor Dr. Chi Wang. He was the librarian and academician. He played an important role, a crucial role, for developing this US-China ties. In 1979, it's really very interesting. The American librarians visited Beijing for the first time, and this was the event that Chi Wang helped to organize, which ultimately happened months after two countries established diplomatic relations. So it's noteworthy to mention here how a library, played active role in this diplomatic relation. And this is to intimate you that Chi Wang is now the president of US-China Policy Foundation, is still alive in public diplomacy. So apart from that, there are a number of examples of the role of library in diplomacy, like British Council Library all over the country, our country, all over the world. You will find number of British Council libraries, and which ultimately played an important role in diplomatic activity. Even the National Library of India, they have the book exchange program, the exchange program of the training program of for manpower development of libraries. Almost 19 countries they signed MOUs, and they have this sort of exchange program very much actively they are performing. In July 2018, very recently, this is an international collaboration example of two libraries. One is Colorado School of Mines, and another is the Chinese University of Mining and Technology. And they have a very good understanding among themselves. They have the collaboration in project. They are developing each other. They are giving the training, their staff, and they are organizing these sort of programs very frequently. And in 2020, what I got from the literature, that they are sending the librarian back to Chinese University of Mining and Technology for instruction and research related information literacy program. So we can claim that the library are playing very important role in diplomatic activity through collaboration, through networking, through outreach activity, and the sum of those activities are only affecting, only enhancing the diplomatic activities as a whole. So in conclusion, I just want to highlight some of the points. What I thought that I should share with you, we should explore more potential research collaboration among the libraries of different countries, and not only internationally, some cases maybe regionally or national at national level, and technical know-how exchange that in today's scenario we all are not expert in all the areas, so we can exchange our technical know-how and develop ourselves, and through exchanging our library people, and we should develop the relationship, with the users. We are not only the service provider. We are the partner, so that life not be monologic in approach towards the user, so that library and the library people could develop themselves, just by sharing the knowledge, sharing information with the users too. And we have the age-old practices of global outlook in all the libraries. Like even if we think of our library schools, we are using, or even in our practice, in our profession, when we are working, we are using the global tools for information processing and organization, for classification, for catalog, many other activities. The globally accepted tools are being used. And the other approach may be inside out to outside in model. We can think that is the development of idea. Now we are sharing our locally, developed content to the world, rather than only accepting, the commercially developed content and sharing it. And the way also is another way, the green path, which the local content is being shared by the libraries to the outside world. And if you think about the global pathfinder services like Base, Core, Semantic Scholar, Wisdom AI, and one more approach where we are already collaborated, and ultimately that gives us the diplomatic direction, that is the OSS development and applications. If you talk about the Kuha, DSpace, Greenstone, and many more OSS software we have been using. So there is a community support system where globally the scientists, globally the librarians, are developing the systems. They are having the discussing forum, and so ultimately, if you just think and have a look, then we were global approach we had earlier, and even in today's world, we need much more towards the collaborative approach among all the libraries. And I believe that that should be the role of our libraries, to build up the relationship among countries in a different way. Sometimes may not be very directly, but in an indirect way, the libraries are playing very important role. So if you just try to think of the philosophy of Ubuntu, it means we cannot live in isolation.
Respected Director of the conference, Dr. M.G. Sri Kumar, Venerable Chair, Dr. Ramswamy, and all the office bearers of the LIS Academy. I am Dr. Savanur S.K. I am presenting my paper on library diplomacy. Library diplomacy. Diplomacy is a very peculiar word. It has many meanings. Some of them are hidden meanings, some of them are open meaning. In the first of all, diplomacy is an art of dealing with individuals or people in sensitive and tactful manner. Diplomacy can take place in different forms. It could be from people to people, or it could be nation to nation. But come what may, it means management of international relations and also personal relations. Library diplomacy is finally meant for developing and sustaining goodwill between two nations. Not for the, this is a not for the profit marketing type of activity. Slide 3. It is cultural and religious bondage, which is people-to-people level understanding. This type of cultural diplomacy depends on tools such as music, movies, sports, tourism, healthcare, that means medical tourism, etc. Tools of cultural diplomacy are exchange of dance, drama, music troops, literary events, etc. And it also includes organizing tournaments, film festivals, exchange of student groups, etc. Library diplomacy comes under the umbrella of cultural diplomacy. When it comes to cultural relationship or cultural diplomacy, in India there are two ministries involved in it. This is the organizational part of it, and two ministries are Ministry of Culture and Ministry of External Affairs. Ministry of Culture has its own academies such as Sahitya Academy, Sangeet Natak Academy, Dance Academy, and it also supervises many libraries such as National Library, Rajaram Mohan Rai Library Foundation, etc., etc. So this is regarding the cultural ministry, Ministry of Culture, which serves as a backend of all this diplomacy. Then comes Ministry of External Affairs. They normally deal with visa, commerce, borders, etc. But they also look at the international cultural diplomacy, which is an extended form of library diplomacy. Here, it has an autonomous body referred as Indian Council for Cultural Relations, that is ICCR. They are also looking after the libraries and library support. In India, there are different types of libraries, that is, different types of library diplomacy, and these libraries which actually give us the library diplomacy's feel are British Council, American Center, Max Muller Center, Alliance Francaise. So these are the various examples of library diplomacy. Library diplomacy can also be seen in the form of libraries, collection, users, etc. So let us now take one by one. Okay. When it comes to users, the examples of when it comes to collection of such libraries is reflecting their national heritage. The libraries showcase a representative collection of books about US, Britain, or Germany, or whichever may be the consulate or high commission. It also represents the country's literature, cultural societies, science and technology, culture, travel, trade, history, terrain, etc. Normally, university libraries, etc., they are having around 2 lakh books, whereas this type of library diplomacy libraries are having a maximum around 65 to 85,000 books in case of British Council. In case of American Center, it was around 25,000 titles. And 10% of this collection is usually the reference books. And only 2 consecutive editions of any document are kept on the shelf. If it is beyond 3 consecutive editions, those are discarded because space is very important for the libraries. Then, regarding the periodical collection, both American and British journals are also subscribed, and they are all, during those days, they were all received by air, therefore, users used to love to visit these libraries to have fresh and new information. Particularly Lancet, British Medical Journal, etc., we received them by air. Therefore, doctors were always after these copies. And one additional piece of information about the periodicals is they were never bound and kept. In case the old articles are required, then we used to help them by procuring the document supply from BLDSC. BLDSC, as you know, is British Library Document Supply Center. And now, regarding services of this type of library. Normally, lending and reservation services are free at American Center, and British Council used to charge some nominal fees. Reference services used to be free and excellent in quality. Similarly, photocopies of articles required maybe however old it may be or from any country, BLDSC was capable of providing those photocopies. Behind all these things, there used to be a professional management, and they used to organize all the services. Even today, these libraries are benchmarks of quality of library services and excellent work culture. Now, regarding the users, normally the cream of the society used to take pride in being a member of American Center or British Council libraries. Secretaries of various ministries, central and state level, doctors, corporate authorities, teachers, students of professional courses were the type of members we used to serve. Ambience. All these libraries were known for their brilliant ambience. Central air conditioning, functional furniture, clear atmosphere, glass windows showing green lawn outside added value to the services. Books returned and used on the premises were immediately shelved in a classified order. Staff were always willing to serve. Members of the library used to visit the library for ambience and also information. Many people were coming to the library for merely ambience sake, and they also used it as a meeting place. These libraries were having their heydays from 1950 to around 1980. All these libraries began in 1950s and they continued till 1990, and then certain other things happened. That is, the second phase began, and this 1950 to 1990 can be referred as golden era. And then sometime in 1990 to 210, there was a different trend. In the first place, security became very important thing. A person from a deputy high commissioner of British High Commission was shot dead in Bombay, and thereafter security became very tight, and we started checking identity cards and all sorts of things, which made it a little difficult for people to come in anytime they wanted and anyhow they wanted to come. Then local languages became mediums of instruction. In addition to that, many of the information which British Council or American Center or any library diplomacy center used to give was about travel, educational promotion, online, etc. But these things became online since 1990. So therefore, people were not relying much for these information on these libraries of diplomacy. Then everybody became cost sensitive, which means people started asking, why should our taxpayers' money be spent on some other country? This happened in Britain, this happened in US also. So therefore, gradually, the taxpayers started withdrawing the money. Withdrawing in a sense, and not supporting the libraries. Students started referring books from their own local authors. As a result, they used to buy only their local authors' books, and British and American books were not much preferred by ordinary students. Then there was a misplaced stress on patriotism. People started thinking that somehow it's a wrong notion, but following any foreign country's resources was considered almost as a non-patriotism. That is a very dangerous zone. Then, with all these things, somehow these libraries were sustaining, and from 2010 onwards, a sort of downsizing began, and people at senior posts were asked to retire. They took voluntary retirement, etc., etc. And Today, the situation is slide 5. Today's situation is there are no longer physical libraries. These things are having a sort of portal or a subject gateway or an app or a FAQs are taking care of what library diplomacy used to do. As a result, the web-enabled information service was dominant and conventional library-related materials were going out of sight. And online reference desks, FAQs, etc., took over the library diplomacy. So, in short, library diplomacy is dead in that form, but it has revived in the form of web-based information. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Rajesh Kumar Sinha from Southeastern Railway, Adra, West Bengal. I welcome all of you to this National Virtual Conference on Reinventing Excellence in Librarianship. To begin with, I would first like to greet Dr. Rama Patnaik, the plenary chairperson, at the same time all the other distinguished speakers who have spoken before me. The topic of this particular session, the last of this virtual conference, is library diplomacy. And the paper that I'm going to present is titled Libraries, a Strategic Diplomatic Tool. Now, to begin with, whenever we talk of library diplomacy, it sounds a bit different. Now, diplomacy is quite a different bit of thing, whereas library, usually we associate the word library with something, a place where we go acquire knowledge, information, share it with others, and enhance our knowledge of various things. Now, whenever we talk of diplomacy, diplomacy is an important part of foreign policy. A foreign policy which includes relations between various sovereign countries of the world. It could be bilateral, it could be trilateral, multilateral, or even quadrilateral. So whenever we talk of diplomacy, diplomacy involves some kind of persuasion, negotiation, different kind of communications, and nowadays we also come across that term called back channel diplomacy. So correlating the two, diplomacy as well as library, sounds a bit difficult, if not, and I would say if a bit unnatural too. But whenever we are going to, we should understand one thing, that each and everything, each and every domain of sciences, social sciences, everything has evolved over the period, over the last so many years. Library information science too has evolved. Now, talking of library and information science, it has evolved, it has changed its role, it has from merely a building that included books and various documents, it has been converted into a digital library, virtual library, and probably in the next few years, maybe in the next few decades, we may come across various other modes of library too. So talking of library diplomacy maybe sound a bit difficult, different, but at the same time, it's not exactly impossible, and we need to think deeply about the connotations of what library diplomacy exactly entails. Now, starting with the origin of diplomacy, now diplomacy is basically relationship between different sovereign nations. Since the very ancient times, we have seen there have been diplomatic relationship between various countries, various important countries, especially of in terms of trade and commercial relations. Now, talking of India, even in the times of Chandragupta Maurya, in the third century BC, he had diplomatic relationship with various countries, including the very developed one from Greece. And Greece, the then ruler Seleucus had sent a diplomat named Megasthenes to India in the court of Chandragupta Maurya. We also know about Arthashastra, Kautilya's Arthashastra, and Kautilya, he was a guru of Chandragupta Maurya. Even in those ancient times, he had written a treatise on statecraft, Arthashastra, which most of us believe that it is relevant even to the contemporary times. International relations between different nations, mostly between sovereign nations and international bodies. Foreign policy is a very important component of this international relation. And to pursue foreign policy through various means, diplomacy is to be used. Diplomacy and its tools, whenever we talk of tools, could be political, economic, cultural, as well as military. We all know that political tools are very common, and a lot of powerful countries, say example, United States of America, Russia, France, even China, and some other country, even India, have been using their political clout for furtherance of their perceived national interests. There is also economic tools that is also being used as a part of foreign policy, for a part of diplomatic process by various countries. Military tools, of course, is the last resort that any country prefers to use. Of course, different kind of military exercises, as is being shown in South China Seas or near the Taiwan, or even in our own country or at the Ladakh borders, all these are part of coercive diplomacy. Now, talking about the cultural diplomacy, it's as an important tool of international relations, important tool of diplomacy. Cultural tools. Well, there are various means, various tools of cultural diplomacy: language, media, and of course, libraries. Talking of various institutions around the world, like we have USIS backed American libraries, British Council libraries, French Institut du Français or Alliance Française, in Spain, Institute Cervantes, Italy's, China's Confucius Institute, Germany's Institute Goethe. All these institutions are there, which are in terms of UNESCO manifestations, UNESCO and IFLA manifestation, they are categorized as libraries because they promote reading habits, they promote cultural exchanges. And if you go through this, the presented table over here, you can very well see that all these major global libraries have presence across so many countries. Now, one important point that needs to be remembered is that all these global libraries, in the case of American libraries, British Council, Goethe Institute, or whatever, they are being run, managed by the respective foreign departments or foreign ministries of all these countries, except Confucius Institute of China. That, of course, is being run by supposedly an NGO, but as we all are aware that most of the things in China are being run by Chinese government directly or otherwise. So there a question arises: if diplomacy and libraries are so different, they do not, if they do not correlate with each other, then why all these foreign countries, these big countries, they have their foreign ministries controlling all these libraries, their operations, their regulations in so many parts of the world, so many countries of the world? There, of course, the reason is, of course, they have a particular role, they have a particular importance, and that importance is relevant in the context of foreign policy. Whenever we talk of libraries, what do? They do not merely share documents, they do not merely enhance knowledge. Whenever we talk of libraries being run by all these countries, they are used as part of a soft power of respective countries. Another important thing that needs to be understood over here is that all these libraries, global libraries, they are being run by major countries of the world. You talk of libraries being run by some nation like Jamaica, Zimbabwe, maybe Macau and other countries. No, they are not being run by those countries. So all these big countries are running. Why? Because they are using it as a means of soft power. They are using it as a means of public diplomacy. What these libraries do? These libraries promote the way of life, the way of thinking, values, political ideologies, cultural and social showcasing of all these important events in those countries, which, if are shared with millions of people, even in the remotest parts of the host countries, they can have a very important significance. There are members of British Council Library, American libraries in India, as well as Alliance Française and all that, who belong to middle classes, who belong to students, who belong to political leaders, who belong to intellectuals, and at the same time, many of them are also from bureaucratic classes. Even some politicians are members of all these libraries. So how do they get influenced? They get influenced by watching their programs. They can get influenced by seeing their documents, seeing their exhibitions, seeing their language, culture, films, and all that that is being run, that is being shown, that is being promoted in those libraries. And they get influenced. get to have a particular feeling, particular idea, particular perception of that particular country. In the process, whenever they get back to their place of work, they are bound to get influenced in some way or the other. In the process, in case of making a policy, in case of taking a decision, they can very well be influenced by those things which they come across in the respective libraries over there. It's not merely because these libraries or these respective governments want to provide reading or enhance reading habits of all these people of all these countries and 100 or so many, more than 100 countries around the world. That is not the reason. The reason is very simple, that all these countries want to enhance their influence. Whenever we talk of diplomacy, diplomacy is a particular means of achieving desired objectives, which, as is perceived by the respective governments, has to be in conformity with the national interest of the country. Now, to protect and promote national interest of those countries, these countries are using libraries as an important cultural diplomatic tool. So it's not because of merely for any kind of reading habits or enhancement of better reading habits among the people of developing countries or other things. It's because these countries want to enhance their influence by using public diplomacy, by reaching out to the people, millions of people straight away in all these host countries. As I said, the role of various sciences, social sciences, has changed. Going by the Darwinian theory, struggle for existence and survival of the fittest, we all know that each subject has to refine itself. Each subject has to come up with new ideas, new thinking, new ways of presentations, so that these are accepted over an extended period of time. Now, in the midst of so many technological changes and internet and global village and all that, the libraries too have changed. Libraries too have evolved into digital libraries, virtual libraries, and maybe in the next few years we come across some more versions of contemporary libraries. So foreign ministries or for diplomats, foreign service officials, bureaucracy in all these major countries have realized that libraries can play a very important role in enhancing the importance of their countries. It's no wonder you will just see a particular example that in no time, in very few years' time, the Confucius Institute of China has moved up to almost 149 countries, and in the presence of in 149 countries with more than 530 libraries. Now, how it has done it? You have to correlate it with the rise of China in international arena. China has grown economically, politically, and even militarily. And in the process, it has also enhanced its role. It has increased its role, the role of Confucius Institute all over the world. It is not because merely China wants to promote Chinese language and culture. It is imperative to note that maximum number of Confucius institutes are in Africa, and there lies the maximum influence of China in Africa, and it has the maximum interest in Africa right now. So library is also being used as an extensive tool of diplomacy in most parts of the world. However, we also have to understand one thing, that in these days of declining economies and COVID-19 and all that, there is a lot of cost question, or there is a lot of issue of cost cutting. Libraries are being downsized. A number of libraries, especially the American and British libraries, have been closed in many parts of the world. Their resources have dwindled. Their role has declined. But at the same time, you have to realize one thing, that they have maintained their presence in important countries as per their perception. They have maintained their presence, and they continue to patronage all those libraries around the world. So libraries are playing an important role as far as diplomacy and foreign policy is concerned. They will continue to play in the near future a role which will be commensurate with what the national interest is perceived by the respective governments around the world. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Osmani to this evening, which includes
Virtual conference report. Cut.
Good evening, friends. Dignitaries on the occasion, Professor B.P. Veerabhadrappa, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Coimbatore University, Shivamogga, Dr. Satish Kumar Hosmani, Director, Department of Public Libraries, Bangalore, Dr. A.S. Deshpande, Registrar, VTU, Belgavi, Conference Director, LISACON 2020, Dr. M.G. Srikumar, Key Person of the event and President of LIS Academy, Professor P.V. Konno, Secretary, LIS Academy, Dr. T.A. Mohan, and another person behind the success of this conference, Dr. B.S. Shivaram, all the participants and viewers of conference, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to present the report of LISACON 2020 Reinventing Excellence in Librarianship, a conference of difference held during 27 to 30 of August 2020. At the outset, I would like to thank Professor P.V. Konno, President LIS Academy Bangalore and organizing chair of the conference for giving me this opportunity to present the report. Earlier, LISACON 2020 was proposed to organize physically at University of Hyderabad, but it is because of a COVID-19 pandemic, the same has been planned in virtual mode in the same period. The most awaited LISACON 2020, the first national virtual conference of LIS Academy, was organized in collaboration with IGM Library, University of Hyderabad, Telangana Library Association, began with a great fervor and grandeur on Thursday, 27th August 2020. The lighting of virtual lamp by the dignitaries and prayer of Goddess Saraswati marked the beginning of 4-day virtual conference. During the inauguration, Professor P.V. Konno, conference chair, gave an overview of the National Virtual Conference on Reinventing Excellence in Librarianship and briefed the August gathering about the professional journey of LIS Academy as well as its initiatives for the development of library professionals. Professor Konno formally introduced the dignitaries and welcomed them to the first virtual and third LISACON conference. The conference director, Dr. M.G. Srikumar, Chief Librarian and Adjunct Professor I.M. Kozhikode, gave a brief note about the conference, including sub-themes, the sessions, and the speakers of the 4 days event. He highlighted the special features of this virtual conference, including the quiz, with an earnest request to the LIS professionals to take advantage of this unique opportunity to enrich their knowledge. Professor K.K. Agarwal, Honorable Chairman, NBA MHRD, New Delhi, delivered the inaugural address. In his talk, he highlighted the efforts of LIS Academy for the welfare of the library professionals and congratulated them for successfully networking the institutions and professionals through the conference. Appreciating the relevance of conference theme, he stressed on the word excellence as a journey that takes one towards higher direction and further it takes in improving the services by setting higher benchmark despite the disruptions. Guest of honor, Professor Karsidappa, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of VTU Belgavi, addressed the audience. He talked about the changes that libraries are undergoing and the need for librarians to equip themselves to stay relevant and meaningful. Libraries are vital to any education ecosystem and changes due to technology intervention, changing paradigms in the education system, and diverse need of information seekers. Libraries need to work out a strategy to understand factors of a change regarding their services, delivery mechanisms, and technology platforms. Talking about the need of knowledgeable, market-ready, skilled workforce, he called on the librarians to aid in creating meaningful curriculum. Professor T.D. Kemparaju, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Bangalore North University, Kolar, while addressing the audience, talked on the importance of knowledge and information. He drew the attention to the quality consciousness society and technology-driven society lead to the quality and excellence in academics. Professor Kemparaju called the librarians to re-examine their services and activities and stressed on establishing quality parameters in collection building to bring out the new changes, reinvent new approaches, and equip the LIS manpower to adapt to the changing environment. He called for the quality policies, quality technologies, and quality procedures. Dr. Shankar Venugopal, Vice President, Mahindra & Mahindra Research Valley, Chennai, delivered the keynote address of Future of Library and New Role of Librarians. His talk focused on the forces shaping the future library. Talking on the new role of librarians, Dr. Shankar gave 3 crucial roles for knowing and empowering the libraries and 3 models for connected library. He presented a comprehensive roadmap for future libraries. He discussed the critical skills for future librarians and explained how to build those skills. He enlightened future librarians with the 3 new rules: know your customer, empower your customer, and empower yourself, and looking at things with the fresh perspectives and innovative approaches. Conference Director Dr. M.G. Srikumar, Chief Librarian, IIM Kozhikode, gave his keynote talk on conceptualizing and designing a sustainably agile and resilient 21st century library. He discussed the library strategies, systems, and services as a catalyst in imparting, creating, and preserving knowledge, trends in libraries and the mandate of present libraries, learning environment activities were thoughtfully presented. Library professionals should shoulder the curriculum and academic activities of the institute by repositioning their importance in organizations where the highlights of his speech. Professor B. Rajashekara, Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, gave his presidential remarks covering the role of libraries and librarians in present time. Dr. Varadarajan, University Librarian, University of Hyderabad, and Organizing Secretary, proposed the vote of thanks. Dr. Shivaram, Senior Technical Officer, NAL Bangalore, anchored the inauguration session. LISACON 2020, Reinventing Excellence in Librarianship, had been meticulously planned with 6 major sub-themes, namely, reinventing library services in the digital age, new paradigms in collection development, leveraging library technologies, data, metrics, and ranking, role of librarians, role of libraries in inculcating research ethics, and the last one, library diplomacy, touching upon every aspect of library system and services relevant in the present digital age. Every theme had a plenary chair speaker and 6 panel speakers. The first session, Reinventing Library Service in Digital Age, on 28th August was chaired by Mr. B.P. Prakash, Director Library Services, Ashoka University, Sonipat, Haryana. In his plenary talk, he gave practical insights from the management perspectives and enlightened the participants with his vast experience in a large corporate library and presented various facets of library management in achieving excellence by bringing in some practical insights. In the session, 6 speakers presented their papers on challenges of innovative services, practical experiences, librarians' role as research partners, adopting digital pedagogy in LIST education system, and library as a social and cultural hub. Second session of the day with the theme, New Paradigms in Collection Development, was chaired by Dr. Shantanu Ganguly, Fellow Knowledge Management Division, TERI, New Delhi. He enlightened on various digital platforms and online resources and how professionals can embrace the digital transformation in their system and introduce services. He discussed various knowledge products that can be delivered on the desktops of the users and gave tips on Game Changer program. In the second session, another 6 speakers shared their experiences on collection models of e-resources, curation and preservation of digital archives, services in social science research, building a diverse collection for every reader, role of librarians in Wikipedia content development, and building collection using usage data. On 29th August, third session of the conference, Leveraging Library Technologies, was chaired by Dr. Girish Kunkur, librarian BITS Pilani. He enlightened the audience with how best LIST professionals can enhance and engage users' experiences through technology in academic libraries with his practical experiences at BITS Pilani. In the session, 6 speakers deliberated their talks on CASA, Campus Activated Subscriber Access, web-scale discovery tools, technological advancements in libraries, library web applications, and challenges in multimedia information retrieval systems in the digital age. Fourth session of the conference, Data, Metrics, and Ranking, the role of librarians, was chaired by Dr. Jagdish Arora, former Director, InfluxNet Ahmedabad, and Advisor, NBA, New Delhi. In his plenary talk, he enlightened how librarians can play a role in ranking of higher education institutions in India. Speakers in the session shared their experiences on role of librarians in open access publications, research data management, open data repositories, research indicators, institutional rankings, and how best libraries can play a role in enhancing the research visibility and research collaborations. On 30th, the 5th session of the conference, the role of libraries in inculcating research ethics, was chaired by Dr. P. Mukhopadhyay, Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Kalyani University, Calcutta. In his plenary talk, he enlightened the participants on how to inculcate best practices to maintain standards with academic integrity. Speaker of the session discussed and presented their views on publication ethics, pirate sites, good ethical practices in LIST education, role of librarians in publication procedures, and predatory publications. Sixth session on library diplomacy was chaired by Dr. K. Rama Patnaik, librarian, IIM, Bangalore. In her plenary talk, she presented how to revitalize diplomacy and what role librarians can play as a tools of culture, advocacy, promotion, and curating heritage. The 5 speakers of the session presented on library diplomacy in 21st century, how librarians can learn from science diplomacy, past, present, and future of library diplomacy, and how libraries can play a strategic tool in diplomacy. All the sessions had a good number of queries from participants and they were answered by the respective learned speakers. Each session was moderated by panel chair. The third LIS Academy virtual conference, Reinventing Excellence in Librarianship, was the first of its kind. A conference of difference went very well with a mega response from the audience. It is the first time ever in the history of LIS profession, a virtual conference of this mega scale was organized on virtual platform. In all, the 4-day conference had 35 invited speakers and 6 plenary speakers who are eminent LIS professionals from across the country. There were product demonstrations on all the 3 days by Scientific E-Resources, Elsevier, Springer Nature, Taylor Francis, Net Analytics, Nimbus, Emerald Publishing, Turnitin, and Indica. To encourage and keep the young participants engaged throughout the session, quiz competition was organized after every session and winners were awarded with exciting prizes and mementos. The LIS Academy has made every effort to cover the current and major topics of librarianship in digital age. The 4-day virtual conference will go a long way in the history of LIS Academy and will be remembered by professionals for the first of its kind attempt. Though there were technical glitches in recording and broadcasting, learnings will be ruminated to fine-tune the future programs, and I'm sure LIS Academy will always be in the forefront to initiate new ventures. With the paucity of time, I'm summing up the report in brief, and complete report and all the video recordings of LISACON 2020 are available on LIS Academy website on YouTube channels for those who miss or who wish to revisit the deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, with this note, I conclude Reinventing Excellence in Librarianship conference opened up plenty of ideas for the participants from galaxy of speakers to take away and to integrate new and innovative services in your libraries. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Satish Monnalli, for presenting the conference report to our audience. We are planning to publish this report in Annals of Library and Information Science, one of the prestigious SCI journals in LIS field in India. Now, it's my honor to invite Professor Veerabhadrappaji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kuvempu University, Shivamogga, one of the prestigious state universities of Karnataka, to deliver valedictory address.
Good evening, everybody. I'm extremely happy and I'm extremely delighted to be one of the guests in the valedictory function of the National Virtual Conference organized by LIS Academy. And the topic that they have selected is wonderful. Reinventing Excellence in Librarianship. I'm happy that you have already traveled 3 days, 4 days, and this is the last day that I am addressing all of you. I feel greatly honored to be one of the guests on this valedictory function of this National Virtual Conference. Dignitaries on the virtual dais, the president of this valedictory function, Dr. Satish Kumar Usmani, Director, Department of Public Libraries, Government of Karnataka, and guest of honor, Professor Deshpande, Registrar, Vishwesvaraya Technological University, Belgaum, and Dr. Satish Monnalli, Rapporteur General of the conference, Dr. Mohan, Dr. Shivaram. Very good evening to all of you. I'm happy to know that LIS Academy, Bangalore, under the leadership of Professor Konnur. I know Professor Konnur has been very active for the last almost 5 decades. And his talent, his caliber is very much known to the entire state, to the entire country. And I congratulate Professor Konnur for having organized this National Virtual Conference in collaboration with the University of Hyderabad, who have organized a successful virtual conference on reinventing excellence in librarianship. I am highly excited to know that this conference was attended by a large number of librarian community across India and also abroad.
I give my hearty congratulations from the depth of my heart for the entire team for successfully organizing this conference of deference in a virtual mode by successfully using the technology platform. This shows the librarian community is always in the forefront of using technology and experimenting with new practices. Dear friends, we all know the importance of libraries in creating a well-informed society, and especially the education system. And I remember one of the important aspects that I could see when I was a student in the University of Mysore. Library was highly acknowledged and libraries were given utmost importance, and we used to be in the library from morning 8 o'clock to evening 8 o'clock. So in that context, library plays a very important role in building the personality, in building the great education edifice that we have seen. And what is that education system that we are expecting under the new education policy 2019 as to how libraries can play an important role in nurturing the younger minds by exposing them to the universe of knowledge. I remember Nalanda and the Takshashila as to what were the situations that were existing during those days. The people who visited Nalanda and Takshashila, the Chinese traveler who visited Nalanda and Takshashila wrote that this was the greatest epistemology of the knowledge learning, teaching and also learning. I remember that there were about 10,000 teachers and more than 3 lakh students. And the library that was built during those days, Nalanda and Takshashila, which was unfortunately burned for many months together. Libraries are considered as the heart of any education system, which continuously trying to pump new information, newer ideas, and knowledge to its users. As to how libraries would be able to transform the idea of new information, innovative thoughts, innovative ideas, and also the changes that we are expecting in the educational system. And what were the libraries of those days? Maybe the pre-independence India era and the post-independence era. I was in London School of Economics. I was in Manchester University. I was in Oxford and also Cambridge when I went to Queen's College, Kingston College. They were able to build the libraries of their own, bringing the whole world into the libraries. I remember one of the great buildings of Manchester University. The library was located in such a situation. The library has been the treasure house of knowledge. Maybe universities of 400 years, 500 years, 600 years, 700 years, and 800 years. As to how libraries were being built by the people of those times. And what was the information that was available. And how is it that we may be able to take the knowledge to the whole world? The libraries of those times, the libraries of the today, they are undergoing transformational changes due to technology achievements. We are all in the world of e-world. We are all in the world of e-education, e-publication, and information is being overloaded. Maybe if you are able to go to the internet world, maybe the Google and the Wikipedia, as to what were the devices that are available and what are the communication technologies, and as to how is it that you may be able to have a treasure house of knowledge. Maybe if you want to have one information, they would be able to give you hundreds of information. Now the information is overloaded. The student community as well as the teaching community are really extremely happy that what they wanted, how they are able to expose themselves, and as to how the libraries that were very much there, the libraries of the past and the libraries of the present, The present day libraries, the physical libraries are shrinking. But at the same time, library content is ever increasing. And librarians need to get acquainted with these new dynamics in order to satisfy the information requirements of its users. Now, what are the challenges before the librarians? What are the tasks before the librarians? How the librarian community would be able to accept themselves for the new changes, for the new dialogues, for the new communication system, for the new technology. So in that context, as to how librarians do have their own major role, and I feel extremely happy to address all the librarian community, all the librarians. I remember when in my student days, my librarians used to help me so much. They used to come to racks. They used to show these are the books that you wanted, and they were very friendly. They were very much learning friendly. In that context, the responsibility of the librarians is immense. Ultimately, what is more important for us in the present day context as to what has been the challenge of the today and as to what has been the challenge of the user community when we are all talking about digitalization, when we are all talking about the internet world, when we are all talking about the Google and also the Wikipedia. In fact, they have grown up with technology and are in need of diverse information requirements, and they're impatient and need instant information. So in that context, you may be able to point out as to where the technology is and how is it that we may be able to use this technology and how is it that we may be able to talk of the technology. And I remember that librarians are really friends of the learning community. Librarians are real friends. Librarians are the real people who really help those people who have the craving for knowledge. And they cannot afford to be reluctant in adopting to these changes and need to learn the required skills, set themselves to be more efficient information managers. Well, that is what has been more needed now. In that context, the role of librarians, the role of library community is extremely good. I'm sure by attending all these type of conferences, what LIS Academy has done, I'm sure that you will be able to enrich yourself and recharge your skills sets so that whatever the knowledge you have gained, that would be translated as productive information services at your respective organizations. Well, we are all living in the world of globalized market economies. We are all passing through a transition stage where all these requirements, where all this technology, where all these aspects are very much required. I think this is one interesting question that you really look to. I was going through the program schedule and I must congratulate the organizers for bringing a galaxy of speakers from the reputed organizations, which include academia, industry, research and development, and publishing sectors to address all aspects of library operations. This has been a great achievement, what Professor Konnur has done. So in bringing all these people together and in making all people exposed to the outer world at the international level. And I'm really happy that the lectures in all the 6 themes are really interesting and contemporary topics which present-day librarians should offer. I can see now portfolios for the librarian community where really they can contribute to the growth of their parent organization along with conventional library services. So in that context, all the organizations, all the librarian community should be applauded. To name a few, research data managers which can help accreditations and ranking of institutions, intellectual property management, digital literacy, archiving, Well, this in that context, you are able to find all the parameters, all the contours, all the contextual studies that we are able to have. I'm sure the rich experience of the speakers would have enriched the participants' knowledge in these 4 days of event. I'm able to see that all these people who have come here, I think that if I'm able to name a few of them as to what has been done by all these 4 days, right from the first day, Dr. B.P. Prakash, Dr. Shantanu Ganguly, Dr. Giridhar Kunkur, Dr. Jagdish Arora, Dr. Parthsarthi Mukhopadhyay, Dr. K. Rama Patnaik, all these scholars who have been able to expose the librarian community. And I strongly believe, I strongly understand that in that context, what attempts that you have made and what journey you have made all the 4 days, all credit goes to LIS Academy. I'm sure LIS Academy will continue its efforts, and Kuvempu University would be with the LIS Academy. We already have one MOU with LIS Academy in strengthening the librarians and the librarian community. Being the beneficiary of LIC Academy, who helped Kuvempu University library automation and have implemented many other services for which I appreciate their efforts. So this is what the university, or this is what the research institutions, the research organizations, and the institutions will have to work out ourselves, and would be able to bring academic excellence, would be able to bring richer research excellence. I'm sure the contributions of LIS Academy will go a long way and add value to the library science profession in India and also globally. I would be with the LIS Academy, and Kuvempu University would support all the academic activities of LIS Academy. I wish them all the very best for their future endeavors. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Sir, thank you very much for your thought-provoking and insightful valedictory address and stressing upon the importance of libraries in education system in the past and also the present and future. You call for libraries to transmit and transform new information innovatively in this digital era to end users is indeed a motivating call for our fellow librarians. And I'm sure LIS community will stand up to your expectations in the changing scenarios. Thank you very much, sir. Now, it's my immense privilege and honor to request today's chief guest of honor, Professor Deshpande, Registrar, Vishwesvaraya Technological University, Belagavi, a well-known academician and administrator striving for reforms at VTU Belagavi, to address the virtual gathering.
Namaskar and good evening. Thank you very much for those nice words. Dignitaries on the virtual dais, the organizing team, the LIS leaders, the speakers of the conference, and dear delegates. I'm extremely happy to be the part of this beautiful, wonderful, special virtual conference being organized by LIS Academy in collaboration with University of Hyderabad. The conference theme, Reinventing Libraries, is a very much relevant and appropriate theme to the current situation. As we all know, COVID has been very disruptive in our country and of course in the world. It has made us to explore new possibilities in every field to sustain and survive. Of course, we have seen many setbacks, but always we should turn setbacks into comebacks. And this is going to be the punchline onto which our journey is going to be there in the days ahead. We need to cope up with the current crisis, no doubt about it. We need to prepare for success and win. And we need to motivate ourselves as well as others. And this is the only route which could take us forward in the right direction. Of course, the impact of COVID has been there practically on every field. And of course, the higher education and the education domain also has suffered heavily. Every actor who is the part of the higher education system got impacted. Of course, started with the students. The students had a major impact of a COVID pandemic. Of course, the online learning, the new way of understanding subjects and the knowledge gaining through different channels is absolutely a different trend the students need to get into. The teachers, of course, got impacted significantly both at the workplaces, the professionally, and every staff member of the institute, every stakeholder of the institute is affected one way or the other because of this COVID pandemic. The online learning, the online interactions, the access to various resources, this has become the new normal because of the current crisis. And the fact is that this online system, access to various resources, this is going to stay forever, and we need to prepare ourselves for this new normal which we have experienced and explored in the recent past. I'm given to understand that the conference that took place during past 4 days had 6 themes, 43 lectures, which includes the keynote, plenary, and invited talks from the galaxy of speakers across India. They have shared their success stories. The conference has covered various topics on digital services, the collection development strategies, the research data management, leveraging the technologies, library diplomacy, ethics and publishing. I see every ingredient that need to be seen in a typical knowledge-based library system has been addressed in the conference. These are all extremely important and relevant topics for the academic as well as the research institute. I'm very happy to see a very nice conference brochure, the program schedule, the profile of the speakers, and I must compliment the organizers for this wonderful virtual conference, which has been thought of and implemented in a very dignified manner. It is going to be certainly a benchmark, not only for LIS field, but also I think all other, the virtual conferences or such events must emulate the way the whole concept has been. Library, of course, generally, an academic institute or an university is always defined as a cluster of buildings around the library. Every stakeholder, the teacher, the student, the researcher, every stakeholder is connected to the library, and library provides the inputs, the way the thinking pattern should happen, the way the knowledge should be acquired, and of course the repository of the knowledge elements should be always available in the library. If you could see the great universities, including our own ancient Nalanda, the library of Nalanda University is mentioned somewhere that was a 9-storied building, the huge building with huge resources maintained into this building. In fact, said that because of some reasons there was a fire in the library and the whole library just got burnt out, and the library was burning for 6 months. You could imagine the kind of the inventories and the resources and the buildings which was there with Nalanda. And the librarian, undoubtedly a very important person in the whole system. Always I have seen, I've been in the academics for past 34 plus years. There are few individuals, there are few the stakeholders who play an important role in the academic. There are few individuals who are connected to the students at a different level. Yes, the teachers, the principal or the director, and other the staff members, the laboratory staff, fine, they are connected to the students at some level. But the librarians, they are connected in the most informal and the casual terms with most of the times I've seen that the students are more open and more comfortable to interact with the librarians. So in my institute where I worked earlier, I used to take the help of the librarians and my staff from the library for understanding the students' issues, counseling the students in a different way, connect to them through the librarians and the similar staff, and ensure that many issues are sorted out at that level only. So the librarians, of course, can do so many things. The role of the librarian is more like, no doubt, he is going to be he is the custodian of the books, the journals, and those resources. But in addition to that, he is also a counselor. He is also a motivator. The librarian could always motivate the students to refer to different resources, different ways of accessing the resources, not just the technology or the subject related, the resources need to be referred, but there could be, general resources, the resources which could build the student's profile at different levels. All such, the motivating points always could be added by a librarian. And I personally feel that librarian plays a very, very important role in an academic institute. Librarians basically reflect the culture of the country. They also form, as I mentioned in my talk, that they also form the heart of the academic and the research organization. There are many new advances that are being seen as far as the present the library system is concerned. Undoubtedly, the globalization and digitization has removed the borders across the world. The online courses, the online resources, the e-books, the e-journals, and everything is available. Notepad, everything is available in your device. Always is said that huge amount of information is available, and this information is presented to the user so that the knowledge base is built, and he could prepare his profile in the right manner. And the libraries would certainly play an important role in this channel. I still remember my days at IIT Kanpur. One of our professors gave us an assignment, Professor G.K. Lal. I'm very proud of my teacher. He gave us an assignment, and he told us to prepare the assignment. I still remember the topic. He told us that upper bound analysis of the cold rolling. You need to prepare an assignment on this particular topic. And absolutely nowhere the details were available for that particular part. But he said, you go to the library, search for this particular material and get it, prepare your assignment. And it was an ocean. It was way back in the year 1988, 89. No digital searches were available at that point of time. So we went to the library, the engineering index, and the journals, search here, there, and they were available. But this particular the topic or the material related to this, not believe we were searching for that particular like the material related to that topic for 8 days. Finally, we could find couple of papers which were published way back in the year 1990s. And the best learning was that we spent almost 8-10 days in the library, day and night, and we could get the feel of the huge resources that were available. In the process, we could see the different areas onto which the good quality published work was available related to rolling, and that was a wonderful experience we had. Even today, anything related to rolling, I am so good at it. I can find the relevant the paper. I know what has happened in the past, what is happening, what should be the thing process. This is primarily because the huge amount of time we used to spend in the library. And I think this is something which is extremely important. These online or digital channels are good, but they will get you the results instantly, but you are going to miss that pleasure or maybe an opportunity to go through the lakhs and lakhs of resources which might be available in the similar area, which you would have searched on your own and earned through your the interaction or the time which you spent in the library. I believe this virtual conference with speakers of national and international repute has deliberated every aspect of the library, and the stakeholders are going to get huge amount of inputs on new trends and the new concepts which are being practiced in the library science. It's become a science, it's become a technology by itself. I must place on record my special appreciation to the organizing team, Professor P.V. Kannur, to be more specific, a person who has been passionate about the library, who has been passionate about the library science, the library technology, and every stakeholder who is associated with the library has been working very, very systematically. I've been seeing him working for past 10 plus years. And I think this needs the drive, this needs the passion, this needs the commitment, and this needs the sincerity. And only because of his push, and of course his team members, this wonderful concept of virtual conference has come true. Thank you very much for inviting me and making giving me an opportunity to say a few words on this occasion. Thank you once again. Have a great day.
Dignitaries on the virtual dais, Professor Veerabhadrappa, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kuvempu University, Professor Deshpande, Registrar, VTU Belgaum, Dr. Satish Munoli, Reporter General of this virtual conference, and Dr. Mohan and Dr. Shivram. Good evening to all. I am happy to know that LISACON 2020 is successfully concluded and participants from Indian and abroad participated in large number. I congratulate LIS Academy and University of Hyderabad for organizing wonderful virtual conference, which is much needed during this pandemic time. I am sure the 4-day intellectual event has enriched your knowledge and ignited a new ideas to develop the libraries. Dear friends, as we all know, learning is lifelong process, especially professionals like us who are engaged on service sector and playing crucial role in creating a informed society need to be uploaded about the development so that we can serve our patron more efficiently. I am sure the resource persons would have touched all aspects of latest developments of our professions. During these 4 days, libraries are witnessing landscape transformation in all aspects, be it content acquisition, processing, organizing, archiving, and delivery. Accessing information by our patrons are also changing. They are expecting information wherever they are, whatever device they have. Recently, our Department of Public Libraries, Government of Karnataka, have launched digital libraries in each district and city central libraries and taluka libraries. Around 272 digital libraries across the state, milestone of Karnataka Public Libraries, enter into a digital era. That too be a first of its kind initiative in the whole country. I am happy to inform over 4 lakh members utilized by digital library service during the pandemic. Libraries, especially public libraries, need to adopt best possible technologies and techniques to reach out all strata of society without any discrimination of caste, creed, sex, so on. Therefore, we aptly claim public libraries are people's university. I am happy to inform you all that Department of Public Libraries, Government of Karnataka, has taken several initiatives in this direction. Manpower training is really a challenge for us, and as a department head, I am constantly encouraging my colleagues to upgrade their skill sets and innovative themselves to serve user community more efficiently. Department of Public Libraries collaborated with LIS Academy for previous 2 conferences and benefited largely by participating and congratulate LIS Academy for its efforts in strengthening the professions. I heard valedictory address by Professor Veerbhadrappa, Vice Chancellor, Kuyampu University, and guest of honor this virtual conference. Professor Deshpande, Registrar, VTU Belgaum, they aptly narrated the role of libraries and librarians and their importance in building knowledge society. Irrespective of library types, be it academic, public, special libraries, they have their own role to play and help parent organizations success by providing efficient service. Friends, conferences like these will enhance our knowledge and capabilities which can be used in our day-to-day work. I wish to state here that Department of Public Libraries wish to collaborate in future professional activities of LIS Academy and benefit each other with the collaborations. I also wish LIS Academy should expand its activities in all fronts of library science and make its presence at national and global level. I call upon all my professional friends to join hands with LIS Academy, collaborate with them to strengthen library profession, which is at a crossroads. I am sure LIS Academy will grow both horizontally and vertically and contribute to the professions. My best wishes to you all and organizers for their future endeavors. I am very much thankful to LIS Academy Chairman, Dr. Kannur and his colleagues. Thank you very much. Thank you, one and all.
Sir, thank you very much for your presidential address and highlighting importance of events like this in imparting a new skill sets among library professionals. The digital public library initiatives taken by Department of Public Libraries under your leadership is inspiring and worth emulating by other states. Thank you very much, sir. As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. Quote by John F. Kennedy. Now, I request Professor Kannur to propose vote of thanks.
Respected Chief Guest of this occasion, Professor Veerbhadrappa, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Kuyampu University, Shivamogga. The Guest of Honor, Dr. S. Deshpande, Registrar, VTU Belgavi. The President of this valedictory function, Dr. S. S. Vasamani, Director of Department of Public Libraries, Bangalore. The Director of the conference, Professor M.G. Sri Kumar, Chief Librarian and Adjunct Professor, IIM Kozhikode. The Rapporteur General, Dr. Satish Munoli, Chief Librarian, ACTRAC, Navi Mumbai. Dr. Vartharajan, University Librarian, University of Hyderabad and Organizing Secretary of LISACON 2020. The invited plenary speakers, the well-wishers and trustees of LIS Academy, and participants of this conference, representatives of press and media, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to everyone present on this virtual event. I start my vote of thanks with a beautiful quote of William Arthur Ward, a writer of inspirational maxims. Feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a gift and not giving it. Friends, it was a wonderful experience of conducting a virtual conference of this size. It was due to the outbreak of pandemic COVID-19. The conference was earlier planned to be held at University of Hyderabad, and the team of professionals of IGM Memorial Library, University of Hyderabad, were highly anxious to make this event as a conference of difference. But destiny again made it to be a conference of difference by making us to think out of box and plan one such an event that is worth emulating by other professionals also. With this brief, First of all, I dedicate the success of this event to 43 speakers, including the keynote speakers, the director of the conference, the rapporteur general, and the core committee members of this conference. I thank all of you with my folded hands for your fullest support extended in making this conference a grand success. I also thank a team LIS Academy and trustees of LIS Academy who have made this happen in this size. I thank all the team members for their tireless efforts put in making this event a grand success. This conference would not have been so much successful without the support of our sponsors. I thank each one of the sponsors for their fullest support extended to us. I take this opportunity to thank Professor Veerabhadrappa, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Kuvempu University, for his gracious presence on this virtual conference and for delivering his valedictory address. Professor Veerabhadrappa is a well-known economist and a fine blend of academician and administrator. LIS Academy feels his presence with us as a great blessing. Sir, we are grateful for your presence and for delivering valedictory address. I thank Professor A.S. Deshpande, the Registrar of VTU and the guest of honor of this event, for sparing his valuable time and addressing the virtual gathering. Sir, I convey my heartfelt gratitude for your support and encouragement. I also thank Dr. Satish Kumar Rosamani, the Director of Department of Public Libraries, for having been with us today and delivering his presidential address on this event. Sir, we are indebted to you for all your support and partnering with us in all our endeavors. I thank the Director of Conference, Dr. M.G. Sri Kumar, Chief Librarian and Adjunct Professor, IIM Kozhikode, for his untiring efforts contributed in showcasing this event of this size. Sir, I thank you profusely for your support and encouragements. I thank the rapporteur of the conference, Dr. Satish Monoli, librarian, ACTREC Navi Mumbai, for being with us since the germination of the idea of this conference. He, along with other well-wishers of LIS Academy, made this event successful. Dr. Satish, kudos to your commitment and dedication to the cause of this conference, as well as LIS Academy. Thank you once again. I feel if I don't thank the kitchen where all concepts of this virtual conference are cooked. That is the core committee consisting of Dr. Shivaram from NAL Bangalore, Dr. G. Mahesh from ISCAIR, New Delhi, Dr. S.M. Pujar, IGIDR Mumbai, and Dr. Anand Bhairappa, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and Dr. Vibhuti Sahu from IIT Bhubaneswar, and Dr. Mohan, librarian of SIT Tumkur, the secretary of LIS Academy. I thank Dr. Shivaram for shouldering the entire implementation of task since the inception of this conference. Friends, thanks to each one of you for lending your hands and brain in conceptualizing the idea of such a conference, and request you all to guide LIS Academy in future also. My vote of thanks will be incomplete if I don't thank the support extended by University of Hyderabad and Telangana Library Association, Hyderabad. I thank Professor Apparao Pudeli, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Hyderabad, Dr. Varadarajan, University Librarian of University of Hyderabad, who is also the organizing secretary of this conference. I thank the office bearers of Telangana Library Association for their fullest support extended in organizing this conference. Lots of sleepless nights are spent by the technical team responsible for creating the virtual stage and editing all the videos. I thank Mr. Andrew and Mr. Santosh for their tireless effort in giving a facelift to this conference and making it as a conference of difference. I thank Mr. Paul, the soft skill trainer, for his support extended in making this event more appealing. Finally, I thank all the registered participants who are always been a source of inspiration for all the activities of LIS Academy. I thank all those who have helped us directly or indirectly with their suggestion and encouragement. Thank you, one and all.
We started with a simple hello and ending with a complicated goodbye. Dear friends, we have come to an end of spectacular LISACON 2020 virtual conference. And it is time to say goodbye to each other and hope to meet you all in LISACON 2021. Take care, stay safe, goodbye.